as of now. There we go. Right, here we go. Sunday's live stream then with Rob Walker, special guest Rob Walker.
Yeah, at much expense.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't come cheap.
No, you don't. I have to get my checkbook out and.
Most people won't be watching this anyway because they're not subscribed to you anyway, are they?
I don't know. Some will be, some won't. You know, probably get a mix of people. Probably.
Did you put something out that people could kind of put a thumbs up or a comment underneath the fact that we were going to do a stream?
Well, I pre-booked it with StreamYard.
Yeah.
So it like comes up at like 8 o'clock when I book it, but that goes up on my channel as like an incoming live stream.
Yeah.
I mean, I do that like every time I do a live stream, and then people can see it on there. Think, oh, I live stream on Sunday, you know. I've done all the thumbnails, which is what you saw. So, just helps, I guess, promote it a little bit as well. You know, gives people a heads up.
Yeah.
So yeah, people can like it and leave comments, I think. So.
Right. So what do you think of Spurs yesterday then, Sammy? You must be overjoyed with that start.
That was dreadful. Spurs were poor, but Brentford were surprisingly good, weren't they? I mean, really good. I thought.
Yeah, I mean, they did well last season, didn't they? They're only goal difference away from getting into Europe. So, but I think because the Tottenham have spent, and they're going to spend even more, aren't they? I think, and people were expecting a bit more resistance, and could have been worse than 3-0, really, couldn't it?
It could have been 4 because I had that penalty. Yeah. Well, they look like a team that's got chemistry around them, Brentford, don't they? Spurs don't have that as of yet. And I think that'll come. I think I'd rather a poor start to the season and us getting better as the season progresses than a good start and then see us fall off a cliff again, you know, which is something which happens far too many times with Spurs.
Well, you always say that though when you lose your first game, don't you? Let's get that bad result out of the way.
Well, I guess so, but it's a marathon, isn't it? It isn't a sprint. It's a long old season, isn't it? It's a long old season.
Have you got any more cliches you want to throw at me?
There probably will be a few more, yeah.
Who have you got next week? Have you got Brighton next? Who have you got next week?
Newcastle.
Ah, right, Newcastle. Yeah, well, they came within a whisker, didn't they, of beating Liverpool? Yeah,
we haven't got a good record with Newcastle. It's certainly at their ground, but I think it's at Tottenham.
Yeah, you're at home, aren't you?
It'd be a bit easier.
But, it's supposed to be signing. Is it Mamouche from City and Savinio from City?
Yeah.
Maybe Cody Gakpo as well.
Yeah, as well. I think why we're paying so much for Savinio is because we're tying in the both of those two players together.
Yeah, well, they're doing that to try and fiddle the sell-on clause, aren't they? I think
that's right. Yeah, so that I think that's why we kind of overcompensated for one. You know, pay less for the other.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying that for. I think it's Frankfurt.
I think it is Frankfurt. Yeah.
A bit annoying that, isn't it, for them? But
it is a bit of a cheat. But
be a good signing for. I think Mamouche should be a good signing. I'm not sure about Savinio though.
I think the manager will probably get the best out of him. He'll give him a chance, won't he? He'll certainly get more minutes at Spurs than he will Manchester City. I mean, I can't see it like happening overnight that suddenly they're just going to be sensational. But I think they'll grow as a team as the season progresses, hopefully. Yeah. And
what's happening with Kulusevski then? When's he going to play?
I don't know. I have no idea. No idea.
He's been out for all last season, weren't he?
Well, yeah, he has been. So Kudus has been injured, but he's back training. Kudus. I'm not sure about him, but you know, we had so many injuries last season. It was.
I know.
It was. It was unreal. But, yeah. So, what about Oldham then? You still go out there watching them?
Well, yeah, but yesterday was so we played Colchester yesterday, didn't we?
Right.
So won our first game, played really well. Yesterday was leading at half time, and then someone got sent off on the stroke of half time. And then we conceded a goal, I think, around 70 minutes, and then we conceded a late goal in injury time. So what they were saying was it shouldn't have been a red card, and we were in control of the game. So it's a bit frustrating, really. But our manager came out with the usual cliches. It's cliche time, isn't it? With managers, we were the better team, and I don't want to talk about the referee and stuff like that. But I'm quite hopeful. I mean, we played Port Vale in the first game, which wasn't, they're one of the sort of expected to do well, and we played well. We beat them 2-0. So we'll play Swindon next week. I'm expecting us to be in around the playoffs. But we'll see. We'll see.
Do you think you ever make a Premiership return?
Oh, that's a stretch, isn't it? I think
it is. Yeah.
The way football is now, that although if you look at when Oldham were in the Premier League, if you look at the teams who were in League One and League Two at that time, you're talking about Brentford and Bournemouth. So if you get good ownership, you're halfway there, aren't you? But for a team like Oldham, I think if we could ever get in the Championship, that'd be a massive achievement.
Yeah.
But if you look at Bournemouth, there's no way they're anywhere near a Premier League side, is there? When you look at the side of the stadium's only around 10,000, isn't it? So. So what are we going to talk about on this stream? Are we going to dissect the vinyl community and,
if you want to,
talk about football and a little bit
of everything, I suppose. A bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. So
4D says you're too old to play football.
Who?
4D says you're too old to play football.
I'm too old.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Why have I said I'm playing football?
You haven't. I don't know why he said you're too old to play football.
Yeah, I've not played football for quite a while. I mean, I broke my ankle in 2 places in 2011 playing football.
Did you? Yeah.
I was 49 then. Oh no, I weren't. I would have been 47, wouldn't I? Yeah, I was 47. I was in hospital for like over two weeks with a double fracture, and I've recovered from it. I never sort of give me any.
Well, a break is easier than a ligament.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. But at the time, it was a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, I've not really played football since then. Plus, it's one of them. And if you play football, it's always when I played football a lot when I was in my 20s and 30s. But I never really got any serious injuries. But when you've got a young family, and if say you break your leg and you had to be off work for 3 months, and you've got childcare issues, it's a bit selfish, isn't it? But people do it, don't they? People do it.
I was doing it sort of in the sort of 2010s. I had a young family, and about 2012, I'd done my ankle playing football, playing Sunday League football. And I really didn't break it, but I completely ruined the soft tissue and done damage to it. And I think that's kind of worse in a way. It certainly takes longer to heal. Straight away back on the Monday from the Sunday, I went back to work and I hobbled around.
You're a postman, aren't you? You're on your feet.
I know. I was hobbling around in agony, for weeks to come.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, because you don't get any sympathy off anybody, do you, when you go back to work?
No.
So
I I gave it up after then. It was just thought, no, I can't do that to myself again.
Yeah.
I mean, it took years to heal properly. I mean, it's not right now. Yeah, I think even now I probably need orthopedic surgery or something.
Yeah.
But
like when I did my pelvis, that was it 20? It was when it was cold. 2021 was it? When I was in the vinyl community when I did my pelvis.
you fell over in the street or something, didn't you?
No, so I'd been working on the Saturday morning, and I came home, and I slipped outside my house because I live on a slant, and outside it there's kind of the old sort of paving stones, that get really slippy.
Yeah.
And I just went over, and as soon as I went over, I thought, shit. And I managed to crawl in the house, and I phoned my daughter. My daughter came round, and then got the ambulance came. But at the time, because it was COVID, the army came.
The army came.
The army came because the army were helping, during COVID.
Right. Yeah.
So there was someone from the army carrying me up, and he dropped me when they were carrying me up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they kind of dropped me. Anyway, they got me in an ambulance, and I was in. They kept me in for how long was I? I was in for nearly 2 weeks because they thought they were going to have to operate. But when the swelling went down, they said no. God, if they'd have had to operate, that'd have been a disaster. Because you don't want people operating on your hip, do you?
No.
And I was lucky because I healed, and I've never had any problems. All I had to do was when I came home, I had to move my bed downstairs, and I didn't use the stairs for about a month. Well, my daughter was living with me at the time, but because it was COVID, she'd moved in with her boyfriend's family. So I was actually I was on my own. So that's one of the reasons I had to stay in hospital. Because of I was on my own. So
yeah.
But my son was in Sheffield, and he came over to visit me. And when it happened, and they wouldn't let him in the hospital. You forget how bad it was, don't you? During COVID, it was crazy, weren't it? How people had to act during that period.
I mean, my father died during the COVID era, and we couldn't even have a private room. It was all an open space, which wasn't ideal for someone in palliative care, and we had to take turns as well.
Yeah,
and it was not good time.
No, and then people were having funerals, and they couldn't go to a funeral, and
yeah. Well, you were in hospital that you might get COVID. Did you see any COVID patients come in or anything?
Not that I can. No. When I was in hospital, I was in a ward there was like 4 of us in one ward, and it was great. I enjoyed it being in hospital. I had a good laugh, but you always have a laugh, don't you, with nurses and stuff. It was good. I think there was one of them I slipped up. I should have got a number, but we don't want to talk about anything like that, do we, on this stream?
No, maybe. I didn't get the COVID jab.
Ah, right. Yeah, I wish I hadn't really, but I did. I was under pressure really to get it. With my job.
I was. They pressured me at work as well.
Yeah, I really wish I hadn't got it because
I always feared that it could bring further problems down the line.
I know. Still could.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I was adamant that no, I'm not having it. Yeah.
Because when you think of when any new medicines come in, the trials usually take a decade, don't they?
Yeah.
And the trials it makes you wonder whether they already had that. I don't know. I don't know whether we're ever going to get to the bottom of this.
I think they did. I think they did. I read that they had something in place.
Yeah,
maybe
they
hold out, but there was something they were working on before. Yeah.
Yeah. You're getting into conspiracy theories now, aren't you? But That's the biggest conspiracy theory we've ever had, isn't it? All that shit, what happened then?
Well, there's other things. But,
you know what the worst thing about COVID is? It made all these fucking idiots start a VC channel.
Yeah, but what were they supposed to do? They're at home, stuck at home.
Yeah, but they're still making videos now. That's the problem, isn't it?
I know.
You know, make you a channel for a few months, and then once you get your life back, leave us alone and get on with your life. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, me and you were genuine channels, aren't we?
Yeah, all these COVID channels are not. I don't even class them as vinyl community. As soon as they say, "Oh, I started in COVID," you switch off straight away, don't you?
Yeah, it's not genuine enough, is it?
You know what I mean? They just started a channel because they were bored.
Yeah, it's basically saying that, isn't it? We're here because we're got nothing to do and bored.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, some of them are doing all right though, aren't they?
Who are your favourite COVID channels? I'm trying to think of some.
Well, Chris would be one. Vinyl. David. He's a top channel.
David who?
Oh, I can't remember his surname.
David Atkinson.
That's the one.
Yeah, he's 100% COVID channel, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
I'm looking at the comments here now, and Martin McGrath said he likes Future Islands and Talk.
Holy cow! Good hair, Rob. Yeah, we'll go into Rob in a bit.
I want to get my hair. I'm going to get my hair cut tomorrow, so
we'll talk about your hair in a bit. I've got a question about your hair, so we'll come back regarding your hair. So which do you collect and like more, vinyls or CDs?
Is this a question from you, or is this?
This is a question from the chat.
Vinyls. What are them?
I know. Just realised it's.
Oh, who's that that's asking that? Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah, I guess.
So obviously, well, personally, I'd class myself. I prefer buying records. I don't like. I know we're in the vinyl community, and I actually hate that term, vinyl community, because to me, it's always I've always bought records. I've never ever mentioned vinyl. You know, when I was younger, I never said, "Oh, I'm going buying vinyl." I don't know where that's come from. Is that an American thing?
I don't know because it's associated vinyl records, isn't it? It's not. I mean, us Brits, we always used to say records, didn't we?
Yeah. So is the vinyl? Is that what people in America? So is Dead Wax still there? Because Dead Wax is there, isn't he, Randy? So when he was buying records, he weren't saying, "Oh, I'm going to go and buy some vinyl," were he? Nobody says that.
Maybe it's an American thing.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
I'll say it probably is.
I know, because so if Randy's still there, Randy Dead Wax, he's someone who's had a proper channel. I think he took a lot of videos down, didn't he? But he's someone who had a channel because he wanted to. Well, it's funny. Do you know Randy Dead Wax?
I know him. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
because he doesn't really come across as someone who really even want to have a YouTube channel, is he?
He's quite low key, I think, isn't he? For the last few years, I think he was involved with Rachel's live stream a bit, wasn't he? And then he kind of just went quite quiet and done his own thing, didn't he?
Yeah.
But he's a serious record collector.
Oh yeah, he's got a crazy amount of 7-inch singles.
He has.
He likes. I think he's seen Paul Weller a few times. You don't want to see Paul Weller now, though, do you? But
no, maybe not.
Are you going to start asking questions then? Are you going to get some questions going, or?
Yeah. Okay. So my first question has to be the most important of all. And being that you're known for having the greatest hair in the VC, so my guess is what myself and thousands of onlookers must be wondering is, what shampoo do you use to maintain that magnificent barnet of yours?
I just honestly, I just use like Head and Shoulders because I suffer with like dandruff, so
yeah,
I have Head and Shoulders.
It's a favourite, Head and Shoulders, isn't it?
Yeah, because I don't suffer with it now, but I used to suffer with it. So, what do you use? Wash and Go?
Yeah, normally, yeah.
Well, it's gone, hasn't it?
I buy a real cheap supermarket bottle where you can do your hair and everything else,
Yeah.
you know, for like cost you about £1.
I've not got the best hair in the VC.
Who has got the best hair in the VC? Who would you say?
Well, let's go through a few people. Who's on the short list? You know who's got good hair and he's
well, a lot of them are bald.
Pardon?
A lot of them are bald.
You know, he's called Brian. Is it Shamrock Vinyl or whatever he's called? Do you know him?
Rings a bell.
Yeah, I think he's called Shamrock something. He's quite a good-looking guy. He's got okay hair, but he doesn't do that many videos, does he?
No.
I mean, saying you've got the best hair in the VC, it's not really it's not anything to write home about, is it?
No.
Jack the Vinyl Martini's got good hair, hasn't he? He's in his 60s,
he's got
good
hair, yeah.
Yeah, he's got good hair. Probably struggling a bit in the UK, aren't we? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who I'd choose in the UK. Like I say, but I'm going to get I am definitely getting my hair cut tomorrow, so I'm trying to keep on top of it because I'm in love at the moment, so I've got to look my best.
So yeah, answer to your question to Randy was he says no, never vinyl here.
Yeah, exactly. So where's it come from? Oh yes, he's put Bobby Gass. Bobby Gass has got good hair, hasn't he?
He has, hasn't he?
Yeah. How old is Bobby Gass?
He's in his 70s, I think.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
I like Bobby Gass. I was watching him. He had a bit of a meet-up, didn't he? And he's just so off the cuff, isn't he? He's just
very.
I like his style. I like Bobby Gass.
He speaks his mind, doesn't he? Like all the time.
Yeah.
Quite old school.
Yeah. Bobby Gass has got the good hair, hasn't he? Rachel's ghost. What about that hair?
Rachel's hair.
Yeah.
Well, it's not very looked after. She doesn't comb it very often, I don't think, does she? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Do you know Ross Goodall? He's got okay hair, hasn't he? Ross Goodall.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
There's another guy up there who does videos. Oh, he's not. He's kind of a friend of Ross. I can't remember what about Spectrum YouTube or whatever he's called? He's got good hair.
He's got good hair. Yeah, he's got very long hair, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a bit like Erling Haaland. He needs to get it cropped off, I think.
He's doing well though, isn't he? For his YouTube channel, it's really taken off.
He has. He's got. Has he gone over 3,000 subscribers now?
He has. Yeah, he has.
It was only about 3 or 4 months ago. He were on 1,000 subscribers.
I know, he's just rocketed, hasn't he?
Mm.
You know?
Yeah, it's not like us, like life in the slow lane.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I can't keep up with that kind of editing and what he does for his videos.
He's good. He's pretty good.
He is good. He is good. Yeah.
He is good. Yeah.
Considering how young he is as well, I hold my hat off to him.
What about the start of his videos when he goes, hello, hello, hello? I find that a bit annoying, but, you know.
I like the little music bit he puts in.
That's his music, though, isn't it?
Is it? He created that.
That's his music, I think. He is a musician, so I'm pretty sure.
He put up a few old videos which he'd done for like an old channel, and he's like a kid or a young teenager in this video, and he's mucking about and smashing up DVD machines or something, and
yeah,
you know, so he's gone from that to quite a successful channel.
He has, yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah. So yeah, 4D says vinyl became a category when CDs came in. Before then, records meant to be vinyl by default.
Yeah, it's like I say, I think when you speak to the general public, I don't think they say vinyl. I think if it was called the record community, there'd probably be more people involved in it, because people probably type record and they might not find the vinyl community, might they not? I don't know.
Well, this may be it. It's more direct, isn't it? Vinyl, you know, it's more specific. You know,
I've never liked it. When I say vinyl in a video, sometimes I'm annoyed with myself, or I correct myself and say record, because I don't like using the term really.
No, but I don't think records really cut it as either, does it? I don't think.
It doesn't have the same. The vinyl community's got a better ring to it, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. But it's quite a large kind of umbrella, the vinyl community, isn't it? It covers, you know, really the CD community in a way, and others, isn't it? It's not just vinyl, is it? Really, no. You know,
it's a bit tedious now when people. I've done it. I did used to do it myself. I'd say, "Oh, I'm going to show a CD now," and now if you just do a video showing CDs, you don't have to start the video by saying, "Oh, I'm going to show some CDs." Just get on with it, because there's more people interested in CDs than records.
It's far nicer holding up a piece of vinyl than it is a little dinky CD. It's a bit tedious, like you said, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's as many people, more people buying CDs really than records. So if I put a video showing CDs, it's just as many comments and people as interested as records, really.
Yeah, I like to mix it up, and sometimes when I've got CDs, I don't even hold them. I just sort of film them from a chair or a sofa or something like you do sometimes, and end up throwing them across the room.
Yeah. You get abuse in the comments saying you're not looking after your records, don't you? And you think, fucking hell, how durable are records? Honestly, you can throw I know CDs are supposed to be durable, but records are pretty durable as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. People pick up on all this kind of stuff, don't they? They take it too seriously, I guess.
Yeah, people get a bit upset when you know, if you throw your records down. I did a video once, and I played it back, you know, just to watch it, and I thought, I'm really throwing the records about here. So I had to do the video again, because I thought I'm just going to get a lot of abuse.
I do it as well. I kind of throw them, and they make a slaps to the ground when you throw them, and I'm thinking to myself, I really shouldn't be doing this, but I can't help it. You know, it just seems a natural thing to do, is just to throw it out the way for some reason. Okay, question for Rob Walker here from Marty. Is there any channel growth that surprised you? I could think of one.
Well, there's one at the moment that's gone crazy, isn't it, Robert, on my turntable? Have you seen that one?
I haven't for a while.
Honestly, so I think he put a post up a couple of weeks ago saying he'd reached 6,000 subscribers. And then the day after, he put another post up saying he'd reached 7,000. And then 2 days later, he put a post up saying he'd reached 9,000.
Bloody hell.
I know. And let's have a look now and see what he is, because Robert on my turntable. I haven't got a clue. You know how many subscribers he's on now?
10?
12,000.
12,000?
Right, he's on 12,000 subscribers. Honestly, this is like my specialised subject, this.
What are the views for his videos?
He gets decent views, right? But I'll tell you a little, right? So he gets good views on his videos. When I say he gets good views, he's getting like... So he's got... So he did one 2 weeks ago about the Velvet Underground. And he's got 7,000 views.
Well, right? that is good.
Right? Well, no, right. But look, this is what gets me suspicious. It's got 7,000 views and it's got 5 comments. Right?
Yeah.
Now, if you've got a growing channel, you get a lot of comments because people have just discovered your channel, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right. So you get a lot of comments. Oh, I've just discovered your channel. You're amazing. If you've got 5,000 new subscribers in a month, which I think he might have. So I don't know how that has happened.
Yeah, but I mean, they could be non-English speaking subscribers, couldn't they? You know, who aren't going to leave comments. But that is a lot, like you said.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I'm not casting any. But you've asked me a question. Robert on my turntable would probably say he can't believe it. But you know, I can't believe it either, because my channel gets about, I don't know, if I put a video out, it might get 1,500 views, right?
Yeah.
If I get 1,500 views, I might get 50 comments. So if I reply to the comments, there's 100 comments there, but I'm replying to my comments. So there's 50 comments there. And if I'm lucky, I can get about between 35 and 50 new subscribers a month, if I'm lucky. Right? And that's me maybe putting, say, 5 or 6 videos out a month and interacting with people. And like I say, if I can get between 30 and 50 subscribers a month, then call it 500 subscribers a year.
Yeah.
That's what I tend to get. So if I'm getting that, if someone is getting 5,000 subscribers in a month, that feels a bit off to me. So, but you know, Robert on my turntable might just have found a magic formula. Maybe so. Maybe just. But I'll tell you what I used to do. You know, when he started his channel, I'll tell you this honestly, right? Yeah. When Robert started his channel, no one was watching his channel. Nobody was watching it, really. And I used to really support him. I'd watch his videos. I'd leave his videos on even if I weren't watching them. You know, just to boost his channel up a little bit. Sure. Yeah, and now he's got 12,500 subscribers. So, because I used to really support Robert, because I like him, because he was. He's a nice guy. Yeah, he's a really nice guy, and he was quite close with. He was really close with Glenn Calloway. I don't know whether Robert's getting, because he went through a phase of doing a little bit with what's he called, Larry. You know, what's he called? Larry Graves. Yeah. So he was doing a little bit with him. So whether he's been doing videos with him, and I've not noticed that he's getting 5,000 subscribers in a couple of months. So maybe some of Larry's subscribers have crossed over to his channel. But to me, a normal channel would only be getting. If you're getting 100 subscribers a month, I think that's pretty good.
That is good. Yeah, that is good.
Yeah. But I mean, we just spoke about Spectrum, haven't we? He must be getting a couple of hundred a week. Looking at the way his channel's growing.
They're pouring in, and the views are going up as well. So
yeah, he gets good views on his videos. So everyone's going to get big views on the videos tomorrow, aren't they? Do you know that? You know about this?
What do you mean?
So from tomorrow, YouTube's changing the way they count views.
Right.
So when you put a video up now, if someone clicks on it for a second, it's classed as a view.
That's ongoing now, though, isn't it? That's not new. Is it?
No. On a video now, it's not a second. It's got to be a certain amount of time to class as a view.
I think it's a minute, isn't it?
Yeah, whereas now, if someone clicks on it just for a second, that's going to class as a view.
Right, okay.
So they reckon people's views will go up by about 20%.
Yeah.
Because of that. Because it's going to be running in tandem with shorts. So if you put shorts out, if someone just scrolls past the short, that's classed as a view. So that's why some people can get crazy amounts of views on shorts, isn't it?
Yeah, it's bound to happen.
What about you, Simon? Have you seen any channel growth that's surprised you?
Well, the Spectrum Tube, which we just mentioned, Beetle Dave, kind of, his growth from being a small channel to a massive Beatles channel was quite noticeable.
Right. Well, I've not really looked at his channel, but
old news now, isn't it? Really.
Right. Well, let me just have a look at his channel because he's not a fan of me, is he? Because I give him right.
Have you read this comment, Rob? On
No, what is it?
Star Power says, I generally think Robert's on my turntable is buying subs. He made no secret of the fact he's obsessed with all that.
Right. Okay. Who's saying that? Star Power.
Star Power. Yeah.
What's Star Power watching me for? He can't stand me.
I know. Yeah.
You know why he's watching me? Because he knows I'll say how it is, really. So
he comes on here when I'm doing my thing,
Right. Okay. I can't remember what Star Power's name. Is he called Joel? I think he
Joel.
Might be Joel.
Joel. Yeah, I believe so.
So talking about Beetle, people can say about Beetle Dave, right? So I think about 2 years ago was when I was giving Beetle Dave a bit of grief, weren't it? And he's actually looking at me. He's got the same amount of subs now as he had 2 years ago.
So he's peaked.
So yeah, but that more or less shows that it was a fraud, because if your channel grows by 1,000, 2,000 every couple of months, that's going to continue. If you look at Norman Maslow, his channel is growing all the time, and and maybe, I'm not sure how many subscribers Melinda Murphy's got, but it's a constant. It doesn't just stop when they get to 16,000, does it?
No, it continues, or it's supposed to.
Yeah. So of what I've seen of Robert, he's got 12,500 now, and I think that's gone up by, I don't know, 5,000 in 2 months. So that is going to carry on. So if that carries on for another 2 years, he's going to have more subscribers than Norman Maslow, isn't he?
Yeah, but I can't see that happening, can you?
No, but if it doesn't carry on, I think this is something that people don't think about. I
think it has to peak at some point, doesn't it?
No, I don't think it does. If you get 5,000 subscribers in 2 months, there's no reason why you don't get 5,000 subscribers in the next 2 months, is it? It doesn't make sense. It's like I said to you about my subscribers. I've had months where I've got 2 subscribers in a month. You know what I mean? My channel just does not grow. The only reason it's grown a little bit recently is I'm doing a short a day. So I'm putting a short a day out showing my collection.
my channel has died virtually, I think, and
yeah,
you know, I don't even think about it. It doesn't bother me anymore. You just,
no,
you know, what does it matter in the end?
no.
You know, whether it's growing or not growing, you're either gonna do videos or you don't. So
Yeah,
you know,
it doesn't matter, does it? But
I think it's important that somebody watches, because you don't want to be doing this for no reason. You know, I think you need some kind of audience, even
yeah,
if it's a small one. I think, you know. Otherwise, I mean, if no one's watching, then it's not worth doing, is it? But
I'm seeing Martin McGrath, but someone's got 8,000 subs and they get 25 views. I don't know who that is, but Dead Wax has put the boring channels are always growing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know who you. Yeah, I don't know. Is that a dig at Norman Maslow?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, when you come to, like you've mentioned, that Spectrum, I don't have any. I think his channel's kind of growing organically, really. Do you? I think
it is. Yeah, I think he could be on to big things if he continues in this vein.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
You know, I think he's got a bright future regarding his YouTube channel. But I do think it's a bit easier for him being younger and not having so many commitments as you would get as you get a bit older. You know, being I'm guessing he's at his mum and dad's home. You know, I don't know if he does work. Maybe he works part time or full time. I don't really know.
No.
I'm guessing he has a lot of free time on his hands because the amount of work he puts into those videos must take quite some time. But
then you get people who are retired and they've got all the time in the world, haven't they? So
I think it helps, doesn't it, to have that.
Yeah, anyone with kids like you, I don't know how you do it. I mean, when I had kids, I can't imagine me running a YouTube channel when I had a young family. I just don't think I would be able to do it.
No, I don't think it's a good idea to do it really. But he might in a few years' time struggle to keep that kind of momentum that he has at the moment. You know, because it might become a bit more of a challenge as he gets older. I might be wrong.
Does these channels? I'm just looking on the comments there. Someone's saying who's the most underrated band out of Manchester. I think the High are a bit underrated. They kind of came out of the Stone Roses.
Are they still going?
The original guitarist in the Stone Roses. There was a band called the High, and they've done a couple of albums, but the debut album's a really good album. They were a bit underrated.
I picked up the debut.
You've got that, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah. Just recently picked that up. It's been on my want list for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, people talk about the Chameleons as they're quite an underrated Manchester band from kind of the mid 80s. They're a bit underrated as well. What's this Canadian fudge packer? What's he said there? What's he put?
That people click to subscribe to you.
I don't know whether I don't say that very often on my video. Please subscribe. But a lot of people who are running a channel as a business, they say it at the start of the video. They have like a caption come up that says subscribe, and they have an imaginary finger pressing on it, and then a bell going off and stuff like that. I think if you're running a channel and you monetize and it's part of your income, I get that. But if you're someone like me I'm not monetized, I'm just really doing this for the hell of it, I'm not going to go to the trouble of asking people to. I do say subscribe a couple of times, I might, but generally I just don't do that.
I have said it in the past, but I don't do it anymore. I mean, I am monetized, but I get such a pittance. It's hardly worth even thinking about, you know. So it's like there. So I don't. I find it a bit cringeworthy now to keep saying.
It is a bit. But
my channel. It's a hobby. It's not a profession.
No.
So I don't feel the need to. I mean, at the start, when I was trying to build things up, I think everyone was saying, "Oh, don't forget to like and subscribe, etc., etc." But I think the novelty wears out, doesn't it, after a few years?
I think most people know that if you subscribe, it don't cost you anything and stuff like that, don't they? It's just a reminder to people sometimes. But I always think if someone's watching your channel and you enjoy it, they're gonna subscribe, aren't they?
Yeah,
that's what I think anyway.
I got a question written down here which I wrote. You've mentioned to me before about VC channels having a shelf life. How long would you say that shelf life is on average? Can you, for example, put an age on it?
An age? What, a time scale?
Yeah.
I think generally the first, you could maybe say the first maybe year you're just finding your feet, and then maybe your second and third year you probably at your peak.
Yeah.
And then after 3 years, you might be treading water a little bit, and then you might get a little bit of a second wind, maybe.
Yeah.
That's probably how I feel about my channel. That, you know, first year. This top I'm wearing here, I wore this on my first ever video. So my first video on my channel, I'm wearing this. And like my first video, the first year in your channel, at that time, you used to do quite a lot of, there was a lot of contests and stuff, weren't there, at that time?
There was a lot going on there, wasn't there?
It was a different period in the VC.
Yeah.
It did feel a lot more like we were all in a community, whereas I don't know whether people, they don't frown. They have to apologise now if they're doing a contest a little bit. People tend to do threads a little bit more now and hope people jump on a thread.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be rife as it was back then with threads or competitions. There's just been seems to be so much of that around in those earlier years, but it seems to have kind of not flatlined, but like a lot less now.
Maybe it's because of things like live streams. There's more live streams.
There is. I've certainly seen an increase of. I mean, everyone seems to be doing live streams now, don't they?
Yeah, I'm not doing them, but
no, I know you're not, but you might do in the future.
Yeah, but like I say, I think that a shelf life of a channel, you could go through. You mention me some channels, and I'll tell you whether they've gone past the sell by date.
Oh Christ, there must be hundreds of channels.
Well, just name someone, and I'll just say, yeah, they've gone past the sell by date.
Rachel.
Yeah, definitely past the sell by date.
It's only a new channel, though, really, isn't she? She's rebooted her channel, so
yeah. But the fact that you've had to reboot is more or less an admission of failure. That's just treading water. That.
I think after 5 years, it gets tricky, doesn't it? Because you've kind of virtually done majority of the stuff you want to do. I think after 5 years, and you're trying to sort of stay relevant with all the other channels and videos which are happening. I think it becomes a bit testing and a bit more trying after 5+ years.
It depends how good you are at it.
It does. It does. I mean, it's all different for different channels, of course.
If you're someone who has to do a lot of editing to get a video out, the only editing I do is on like CapCut. If I say something I'm not happy with, I can just cut it out of the conversation. You know what I mean? But I don't. I just tend to do a video and that's it. If I had to do editing and put funny things in, well, I've got a bit of a thing about people putting clips in. That's what Concert Buddy.
Yeah.
So anyone who does videos like that, I just find them irritating. So he'll say something and then it'll go to a clip of something. It's too slick to me. I like the vinyl community when it is just someone being quite basic without any editing. I like organic. I like that.
Right. Yeah.
And if someone makes a mistake, I'd have a bit of and I think he does that, doesn't he? Spectrum that we just spoke about. He'll put clips in, but it's working for him. But personally, I do find that quite irritating. Plus,
I agree. I've noticed I mean, it's working for him, like you said, but some of the things, little added sort of comedy bits, I think you don't really need to go too silly with it. You know, you might be overdoing it. And I think he's kind of in that kind of era at the moment. But, you know, maybe
might be just bring it back a bit. Works.
Bring it back to a bit more organic. Personal, but, you know, my personal
opinion. Think if you look, I've heard people say before, if you look at the people who you class as being successful, you would look at Melinda Murphy's got a successful channel. Mazzy, I know he does a little bit of editing, but it doesn't really. It tends to be just in front of the camera. Vinyl Richie just tends to be in front of the camera. I tend to think that works better than spending a long time editing out all. I don't know whether like you know, things like that people feel. I always like, if you do a video and watch it back, if you don't like the video, just shoot it again until you think, yeah, I'm happy with that. I do that sometimes. I'll do a video, I'll watch it back and I think I'll shoot it again and do it again until I think, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Sometimes it's better off waiting a couple of days. Yeah. You know, when you're maybe the mood is slightly different or something. You know, because I've done that before. I watched stuff back and I thought, no, I'm not feeling this. It's just I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like myself for whatever reason. And then you give it a couple of days to redo it. It's like, yeah, that was okay. You know.
I think one of the things in the vinyl community is like there's not enough people. So when you do a live stream like this and it's just like two people talking, the conversation to me is better, because if there was four of us here now talking, you get loads of a different view coming in and it breaks the conversation up a little bit, and you can't get to the nitty-gritty, because I don't think people talk about their channel and the way that they form videos enough, because people don't really do it on an individual video, do they? They don't really talk about that process, and they don't. You can't really do it on a live stream because you're competing. Because usually the host wants to be the star of the live stream, like with Rachel. That's why when I go on Rachel, I just want to go on for 10 minutes, try and get my piece in, and then I go, because I don't want to be part of this massive show that you're competing with Mazzy and Wax and people like that. I don't like that personally.
No, there's a lot of big personalities on there, and it could be a bit overwhelming to be too overly involved. You know.
Well, shelf lives of a channel. I'm trying to think of some channels. Has anyone got any questions?
Well, similar to yourself, Richard Taphouse, he doesn't edit.
No, like he doesn't.
And he clearly says I don't edit F all on each of his videos. He just shoots from the hip and puts it out there. It's quick, it's easy, and it works.
What's Deadwax saying about Melinda? I've seen he's put something about Melinda on
there. Star Power says Melinda Murphy is massively overrated. There, I said it.
Right.
And you got Deadwax saying Melinda didn't know anything when she first came to the VC. Yeah. Now she's top audiophile shows. Pretty funny, really.
Yeah.
You both make good points, and I both thought of this. You know, it's not like I haven't.
No.
Ever thought about this. I mean, she's likable.
Yeah.
But I think I think because she's a woman, and I think that certainly goes for you in the vinyl community. You're going to get a lot of men who's going to kind of attach themselves to female VC channels.
Yeah, I think with Melinda Murphy, I think in the UK, I don't think she's that much within us guys who are in the vinyl community. I don't think she's kind of. I think we kind of prefer. Is it Jen? I think we kind of prefer Jen, don't we?
Yeah. She comes across the sort of the UK live stream.
Yeah, she's a bit more kind of. I'm not going to say authentic, but I think Melinda Murphy is pretty good at dragging people in who maybe aren't the vinyl community, more of, like, say, a bit of audiophile, a bit of thinking man's. No, I'm not going to say thinking man's crumpet, just a bit of crumpet for some people.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fact, isn't it? It's a reality that, you know, in advertisement, they tend
she's good with her presentation regarding.
Yeah, she's good at responding.
She's really good at that, and
she's good at responding.
She's good with her kind of fellow American fan base. She's very.
I think so, yeah. But I think for people who are kind of a bit more rough and ready and kind of a bit more, I'm not going to say authentic, but she's probably not really our cup of tea. I don't really watch her videos, but I know she's there. You know, I don't think she watches mine either. So
no, she's never reached out to, I don't think, anyone sort of over here. I don't think, has she?
I think her case. I think she had the only time, I think she had an accident, didn't she? And I sent her a comment, and she replied to me. You know, I said, oh, because she had a bit of an accident, didn't she? Was it last year?
Right.
Yeah. So, but she's one of them people like that always responds, and that's to be commended, and it's good that.
Yeah. When you start going down the kind of the audiophile route, though, I find it a bit. Well, I don't think it's for me. I guess it's for a lot of people that we're not really. I'm not here to listen to what sounds the best. I'm just here to listen to the music, whether that be on vinyl or CD.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be the best, most expensive quality piece of vinyl, because what's the point of having that when you've just got a mediocre record player anyway? Yeah. So you know what I mean. Unless you have that luxury kind of home with that equipment in it, you know, and that furniture and that, you know, it's not going to be for everybody. It's not going to be for the average person.
I'm trying to get. I've got channels here now. I'm going to say who's past the sell-by date. Right, who's that? Harris Pilton, is he past his sell-by date?
No, I don't think so. I think he's one of those channels that's always going to be there, you know, coming in.
He's like a piece of shit on your shoe, isn't he? You can't shake him off.
I didn't say that. I think he's coming. He likes to come in and out of the VC a bit, doesn't he? I mean, when he done that live stream, was it last week? You know, talking about being a VC leader. Well, like you're 7 months late, my friend. You know that video has been. That ship was well sailed, and you sort of talk about it as if it was a brand new video I created. And I know he's sort of having fun. He's taking the piss a bit, and
I think he was being a bit ironic, weren't he? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I'm whatever, dude. You know, I'm just whatever floats your boat. But I mean, he never made a comment on the video. He doesn't sort of make himself known to me whatsoever.
I think he was more of a dig at David Atkinson. That
I'm not sure. I think
it was. Yeah.
It seems a bit.
I've got like Midgey's Vinyl Gem. He's like he's just started his channel, isn't he? So he's like a new kid on the block, innit? So we've got new kids on the block. So they're like little kids running around in a sweet shop. You've got Midgey's Vinyl Gems. You've got Jack's The Vinyl Voyage, and you've got Gordon I Dig Vinyl. So them three all kind of started the channel around. I think Jack's been here maybe a bit longer, but they're kind of quite newest channels, aren't they? They've got a lot of enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Jax did the quiz, which was pretty successful. Did that for 2 series, and he's done that. And he's starting another series, isn't he, where he's interviewing people.
Jack's doing quite well, though, wouldn't he?
Yeah. And Gordon's doing like the vinyl whistle. So he's trying to get into the live stream. Talking about football as well. So
did you go after that, Rob? Did you? Because you've always kind of wanted a live stream where it was kind of football based and a bit gossip based. Did you ever mention to him about doing that?
Yeah, I think we had a conversation because we have had conversation. The problem with that idea now is I think Gordon wants to do it on a Friday night, and I'm not really available on Friday nights. It's a bit of an awkward.
He's reached a bit of a crossroads, hasn't he, with these records? Similar to myself, that he's got no space for any more stuff. He's kind of.
Yeah, well, I get fucking annoyed about people going on about that on video, so we'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we said we weren't going to bring up channels, did we not?
but it's just good fun, isn't it? It's people who it's just fun. I mean, I'm trying to think. See, Richard McCook. I think Richard McCook was. I think he more or less said, didn't he? I think he said about 12 months ago that he was running out of kind of ideas and running out of steam a little bit. But I think he's had. I think he's had a fresh kind of impetus. I think so. But the advice I mean, I'm not someone to give advice, but I think if you start a channel, I think you should not try and do too much.
He did a lot. He got a hell of a lot, didn't he, years ago?
Yeah, and I think when COVID happened, he was off with COVID. So I've not done my top 100 albums. There's loads of things I want to do that I've not done. And I think maybe because of COVID, it made people speed up the channel, what they were doing, because I think Richard was at home for quite a long time. I think he's admitted he was doing like a video every day. I mean, that was great for me because I could watch him, because Richard's one of them channels that, even though I'm not 100% fan on his musical taste, I just like Richard, so I just watch him. So he's someone who I think was struggling a bit, but he's kind of got a second wind, hasn't he?
You got a question here from Harris Pilton. He says, "Can you ask Rob if he's doing his shorts to pad out his stats in an attempt to monetize?"
Fucking hell, yeah. That's honestly, my fucking stats are unbelievable now.
I mean, if you know Rob, then you know he has no interest in monetization, so you shouldn't know.
You know what? I cannot monetize because I earn so much money. I can't monetize because it's just I get taxed to fucking death. I've looked into it. It'd be crazy.
Really?
Yeah. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I wouldn't want to be now. That's a bit of a joke, by the way. I'm only joking. But I've looked into if I monetized, I'm putting shorts out. They don't get a lot of. They get the views, but you don't get the watch hours, do you? On a short.
Richard says
they're only a minute long.
Richard says your daily single shorts have been a great project, and I'll talk about shorts in a minute because you have mentioned about shorts in the past, Rob, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
we'll get to it.
Yeah. So when it comes to monetization, I noticed I was doing something and I had one of my videos on, and an advert came on in the middle of it, and I'm thinking, I'm not. So if you're not monetized, you're not in control of YouTube putting videos, adverts on in the middle of your videos. So that's quite frustrating and annoying. So I looked into, I started the process, of monetization. But when I looked into it, I thought, I'm going to have to speak to where I work and nobody really where I work even knows I've got a YouTube channel. So I wouldn't want to be getting involved in, the tax aspects in it. Because you would there's a tax implication, isn't there?
There is. Yeah, there is.
So I think when it comes to things like that, when I eventually retire, I'll be monetized because I won't be earning any money then. But I'm not going to be. I won't be retiring for about 7 years, I think. So, in answer to Harris's question, no, that's not why I'm doing the shorts. But I'm enjoying doing that. It's good fun to do.
It's different to what you've done before, isn't it?
So when it comes to that, I think so. I've always been a bit against shorts when it comes to people just putting a CD. They pick a CD out from the shelf and then they play music for 40 seconds or whatever. I've always thought that's a bit. You do that, it's pointless. Whereas,
a bit like a whack-a-mole, as Mazzy would say.
Hang on a minute. I've got somebody here, so he's here.
Oh, yeah.
He's always here. There's Curtis, yeah. Right, okay. He's all right now.
You got Gordon saying hello. He says, I miss you Friday night, Rob. See you this Friday, hopefully. Simon Coys.
Yeah, the problem I've got is that I'm in love at the moment and I can't commit to Friday nights. Even though I do think Gordon is one of the best looking men in the VC.
That's quite flattering.
Yeah. He is a good-looking guy, isn't he? But I can't, even though he's very good-looking, I can't. He's not really in the league of.
If I'm available Friday, then I might jump on, much to David's annoyance.
Yeah. I'm trying to. So with shorts. So I thought if I do a short and it's just showing singles, that's like I'm literally. I did a video where I showed for singles randomly and it got about 800 views. Whereas I can put a short out and it'll get maybe 1,000 views and it keeps people coming to your channel every day. So even if you only do 1 or 2 videos a week or even 1 a week, people are coming to your channel all the time because they're just watching that 1 minute. So I like the idea of doing it. I'm enjoying doing it as well.
It's easy, isn't it? It's easy to do.
And people leave comments, and I've had a few subscribers from it.
I think the 1 a week is the minimal thing you can do, isn't it? Really, just to keep people kind of coming back and interact with the channel.
Yeah.
I mean, I find 1 video a week, taxing enough.
Yeah.
But different circumstances for myself, of course.
I'm just going through. I'm going through people's channels there, saying whether they've gone over the shelf life.
You got Stevie Vinyl Cupboard here saying, "Say what you like about Rob, but it's pretty decent shorts channel."
It's not as good as Stevie's, though, is it? Fucking hell, about 4 million on 1 shot.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
It's has Stevie reached his end of shelf life, you reckon?
Yeah, probably. When was the last? He doesn't do that many videos, does he, Stevie?
No, I think when you got such a huge video like that, you can't really. It's difficult to do something like that again, isn't it? To live up to that kind of same.
Honestly, let me get his channel up here now, Stevie.
It can't be done very easily.
Right. So he's got 17,000 subscribers, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's got 17,000 subscribers and nobody knows who the fuck he is. So no, but look, he's just put a video out. It's got 28 views in 3 hours. So that's a channel that's on its last legs, isn't it?
Well, I think it's a mixed bag, isn't it, with Stevie?
No. Well, the thing with Stevie, you talk about people who are good at editing. He gets spoken about, done it in folklore. his video for Tomato is just like one of my favorite ever videos.
Great video.
You know, that was different class, weren't it?
Probably one of the best ever videos, I think, ever.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So, you know, no one's ever going to say that about one of my videos, but he has done a completely memorable video like that. So
he has, yeah.
And he's done funny ones. He's funny with Stevie. I'm just looking here now. He did that video. I was Toya's boyfriend. He was at a record fair and he got chatting to somebody who used to go out with Toya. But that video's got 700 views. You know, it's a bit different.
I see Toya does these little videos in songs and what have you with that Robert
Fripp in it.
Yeah. I mean they're crap, but
yeah.
You know.
So I'm looking at Stevie here now. So he got 1.6 million views on that one short.
Yeah, it's incredible.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, incredible.
So,
but he's very associated to the Who community, isn't he? He's got a lot of Who fans on there, you know, who are in support of his channel. Which
I mean, I'm a big Who fan. I'm a big Quadrophenia fan. So you know.
Yeah, but he's uploaded content of the Who, hasn't he? So he's going to get a lot of audience from that support.
Yeah.
Toya's jugs are fantastic.
Ian Curtis voted for Margaret Thatcher, is that right?
Apparently so, yeah.
Well, that's all right.
Apparently so. New video out today.
I've just seen that.
6. I haven't seen it.
It's taking the world by storm, isn't it? 28 views in 3 hours.
It's a slow burner.
It definitely is a slow burner, that.
I can't talk. I barely make 100 views now, so.
Yeah.
So he signed a couple of. Sorry?
How many questions have you got to ask?
Loads.
You've only asked about 2, haven't you?
I have, yeah. Well, you probably answered a few others in other things. Okay. We said in past conversations that the vinyl community is changing. How would you describe the changes over the recent years?
It needs to change because it needs new people in it. Because if it don't have new people in it, it just dies. It just dies, doesn't it? So that's why, like I mentioned about Midge, Gordon, and Jack. So you've got 3 people there who are like relatively new.
Every year seems to be like a new wave of people just come into the fold, doesn't it? You know,
but who's the new people? Who are the new people from America? Who are they? I don't know.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
In the comments, people tell us who are the new people in America to get excited about, because
if you know, let us know in the comments.
You need new people, and if you haven't got new people, then you are relying on your boring people like Mazzy.
New, isn't she? She's what, a year or 2 into it, isn't she? That Jen who comes across.
Jen. Well, Richard as well, and then there's a guy called Clash City Rocker. What is he called? What's his name? But he doesn't get many views on his videos, but I really like him. Ask people in the comments to say who are the sort of favourite channels that are only a couple of years old. Because I think it's really important. But I mean, we said Spectrum, he's reasonably new, isn't he, as well?
Yeah, but he's UK based, isn't he? We're talking about American channels, though, right?
Yeah, America that's new.
There's got to have been some which is just are there that we either can't think of.
Richard's saying there the algorithm doesn't seem to push new channels out. Yeah, and that's why I like to, if I find someone, I'll put a post up, to try and
You've always promoted new channels, haven't you, Rob? You're like the only sort of person I think who actually goes out of their way to do that.
Yeah, I don't know why people don't do it though, because if you can have a post on your channel, you can just do it. There was another guy, wasn't there? I discovered. Let me find him. He's not far from me. Oh, thingy as well. Christian the Vinyl Sanctuary. He's quite a new channel as well. So he's one of the kind of new kid on the block, if you like, as well. So, like I say, in the UK, we've probably had 5 or 6 quite newish channels. Even Gav's only a couple of years, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Yeah.
Gav's only a couple of years. Oh, this guy is what's he called?
Good, all right. Gav, he's what about the other Geordie? Is it Black Vinyl Spins? I think it's called, isn't it?
Oh, Harvey, the spinning the black circle. He's been doing it for quite a while though, Harvey.
Has he?
Yeah. He took a little bit of a break, but this is that newest channel, that DC's Vinyl Odyssey. This guy.
Hang on. All right.
If anyone's not subscribed to him, go and sub to that guy. He's only got 43 subscribers.
American or
British? No, he's near me.
Right.
He's in. I think he's in Cheshire or somewhere like that. So
potential meetup then.
Well, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, he's someone who's and there's these guys called 4 Tracks Good, who they do kind of more of a journalistic. They go to a lot of record shops in Manchester. He's like that. Any vinyl, Stevie Street. You know him, don't you?
Can't say I do.
So
Stevie Street.
Yeah, Stevie Street. So he's got 1.75. That's his channel.
Right. Okay.
Let me find him. He's here.
There's so many channels. It's a sea of channels, isn't it?
This guy here, Stevie Street. Him.
Can't say I know him.
So he goes around to record shops in the Manchester area as well. I met him. I saw him. He was in Manchester and I saw him. So he goes around to record shops in the Greater Manchester area and does videos. He's a pretty good channel as well. So he's someone I recommend. But he's not really vinyl community, really, him. He's not someone
who's that guy who talks about 90s bands like all the time? I think he doesn't. I'm sure he collects vinyl. I think it's mostly CDs he buys. But he's got a good channel, but it doesn't seem to be recognised that well in the VC.
Oh, I don't know.
I can't think of his name.
Has anyone put in any recommended channels in the comments?
You got Richard who says, I really like Grumpy Vinyl Collector. He shows fantastic albums, very new channel, nice guy. So, yeah.
Chris Mann, though, he's pretty well. He's quite new, isn't he, Chris?
No, we're doing it from COVID. He's a COVID channel.
Oh, is he one of them?
Yeah.
What have you answered your own question? What do you think? What I said about keeping new people coming in, is that what you think?
Yeah, I think it's important. Yeah, I think we could all do more to help promote new people. I think we're all a bit guilty, really, of not really doing enough to promote new people. I think the whole YouTube is self-indulgent, you know, and people do tend to think about themselves and their own interests. You just, you know, not saying that people are bad or anything. I just think it's just the natural how people are. You know, I don't think it can be helped necessarily. Oh, I'm trying to think of that other bloody channel now. 1 sec. See if we can find it.
Seems to be getting a few comments coming in, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
What's next?
It seems to be I'm asking all the questions here. Have you got any questions for me, Rob?
What have I put here?
I mean, I don't mind. You know.
What do you think of people who sell merchandise?
Well, yeah. Again, it's. I get it if you're like doing it for a living, you know, and you kind of want to expand your brand by doing the merchandise. But when you're a small channel doing it, I think you're wasting your time. You know, I think it's an overindulgence. I think when you're a small channel doing merchandise, I just don't think it's a good fit personally.
It's quite funny, isn't it? When it's absurd when you think about it, isn't it? You know, like if you go to a gig and you buy a T-shirt of a band, you know, a band that you've spent, you know, people like buying T-shirts, don't they, at concerts? I always used to like buying a T-shirt, and the thought of someone buying a T-shirt. I suppose if you can think, I know Mazzy had that. Is it the music stupid? It's quite a fun kind of thing to put on a T-shirt. You can get away with it. What else is that? What he puts on his T-shirt? It's the music stupid. I think it is, isn't it?
It kind of works with the slogans and things, but I mean, like for some channels who are literally wearing their own gear, I don't. We won't name names, but I don't think it you know, you're the one who's investing into it, not anyone else. It's a bit stupid, isn't it? But for someone like Mazzy, it works because he's a big channel, you know. For someone who isn't,
I think
it's a bit daft.
A little bit, isn't it?
A little bit.
I can't imagine. I think Mazzy's the only one. I don't know if does Melinda do anything like that? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I
mean, Vinyl Richie doesn't do anything like that, does he?
No.
See, Vinyl Richie could get away if Vinyl Richie sold merch.
It would sell, I reckon.
I think it'd sell, and I think you'd potentially. He's someone who could sell merch, but I don't know whether he's ever done it.
I know he's worn a few custom made shirts and things. Either he created it or somebody else has created it. But I don't think he sells mugs or anything like that. Or
no,
he's not that invested in it. You know.
No,
you might have seen the odd thing, one thing here and there, but you know,
I've always felt it's a little bit of a stretch. You know, because I mean, I'm not sure what the quality of what you're selling, and then the cost of getting however many made, and then the shipping costs, and you know, it seems a lot of effort for not much reward, really.
Before you can get anything out of it, haven't you? You really, you know. You know, you're going to be spending your monetization if you're monetized. You know, I don't think you're going to get it. You're not going to get that back. I don't think. You know, you're not going to see it, are you? You're not going to see the difference it's going to make, are you?
No. That's one thing I wrote down. I also put, have you got any regrets about any videos you've ever done?
Yeah, I have, I suppose. there's some things I've said and that, and I kind of look back and think, did I really say that? Oh, God. But but then again, I think, well, you can't take this stuff too seriously, and when you do these things and say these things and make these videos, it's just a tiny little moment in your life, isn't it? An emotion or a mood you're going through. It's really a diary, isn't it? It's like a documented diary of
it's a bit
how you are for like one particular moment of the week, and I think just best to leave it alone, not necessarily have to delete certain things, just leave it on there. Forget about it and move on. What about yourself?
Well, I've got fucking quite a few, really. When I say regrets, I think it's like you say. I think people probably like the fact that they think you're honest, you give an honest opinion. So if you're someone who's quite off the cuff and honest, you're gonna say things that you're gonna get wrong.
It can work for you and it can work against you at the same time.
Definitely, yeah. So obviously that one of the times would be obviously when I came on after Edwin and give Edwin a bit of grief. But I don't really I don't know whether I regret that. I don't think I've ever watched it back, to be honest. I got some messages, like when I woke up the next day. I think John, the 6-inch pianist, sent me a text saying, "You can't say things like that." And then the next day, I think Edwin made a video, didn't he? Like really giving me a lot of grief. And that video that he gave me a lot of grief was more viewed than the Vinyl Tag video. He did take it down eventually, but that had crazy views on it. And then I had to read all the comments. I had to read all the comments underneath it saying what a fucking prick I am. So that wasn't very nice,
No. I still read stuff like that about me, so
Yeah. So that, and then I made a video when I had to go at Mazzy for selling his. I think I phrased it, selling your dead friends' records. So I probably could have phrased that a little bit better. But then Mazzy sent me a load of his dead friends' records, and it cost him about $100 to send them to me. So I think I must have said a few things to mend that kind of. He still mentions it now, though, that it were quite hurtful what I said. But
I do think about the helmet videos I've done in the past. I'm looking back and thinking, oh my God, what am I doing? But then, I think back, well, it was such fun making those videos, just sort of having fun and not taking it seriously, So, it's a bit of a mixed bag, I suppose.
One of my things is, though, that I've got things that I don't like in the vinyl community, and one of the things I don't like is people selling records, and I still don't like it now when people say, "Oh, blah blah blah." But
I made a video on that, didn't I, about 6 months ago?
I don't like it because I know what happens, because I know people come into the vinyl community because they see it as an opportunity to just make money. Yeah. And I don't like that. I'm like a purist, really.
I am. This is why I reacted the way I have regarding the tag and the selling of the records, because, like, I think there should be a sincerity to this community.
Yeah.
And when you start selling things, and I think you take that away. You become a salesperson, and I don't think does you any good in the long run. I mean, like people call me out that I'm wrong about this, and people have their own opinions.
Yeah,
and that's fine. You know, I don't argue. You know, with some of these people who say, well, people can come in and do what they want. You know, by all means. But my personal view is, I wouldn't do that, and I am in a position where I could sell stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
But I don't want to do it here. Not on this platform. I don't want to show that part of me.
No.
You know, I'd rather do it in private, like on an online auction or like a record fair, away from this. I have thought about maybe I might show maybe a snippet if I was to do a fair, but I won't. I wouldn't have thought I'd like sell something on a video or a live stream or make a huge production out of it, you know.
I think when I had to go at Mazzy though, that was one of the reasons, because he was holding, his friend had passed away, and him and his friend bought the collection, and they kept some, and then they sold it, and they sold some of it online, and he sold some of the other stuff online, and I just didn't like the idea of doing that. And like you say, you can turn around and say, oh, it's none of your business, you can do, but it's like I say, I have this kind of emotional attachment to the vinyl community, which is like that it's not about that. Like when it comes to monetization and stuff, that wasn't even a thing really when I started my channel. That's sort of grown over the last sort of 4 to 5 years really. But my kind of emotional attachment is just when I started watching certain videos by like James Griffiths and Ross Goodall and John the 16th pianist, I just wanted to get involved. Steve Carlson, I just wanted to get involved in that community. I wasn't even thinking of selling merchandise or earning any money through monetization. That wasn't, and I just don't like that aspect to it. And I don't think I ever will really. But like I say, when I come to retirement age and I monetize my channel, you know, are you being like a hypocrite? But when someone's working full time and they feel like they want to make some money out of I get asked, like my daughter knows I've got a channel, and her boyfriend was saying, "Oh, are you making any money at it yet?" And I'm like, "No," and he's like, "Why?" And I'm just like, I don't want to do that while I'm working. It's too much of a hassle, and that's one of the worst things about YouTube really for me, is that kind of advert monetization kind of scramble. I just don't like that aspect to it.
We get a few positive comments about the helmet character I come up with, and which is really nice what people are saying. But quite honestly, realistically, helmet is not appreciated in the VC no more than a lot of the stuff I create. Like talk about right-wing politics, you know, being critical of the vinyl tag. It seems virtually all the kind of things I kind of go into aren't appreciated. There's a certain level of hate for a lot of these projects I'm involved in.
Yeah.
And, you know, as funny as it is doing that kind of content, it's not welcomed here. There's only a small audience that appreciates it. And there are people that are offended and are too sensitive to regarding that stuff. So, you know, I do have to be kind of a bit careful, you know. But I'd like to revisit it and do some more. But what that entail, I have no idea. You know, it's a sort of thing I perhaps could do if I was retired. You know, if I had like amples of time, I could sort of revisit it. But for the moment, I'm not quite so sure where to go with it.
Yeah.
You know. That's it's difficult to sort of balance alter ego characters. It's not really a vinyl community thing, is it?
Not really.
No. Anyway, I've got a question here, Rob. So let's go into a bit of football. Is football more interesting to talk about than music?
I think so, yeah. I think it's easier to talk about football, isn't it? But it's not. We're in the vinyl community, aren't we? So the majority of people who are watching this video now, the reason that they're subscribed to your channel or watch my channel is because of the music content. So you've got to be aware of that. If you advertise something that's going to have football chat, I can talk a lot. I can talk about football a lot easier than I can talk about music. I love football. I don't know what do I love more, football or music? Which one could you?
Yeah.
Which one could you live without? That's tough, isn't it?
It is. Tough. I think football is a good icebreaker, isn't it, for conversation?
Yeah. If you don't know, if you go on holiday and you see someone in a football shirt, then I could talk about any team in.
Yeah, exactly. You can talk about football with football fans, people who support football, but when it comes to music, it's a bit more tricky because you kind of hoping that they like the stuff you like. Where if you don't like their taste in music, then the conversation becomes difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're on your holidays, so I'm going on holiday when am I going? A couple of months. About 6 weeks. I'm going on holiday. So if I walk around the pool in a football shirt, someone's going to say something, even if it's an England shirt or. But then again, if I walk around with an Arcade Fire t-shirt on, someone might say something about Arcade Fire, but you're more chance of someone saying something, because I'll do it. If someone's walking around in a Notts Forest shirt on holiday, then I'm going to go and talk about how the Beatles in the Littlewoods Cup final in 1990, aren't I? So, because I've done that in the past. So if someone's got a United shirt on Liverpool, I used to like going when I used to go on holiday with my family, and we used to sometimes be away, when the World Cup was on.
Yeah.
And watching the games in the hotel, I've watched a few England games when Batty missed that penalty against Argentina, and there's been other games I've watched on holiday. And like you say, you soon make friends. I remember I went to Ibiza when England played in '88 and we lost to the Dutch, and I made some really good friends that night. And I spent a lot of the holiday with them, watching, the European Championships in '88. So if you're a football fan, it opens. If someone's not a football fan, it can be hard work, can't it?
Yeah, it can. Yeah, I agree. But I've noticed more and more channels are now talking about football. You got Gav who's talking about the fancy Premier League, and you got the final whistle.
Yeah,
talking about football and music. It seems to be a bit of a thing at the moment where people are talking more football than vinyl, or both of them really. But it seems to be a part of the conversation now than it perhaps was maybe a year or two ago.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a nice, because we've got quite a nice mix of people in the UK who are, like I say, relatively new, and they've got an interest in football. So, I mean, the fantasy football, it's just started. So, I was quite glad that Szoboszlai scored that penalty because he's in my team. And Gvardiol scored a last-minute goal, and he's in my team.
You won it last year, didn't you?
I won it, yeah. But this year I haven't got Haaland in my team, and I haven't got Bruno Fernandes. So how long I'm going to be able to keep that up, I'm not sure. But I've still got Cole Palmer playing tomorrow and João Pedro. So we'll see how they do. But the thing is, the only trouble with football is people in America, they don't have that same interest. So as soon as you start talking about football, you're going to lose them a little bit. Whereas if you're talking about the vinyl community, everybody's interested in what people think about the vinyl community. The more interested in what you think about other channels and what you think about the vinyl community than showing records.
They are.
I'm telling you, because
it's more interesting than anything, isn't it?
Yeah, because nobody does it. Everyone's frightened of talking about anyone else's channel because they don't want to offend anyone. They don't want to upset anyone. And that's one good thing about live streams. It can be a plus and a negative. If you're doing a video, you're not really going to talk about, no one's going to ask you a random question. Whereas if you're on a live stream, someone can throw you a question and you've got to answer it honestly, and you might upset people.
On your feet, you got to come up with it there and then, haven't you? You know, there's
exactly, yeah.
You know, as a video, you can cut and edit it, but this is like a real life.
There's some people who never appear on live streams, do they? Or if they do appear on a live stream, they want a script before they go on. So you don't ask me about this and don't ask me about that. You know.
But, yeah, exactly. There's certain rules and do's and don'ts for some live streams, isn't there? You know.
You know, whereas we'll talk about which channel should give it a break.
Well, we're more kind of open and honest people, aren't we? Me and you. So Harris Pilton says Oldham beat Southampton on the way to the Littlewoods Cup final, 2-2 draw at the Dell was epic. I think me and Rob were at the game.
I was at that game, and we scored in like the 98th minute or something. Scott McGarvey. Was it Scott McGarvey who scored, or was it Andy Ritchie? But I was in there with all the Oldham fans. It was absolutely crazy. And we got a draw, and then we beat Southampton 2-0 at our place. And then, obviously, we were in the semi-final then and beat West Ham 6-0 in the first leg. Lost the second leg 3-0 and got to Wembley and lost 1-0 to Forest. But, yeah, I mean, it must be tough for... Don't call him Harris. He's called Dave, innit? It must be tough for Dave because Southampton should be in the Premier League, really.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. I forget how local Dave is to me. Yeah, I keep forgetting he's from Southampton. It's only down the road.
Yeah, he's not far from you, is he?
Might bump into him one day. Who knows?
Yeah. He's not. I mean, Harris, Dave. He doesn't. His channel, he just tends to just drift in and out and do videos just to kind of keep his foot in the door. He's not someone who's prolific, but when he does a video, it's always well viewed, isn't it?
It's well viewed. Yeah, I've got to say that. Yeah.
It's what you want.
Yeah, so he does well for his channel.
I think if he showed that if he wanted to grow his channel, he could easily do that if he did a video every week. But I don't know. I think he's one of those where he's got a big fan base, but then has he got other people coming in from outside? I don't know whether these videos are watched by his subscribers or. I mean, my videos, it's always 60% not subscribed, 40% subscribed. I don't know if that's common with everybody, but that seems to be my channel.
John Martin says, I'm too nice to be diplomatic, though I could slag off a few channels, but do you make it personal or purely based on musical tastes? A bit of both, I guess.
Who's saying that?
Martin, the vinyl scavenger.
Oh, right, yeah.
Martin's too nice, isn't he? He's too nice and he's too quiet to cause anyone upset.
Martin's really, Martin's. I wish I could. I don't know if Martin's coming up to Leeds. There's a meet up in Leeds, isn't there? So
it's on the 11th, isn't it?
It's the second Saturday in September. Yeah. But because I'm not able to get down to Bristol because I'm going on holiday. But yeah, Martin's a bit of an outlier, isn't he? Because he's close to kind of like Milton Keynes, isn't he, around that area? So it's just a bit too far to. Really, we should do a VC meetup in Birmingham, really, because that's the central location, isn't it, really? But I mean, who wants to go to Birmingham these days? You know, I won't feel safe there.
Well, this is it. When was that then, Dave? We used to work in Bogler's sorting office. Let us know in the comments. We might have crossed paths. Richard says that's similar to my channel too, Rob. So
yeah, is that Richard McCook? Yeah.
No, Richard Taphouse.
Ah, right. Yeah, with the 40%. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't change that. It's strange, isn't it?
What position did you play when you play football then, Rob?
I played every position.
Did you?
Probably when I was younger, I played on the right wing.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Well, my middle name is Wright. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. No.
Yeah.
No.
So anyone who says I'm a right winger, I literally was a right winger, and my middle name is Wright, but it's with a W.
Right.
So that's my middle name. If you follow me, I think on Facebook, I think I'm Rob Wright Walker. So because I've just woke up my dormant Facebook account because I weren't doing anything on it. I'm still not really doing anything on it. I think I put a Subutio team on there or a box of Subutio, and it got a few comments. But I've sent out a few friend requests, on Facebook.
Yeah,
I think I'm Rob Wright Walker on there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But I think I was better as a centre half.
Yeah.
When I got a bit older, I played at centre half.
Yeah, I played all over the place.
But I scored 5 goals in one game. I played up front, scored 5 in one game once.
You went on trials, didn't you, for somebody, didn't you?
Yeah, I had trials. I went to Port Vale and I got an injury. And then it's funny because what's Greg's channel called? Greg I forgot his name of his channel.
Greg.
Is it I Love Vinyl or something like that? Or is it the Vinyl? I forgot his channel name. But he's a York City fan. So, and then I was going to go to Blackpool and I didn't go, and someone took my place and nearly got a place there. I was talking about that on.
You were, yeah. You picked up an injury, didn't you? And you couldn't quite.
No, I went to. No, I couldn't. I didn't go, and someone else went who's better than me. Well, he was the striker, and he went to Blackpool. And when he came back, he said they nearly give me a contract.
Really?
And when he got there, they were saying we thought you was a right back, and he was playing up front. So, but it was before the days of like the internet. I mean, these days, I said on Gordon's when we did the live stream. These days, there's so many academies, and you get picked up and put in an academy when you're like 8 or 9 now, don't you?
Yeah, I think you have to be when you're young, don't you? You've got to be doing it at a young age to have any chance of making the big time.
And when I was saying that story, the next day I thought I was wrong because I said it was 1980, but it wasn't. It was 1981 because I was mentioning. So I mentioned a girl, her dad, and I weren't going out with her in 1980, so it must have been 1981. So I must have been nearly 17.
That's before I was born, Rob.
I know, 1981 it was.
Are they?
Yeah. So, But yeah, so I was decent, but I wasn't. I don't know. I didn't think I was that good.
Who do you think is going to win the league this league this year?
Yeah, I think it's over already.
I think so. I can't see anyone competing with Arsenal. Can you?
No.
No.
And they strengthened the midfield. They strengthened the defence. They brought Konza in. They brought Bruno Guimaraes in. They might be bringing Alvarez in from who used to be at City, who's at Atletico. I think they still need another striker, and they've brought that someone on the left. They brought in is he Greek?
Not sure.
Richard's there, he'll tell you.
But talk about an easy bloody first game though at home to bloody Coventry. I mean, bloody Arsenal was bloody lucky, aren't they? I've never known a team that's been so.
But they always say that. They always say that. They say it about City. They always say, "Oh, they get lucky draws." And I mean, they've got Aston Villa next week, haven't they?
Well, that'll be a bit more of a challenge for them, won't it?
Yeah, but Aston Villa were 4-0 down against Brighton after half an hour.
Bloody hell.
They got beat 4-0, so it's a good time to play Aston Villa, isn't it?
Mm.
So,
I think it is over already. I think there's too many teams in transaction at the moment, isn't there?
Transition,
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I watched Liverpool. They got a new manager. I watched City. They got a new manager. I don't think United are up to it. Chelsea have got a new manager. Arsenal have got the stability. They got the squad.
Be interesting to see how Carrick gets on in the Champions League.
Well, it'll be, I think they overachieved last year a little bit. So
yeah, but they didn't have any European football, did they? So I think that.
I think they'll find it. I think they'll find it more difficult this season.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Losing against Hull wasn't a great start, was it?
No, but they have a history of losing their first games, don't they? In recent history.
Yeah.
But then ended up being quite good later on. So who is your second and third favourite football team beside Oldham and maybe the Manchester teams?
Is this from the gallery or?
No, this is from me. This is what I got written down.
All right. So I like West Brom.
West Brom. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's just because I was on holiday in 2000 I think it was 2009, and everyone in the hotel seemed to be a West Brom fan. So we made friends with this couple, and we ended up. He worked for the railways, and ended up like I went to West Brom against Leicester, West Brom against Newcastle. I think I went to another game. He came up here and watched the game. So everyone in the hotel seemed to be a West Brom fan. So I've got a soft spot for West Brom. I have done since then anyway.
So it'll be Oldham Athletic #1, Manchester.
No, Mosley's my second team. That's where I live. So Mosley.
All right. Okay. All right.
Mosley's got a team. So I go watching Mosley sometimes. They played at Wembley in 1980 in the FA Vars or something. They lost against Dagenham.
Right.
So, and then City's would be like my third team.
Okay.
And then West Brom.
West Brom. Okay. All right.
Yeah, but when I was a kid, I used to support Arsenal. When I was young.
Really? Yeah. I was going to ask you about that. I've noticed over the years that for some reason, many Manchester United supporters prefer Tottenham over other London teams. Might just be me, just something I've picked up on. But who would be your favourite London team, if you could pick one? Would it be Arsenal, being that you supported?
I only liked them because that was the first cup final I watched. Arsenal against Liverpool in 1971, and Charlie George scored. So I kind of supported Arsenal for a couple of years. And they played in the final the year after and got beat by Leeds 1-0. So I followed Arsenal a little bit. I like the kit. I just like the kit, and I like Charlie George.
Yeah.
But now, London teams probably would be West Ham, I think.
West Ham, yeah. I kind of like West Ham, even though I'm a Spurs fan.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But interestingly, they we're their rivals, but they absolutely hate Spurs fans.
Yeah, West Ham, they hate everyone though, don't they? West Ham.
They do.
Seems a bit like that in London. The teams they do hate, I think you hate each other more than. I think it's a bit different for me because I'm an Oldham fan. I don't hate anybody really. I'm not a big. I don't like Man United, but I don't even hate them because a lot of my friends are United fans. So
yeah.
I think saying that I hate them, I just
a lot of like Manchester people live in Manchester have like season tickets to both City and United, don't they? It's weird.
I don't think they do now. It's too expensive. I don't think people do that. They used to do that maybe a little bit. Liverpool maybe used to do that, but these days it's so expensive. I don't think many people can afford to do that.
No, maybe not now, but like in the past,
Yeah.
But it's like me having a season ticket to Tottenham and Arsenal. It's it's unthinkable.
No, you wouldn't do that. I used to, like when I was a kid, I used to go and watch City. I said I went to City United every other week, but it was like 70p to go or 65 pence. I could do it as a kid. Whereas these days, what's the cheapest ticket to go and watch Premier League? Is it 25 quid even for like a junior? I don't know.
Favorite American team, Richard asks. I'm always surprised how many Brits say Denver Broncos.
I haven't got any. I don't even know any of the teams. I'm not interested in any American sport at all.
No, I worked with a guy recently who was interested in it, and the appeal just doesn't bother me.
I don't understand honestly. I don't understand the rules of baseball. I don't understand American football. I don't even understand like basketball. I don't have any interest in American sport. I like cricket and football. I like a bit of golf. A bit of horse racing. Them are my sports really.
Yeah, that was sorry, just talking to Dave. That was before I was around working for the Royal Mail. So yeah, but I'm familiar with the William Hardwick. I didn't know that though. Actually, didn't know you're involved with the post office. Yeah. Where was I? Have you got any questions, Rob? I got loads here I can ask you, but
Yeah, you fire away.
All right. Okay. Okie dokie. So going back into sort of the realms of YouTube, then you mentioned about doing a live stream for yourself. Think you were toying with the idea. If you were to host your own live stream, how would you go about it, and who would you likely have on? What would be your perfect program for your live stream?
I think the only real reason that I don't live stream is so I haven't got a computer.
Yeah.
So I'd have to invest in a computer, which I could easily do. I could go out tomorrow and buy a computer, couldn't I? Really?
You could. Yeah, you could.
So that's not really a reason not to do it. Obviously, if you've not been on StreamYard before or done a live stream, then you've got to do your first live stream when you haven't got a clue what you're doing.
Well, you can do like live streams which are hidden from the public, like private live streams.
Right, okay, I didn't know that.
Have like a friend to join you,
right?
And like teach you the ropes of what to do, how to like make you big and small, and bring up
right,
sentences and things.
Right.
So you can sort of, you can work up to it,
Right. Yeah. So it's something I would like to get into, but I'm not sure how I'd want to frame it really, because I just want it to be me.
Yeah.
I don't really want. Sounds a bit like arrogant or a bit. I think I'd rather do one-on-one. Maybe I don't really like the idea of. I'm not a massive fan of like more than two people.
Yeah,
I
think
like this.
Yeah, I think one-on-one is good. It's you can be yourself and you can share the experience with someone else without being bombarded with all sorts of characters chirping in the conversation, which I find, is often I find it sometimes on live streams when you've got other people, it can be difficult to get your voice heard sometimes. You got to kind of creep it in at certain times in the conversation. It's a bit awkward.
Yeah. Also you've got to give everybody a fair crack of the whip.
You do, yeah, you do.
And some people aren't very good at this, but they'll get invited. They'll get invited on. So out of courtesy and politeness, you have to let people have a little bit of airtime, and the flow of the program is affected by the guests that you have on. So I wouldn't want to do a live stream with, like celebrity. I mean, if you like Celebrity Squares, where and this isn't a criticism of other people who do live streams and there's 5 or 6 people on. If that's how they want to do it, it's their live stream. But you're asking me how I'd want to do mine. So I think it'd be me or me and somebody else. I don't know. I don't know whether I quite like the idea of doing it with somebody else and making it so that that's a regular thing.
No.
And then you can build up. You can build an audience up, and you can build up some sort of banter and familiarity. Whereas if you're having different guests all the time, every show is different, but that doesn't mean every show is good.
No.
So
you've got to keep it interesting and appealing to people, haven't you?
Because people are. I mean, some people have got nothing better to do, which is fair enough, and some people like just listening to gossip, don't they? And they're interested in people's opinions, and that's what live streams are. Really, it's a bit of gossip and a bit of opinion.
Would you say perhaps 90% of the VC members stay clear of live streams? Something like that. Maybe 80% of people are probably even terrified of the idea of a live stream.
They might watch them though, but appearing on one, like I say, a lot people don't want to upset anyone, do they? People want to be popular and be liked by everybody. But you need some people who are going to put their head above the parapet, or else it does become a bit samey, doesn't it?
You do, yeah. You can't keep trying to please everybody, because you want to be yourself on this platform, don't you? And to keep pleasing people and telling people what they want to hear and being nice to everybody, you aren't going to be yourself, because you ain't going to get your kind of some of your opinions or some of your thoughts out there ever. You're just going to be this kind of this person who's shy of becoming yourself. I think So I think you have to break a few omelets to break a few eggs to make an omelette, don't you? Sometimes.
Some people just don't want to go in that environment, and that's fair enough, isn't it? Because the live stream is it's part of the vinyl community, but it's just a I don't know what percentage. Is it a large part of the vinyl community, or is?
I would have thought so. Yeah, I would have thought so. But that don't participate going on them. They might watch them.
Yeah.
But I would say that the majority don't actually go on them.
No, but who is the who you'd like to who's got a channel who you think, oh, I want to see them on a live stream? Who would you like to see?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about it like that.
Well, I'm asking you.
I got Spectrum Stream to come onto my live stream.
Yeah, he did come on, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's something he could perhaps do. I think he did well, being that it was his first stream. It is not easy when it's your first go at it. It's a bit nerve-wracking. And I think maybe he was a little bit nervous. Not that it was completely obvious, but I just got the impression that he might have been.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's probably him and maybe one or two others that I think could do well doing live streams. But
I think it's is it that Michael Clash City Rocker? He's a channel that I like in America. I think he's called Michael, isn't he? Is he called Michael?
I think so.
Yeah, he's someone who's got like a musical background. I think he was a promoter, and I think he musician as well. So, but you've always got that issue, haven't you, a little bit with people in America, because of like the time zone. Because the Jazz Bums, are they still doing a weekly live stream?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Because they used to do one on a Friday evening, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
I assume they were still going, but I don't know now.
Patrick used to do one, didn't he? Or does he still do one as well?
He still does them. I think he still does them.
I've been on with Patrick a couple of times, quite a while ago. But like I say, when live streams first started, it was quite a big thing. Whereas now it's become a bit of the norm, hasn't it? But I still think there's room for better live streams than what they are. I think a lot of them, there's too many people on the panel, and everyone's trying to put their opinion in. And it's like I said, when you go on Rachel's, it's difficult when you're fighting against the Waxed and you're fighting against Mazzy, because they tend to be the ones who get the voice, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah. So you got a comment from here. It says, I think political live stream with Rob and Mike Vinyl Spiral would be a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's saying that?
Star Power.
Yeah, I mean, it's the guilt of the left, isn't it? That the left are feel so guilty about anybody who's impoverished, aren't they? Because they're in such a lucky position. Well, it's one of the funny things that's going to happen. The Labour Party are talking about spreading the migrants around the country. I'd love to see some migrants living next to some of these affluent lefties and see how they go on, because they can come and live in Oldham and see what Oldham's like,
Yeah, I just go to think, like, what if you got sons and daughters and something happens to them? Your opinion is going to completely change, isn't it? And regarding the to how the lefts are, they seem so against hate that they're hateful, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean that conversation may be for another video, but another live stream. But
Sure.
we've had the government giving out leaflets, haven't we?
We have
to tell the our new arrivals that it's wrong to rape women and it's wrong to abuse children. I mean, someone of my age has been a victim of rape, haven't they? Been raped by somebody. 62-year-old. And then I've seen people from the left say, oh, we should be giving these leaflets out to all men because men in the UK rape women. But the men in the UK that rape women, they know that it's wrong to rape women. They know it's wrong, but for whatever reason, they're in domestic violence and things like that. We know that. But these people who are coming in don't actually know that it's wrong. They think it's okay. So that's the government. The government are admitting that people coming into our country don't know that it's wrong to rape women.
Yeah, exactly.
So to me, that's a bit of a red flag. But they'll still defend it. They'll still defend it.
Yeah. And what about the indigenous people that live here, though? But we're okay just to accept this, are we? That you just invite these people in, and that's okay.
And what a lot of the left say, and it's like they're using the same terms and the same arguments that people used to come up with in the 1980s. The arguments they're coming up with now, they're saying, oh, they don't like brown people and things like that. They're talking as though it's 1980. It's 2026. You need to open your eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
But they say that we've been radicalized, but we've not been radicalized. We've been woken up after spending 25 to 30 years watching the BBC. Then the BBC putting out with their sort of esteemed newsreaders like Hugh Edwards, people like that, and we've had to put up, because that was the only media that we had, really, wasn't it? And they come up with this, that you've been kind of radicalized by you're watching GB News and things like that. I mean, GB News is the most popular news channel in the UK, isn't it? But I tend to watch and listen to Times Radio and the Daily Telegraph, what they're saying. So I've been kind of radicalized by Times Radio,
Right. I've been watching a few independent channels on YouTube that are very good. I think it's the women that are suffering the most. I mean, fancy not being able to go change some clothes in a changing room in a shop, or go to the toilets, or to sit at a bus shelter, without being hounded by these people. It must be horrible. You can't think of how bad it can be for some of these women who daily have to go through this stuff, on trains and buses, and
I know, but the vast majority of sort of, if you're sort of a student and a female in the UK at university, it's probably an 80 to 85% chance that you are a left winger. You've been sort of, and education in the UK. I mean, we've only had the recent events, haven't we, at Cambridge, and the way that they were virtual signalling about Jason Arday, and he was kind of used to push. He was a black professor, but he was kind of a box ticking exercise for Cambridge University. And sadly, the guy took his life. But now the left is saying that he was hounded to his death by the right. It's amazing the narratives that the left can spin. It's crazy. But I mean, I can easily talk about it, and if anyone wants to, I feel as though I was kind of radicalized to the left. So I was pretty left wing, even up to a couple of years ago. I classed myself as radicalized to the left, and that's okay. If I'm radicalized to the
left though, not extreme left.
Yeah, I was a pretty hard left winger, but to someone like Mike, that'd be okay because I'm on the left. But if you're on the right and you have strong opinions, you're dangerous. But people on the right don't tend to blow people up at Manchester Arena. and
No.
blow buses up in London. They're not people on the right. So, I think we need to be very, very careful.
Yeah, I agree. All right.
So I can quite easily get on my high horse about that.
Of course, yeah. Some say politics are part of music, but should politics be kept out of the VC altogether? I say there's a place for everything. What's your opinion?
Well, I think the vinyl community is probably a conservative, as we use the term conservative, is probably 75% left wing, I would say.
Yeah.
Or would be sort of sympathetic to the left, I would say. But politics is a big part of life. It's a big part of music. But most musicians are left wing.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason for that, because most musicians are unemployed and live on benefits and lived in squats in the 1970s. So they're not going to be right wingers. And the description of someone who's right wing now compared to someone who's right wing in 1970s, it's completely different. I mean, they might turn around and say, no, you're a right winger in 1970, the same as a right winger in 2026. But I think we're living in a different world now. I think all over Europe we can see the dangers that are happening. And again, people will turn around and say, oh, you're frightened of brown people. The brown people are the reason for what's going wrong in Britain. And I don't want to go down that avenue, but I think music and politics have always been linked.
I think so. Yeah.
But most musicians are layabouts, and they haven't got any. A lot of them, not all of them, haven't got any qualifications. If they weren't a musician, Paul Weller weren't a musician. He'd be working on a building site as a labourer.
It's a very bohemian lifestyle, isn't it? Like when you're starting out in a band.
Paul Weller's dad was a builder. And when he was like 16, 17, he helped him on a building site. And John, his dad, he said he was fucking useless. If he weren't in a band, he'd just be a labourer.
Labourer, yeah.
He'd be living in a council house, and and he'd probably be a supporter of reform, But Paul Weller's, he does his concerts, and he's got his Palestine flag lying on the drums. When he's playing a gig. But I'd love to know his opinion on Palestine and on Hamas, because he could probably write on a pinhead what he knows about it. But he's just part of that left wing sort of bandwagon that musicians like to join. I mean, Paul Weller did come out in 79 and said he was going to vote Conservative. He's quite famous for saying that. But the idea of anyone around that period, it used to be a bit of a standing joke in the 80s, because it was very, very difficult to find any musician who would be a supporter of the Conservatives. It was very difficult to even find any entertainer. There was some, but some entertainers were supporters of Conservatives, but everyone was right on with the Labour Party. Even when the Labour Party were losing elections, there was plenty of musicians who were left wing. I mean, I went to the Red Wedge tour in what would be about 87, and Paul Weller and the Communards and Billy Bragg and Heaven 17 and people like that. Nearly everybody's left wing.
Yeah, I would say so. There's the majority of left wing than there is.
But they're not. Try running a business and try employing people and being left wing. There are exceptions, but most people who are entrepreneurs and run business and employ people, they're not left wingers, because they've got to do the hard yards. Most of them, not all of them, are right wing, because they're wealth creators. left wingers generally aren't wealth creators.
No, it's true. I was going to say, I heard that Burnham was going to set up camp in Manchester. Do you think this is going to do anything for the city of Manchester and its people?
What is
Burnham regarding setting up camp in Manchester?
Oh, right, okay, yeah. I mean, we're going to talk about Andy Burnham for a minute.
Just briefly.
Yeah, I mean, Andy Burnham is. I've said on other live streams, Andy Burnham's quite a clever operator. He's a politician for the time, 2026. You know, he's visible on social media, and he's quick to go on there and give his ideas and spread his opinion and spread the love, etc. But he's doing all the easy things at the moment. You know, when you've got to start looking at the welfare bill, find money for defence, find money for hospitals and education and all these things. You know, he's soon gonna realise money don't grow on trees, and you can make all these promises, but when you've got a welfare bill that's out of control, then you just can't keep making promises to spend money on everything else. So,
do you know how much Britain is in debt?
Yeah,
3 trillion. I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, our debt is absolutely crazy. The debt the country's in, and it's scary, really. But when it comes to the BBC, they're not really talking about it. They're more interested in frivolous things. But sooner or later, we're at a bit of a cliff edge, really, when it comes to benefits that are totally out of control. And I think the first thing, there should be a complete freeze on all benefits. So our benefit bill is about £330 billion a year. So even with inflation rises for the next 12 months, that's going to spiral probably to another 30 billion. That's just soon going to get to 400 billion. So we pay more in interest on our debt than what we spend on defence, the police. That's just on debt. That's just on debt interest.
It's crazy.
You know, so it's crazy. So it's. I think he's going to have a reality check, Andy Burnham, because he's got a load of Labour backbenchers who don't want to see any benefit cuts because they're completely economically illiterate. They're just interested in keeping their seats. But you know, we've got 3 more years of a Labour government, so. But they can't just keep giving money away like they are doing, because who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it all?
Well, there's only the taxpayer can only do so much, can't they?
Probably nobody's watching now after all that economic talk.
I expect there is. I expect there's a. So when it comes to the election, then who are you likely to go for? Reform or Restore? Who would you likely be voting for?
Well, you haven't given me any other options. Is that just they're not going to vote for the Conservatives or Labour or any Greens?
Whoever you want, whoever you're thinking about. I'm assuming you're going to either choose one of these two.
Yeah. Well, when I think of like politics in the UK, I think we've got extremes on the right and extremes on the left. So I class the Greens as extreme on the left, and I'd class Restore extreme on the right. So I wouldn't be voting, obviously, for either of those parties, because I don't think we can go from the sort of society we've got now to the policies that Restore want to. I just think there would literally be a civil war. Can you imagine trying to deport hundreds of thousands of people from the country? I just don't think we could do that. So I think
they both want to do that, don't they? Both of them.
No, I think reform would be a bit more controlled. But even reform, I think it's a struggle. to do, because I think we've gone so far that if you tried to do that, you'd need a hell of a police force and a hell of an army to make it happen. And I don't think the appetite in the UK for that is there. There is, I think
they're
there's
already
about
discussing it, though, Rob. They're already discussing the ways that they're going to go about it. It seems to be a plan in place for it to happen.
Who's this by?
Reform.
All right, yeah. So Reform have got plans in place, and so I would vote for Reform. I would be voting for Reform.
I've been with Reform for a little while now, and my head's starting to turn to Restore. To be honest with you, I think Rupert Lowe is just a bit more sharper and a bit more on it than Nigel Farage, and I've been very impressed with Rupert Lowe, actually, quite honestly.
Yeah. Well, so personally, putting sort of a political, and I'm not saying experienced political head. I'm in my 60s. I'm someone who's followed politics forever. You know, I can name people who were in the cabinet in the late 70s. I'm not someone who's not got any interest in politics. So,
no,
you know, I'm speaking at it to someone who's followed politics for 45 years or even longer.
The country's gotten such a critical stage now that people who wouldn't vote before are now interested in it and want to vote, aren't they? I mean, I'm the same. I had no interest in it before, but things have gotten so out of hand, I feel, that we all need to sort of start voting, because there's a massive gap of non-voters not voting, which they're banking on.
Yeah, I think like I say, I think Restore is too far for me, so I wouldn't vote for them.
Maybe.
You see, the UK, I think the majority of people in the UK are sort of conservatives with a social sort of conservatives, but only with a small c. So, and I think the way the BBC and the media has been over the years, we've always sort of thought we've got a conservative. We're always told like the press was conservative, like with the Daily Mail and Daily Express, the Telegraph. The only papers that we kind of thought of as being left-wing-ish would be the Daily Mirror and the Guardian. So, but I just don't think that the written press is important now. And I think kind of social media's taken over to some degree. I think most people don't buy newspapers anymore.
No.
So I think the influence of the press has moved on to YouTube and various other platforms.
People aren't watching TV anymore, are they?
No. So I do feel that, but I think the problem with Reform is that I just don't think they're organised enough, and I don't think they've got enough people, smart people that, you know, it's difficult. It is expensive to run a political party. I know that Nigel Farage coming to, you know, people are talking about he's had donations for this and he's kept it. But have you any idea how much it costs to run a political party that wants to govern the country? I mean, Labour Party have received over 130
money was given to him to protect himself, protect his family.
No, but even so, I think the Conservative Party over 5 years have received 100 million in donations, and the Labour Party have received 100 million plus about 40 million from trade unions. It's incredibly expensive to run a political party. But the one thing I fear about Reform is they haven't got it's so difficult to sort of get enough MPs who'd be fit for purpose in a way. Whereas like the Conservatives have got branches and Conservative clubs. And I think the answer to some degree, even though a lot of people would say it would never happen, would be some kind of coalition between Reform and the Conservatives. But whether that had happened, because it's hard to imagine the Conservatives were in for so long and they let immigration get so out of control over that period. They're kind of responsible for it.
Tony Blair's Labour before them, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Tony Blair gets a lot of stick for it as well. But the Conservatives were in power with the Liberals, weren't they, for 14 years, and over that period,
I think they just swept it under the carpet, didn't they?
Yeah, they were Conservatives, but they weren't acting like Conservatives. They were Conservatives with like such a moral compass that really they're more like the Labour Party than the Conservative Party. I think they're trying.
Labour isn't Labour, is it? Labour isn't Labour.
Why? What's Labour then? Do you think?
They're too liberal. They're too. I just don't. They're supposed to be for the working man, Labour, aren't they? That's why they're called Labour. They're supposed to be.
No, but
they're anything but.
Yeah, but what's the definition of a working man in 2026? What is a working man? Most working men are on a pretty good salary these days, aren't they? So, they're heading towards being in a different sort of tax bracket. If you've got a decent job in the NHS, are you a working man? I don't know. What's a working man in 2020? Back in the 70s and the 80s, a working man, people would say they were working down the pit, or they're working in steelworks, or they're working in heavy industry. But a lot of the heavy industry is gone now. So are the working man working in call centres and working at Tesco? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's just a generalisation of working people, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I would have thought so. Yeah, people who were just working in general.
Well, I think most people who are classed as like working class now, a lot of them have sort of gone towards sort of reform, haven't they? And the people who are voting for the Labour Party tend to be sort of people who have been to university and a bit more educated, and maybe look down a little bit on working people. They're not interested in working people.
No, they're not. They're not. I think
working people tend to be voting to the right, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, it's that definition of what a working class person is, and it's like I said in my recent video. The Labour Party is the most right-wing party when it comes to who they are. So, when are we going to see even a female leader of the Labour Party? Or when are we going to see a black leader of the Labour Party?
Yeah.
Because we've got a black female leader of the Conservative Party. We've had an Asian leader. We've had 4 women lead the Conservative Party. And you look in the cabinet for the Labour Party, try and find someone who didn't go to Cambridge or go to Oxford or go to one of the high-end universities.
Well, they're all uni.
That's who the Labour Party are.
Yeah,
they really are the establishment. Really,
they are. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're uni graduates who don't know the world like we do.
When I used to be a big Labour Party supporter, I mean, I'm sure you can find some now, but I remember sort of people like Eric Heffer. You won't know who Eric Heffer is.
No.
And Dennis Skinner, when he was a Labour Party, he was a real personality. And Alan Johnson and like David Blunkett and people like that. You felt like they had come from sort of the shop floor, if you like. I mean, when I was 26, I was like a shop steward where I worked. And then when my dad came working where I worked for a couple of years, he took redundancy and came working where I worked. And my relationship with my dad changed when he saw that I was holding meetings as like a shop steward. And that's where people who were in the Labour Party in the 70s and the 80s, a lot of them came from that background. They've been shop stewards and worked in engineering and worked in the post office, and then worked their way up and joined local branches of the Labour Party and then became sort of MPs. But I think that's totally changed now when it comes to the Labour Party. It feels pretty elitist.
Yeah, it does. Very elitist. And I agree with Star Power here. He said it all started to go wrong with Blair got into power. I tend to agree massively. Just seemed to be that way. And for regards to my work as well, the Royal Mail.
Yeah.
With how Labour has basically made it a company rather than a service over the years. Are you fatigued at all, Rob? You want to keep going?
I'm all right. I thought my phone might die, but it's not gone on 20% yet, so I'm okay for a while. If you are,
yeah, I'm good for a while. So we'll wrap up the whole political scene now, shall we? And sort of go a bit more vinyl community, shall we?
Yeah, go. I think we've covered the politics all right there, haven't we?
Yeah. I don't know if you got any questions. I've certainly got a few more questions here. If you're stuck.
We'll go VC. Get a VC out of the way.
Okay, a simple question then. What or who would you like to see more of in the vinyl community?
Who would I want to see more of?
Who or what? So it could be a person or something happened to the vinyls community which you'd like to see more of.
Yeah, I mean, so the vinyl community, I think there's some people within it who are so sort of self-righteous in a way. You know, they think they're better than other people, you know, because they've got this kind of elitist attitude that the music that they like is so much more refined than what other people like.
There's certain snobbery within the community, isn't there? Of you know, like you said, an elitism.
Well, yeah, and I think there's certain people that you know, they feel like their channel is justified because they might like some Ethiopian music, or they're really into sort of African music, and they're into French music and things like that, and they sort of stick the nose up at people who might like the Lightning Seeds or Embrace, or Shed 7. You know, their music taste doesn't count for as much as, because they're always kind of looking for experimental music and always want to be challenged and stuff like that. You know, that's fair enough, but don't come out with that sort of shit thinking you're better than other people, because there's not worse than people talking like that. Because I know there's people out there who, I mean, it's like Richard McCook. Richard McCook likes David Bowie and he likes ABBA. And he likes Bucks Fizz and he likes Mark Bolan. And I don't give a shit what he likes, but I like Richard McCook. So I'm going to watch Richard McCook and enjoy his videos.
But Richard McCook is rooted with what he likes, isn't he? You know, might not agree necessarily what he likes, but he knows what he likes. You know, he like with you, Rob. You have those certain bands like the Jam, the Police, and others, which are kind of like your favourites, which you talk about. As these other channels, which you've also talked about, just seem to be going on a continuous journey of exploration and don't have those kind of roots they can go back to. It's always a case of going on to something else, onto something else, onto something else.
I think, no, I mean, to be fair, I think there is a place for that. You know, I mean, I love the Jam and I love the Police and I love a lot of those bands. But there's a hell of a lot of bands that I buy records by that I don't see anybody in the vinyl community buying. But I don't go on about it, and I don't think I'm better than other people because I like Palace and I like the Dreaming Spires and I like certain other bands that nobody else shows. I don't think I'm superior to them.
That Normal is a brilliant album, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it's great.
No one talks about it. It's just like there's only a few select people who probably mentioned it.
Yeah,
but what an album that is!
I know, it's great.
But you got Norman Maslov who's talking about Dungeon Lane. I mentioned that album towards him in the chat. He's clueless to it.
Yeah.
He's too busy buying Dungeon Lane or something like that, which is,
No, but I think when it comes to Mazzy, I think Mazzy is somebody he does listen to a fair bit of sort of new music.
He does.
But the majority of his new music is sort of new music by established artists. So
yeah, but it's very Beatle kind of attachment to.
It can be, but he has got. I think one thing for Mazzy, I'll say, is he does. He's not in his comfort zone all the time, and I don't want to. I'm not criticising people who try experimental music. I just don't like people who try experimental music, but then look down on other people who don't, and they look down their noses and sneer at people who like the Beatles or like the Rolling Stones because they like Fela Kuti or they like some obscure French singer. That's all right. That's great. But just don't look down on other people.
You think there's some of that going on then? A bit of
there is some of that going
staring
on.
down the nose at people.
Some people are like that, but the majority of people aren't. The majority of people in the vinyl community just want to have fun, meet like-minded people, and just enjoy the community. That's what most people are like. But there are some people who kind of just think they're better than everybody else. But those people aren't watched by many people, really, because they haven't got a big audience. So I think they don't like that either, that they haven't got a big audience. So
I don't need to be picking on Mazzy, by the way. When I brought Mazzy's name up, I was just using that as an example. So I mean, I like Mazzy, so I'm not having a dig at him specific, but so that's just an example, anyway.
Yeah, there's quite a few people. I can't remember what his channel's called now. Andy, he used to be called Andy Ford, didn't he? I think he's changed his name, and he shows 4 or 5 new releases, even more every month, and that's great. And he comes at it with a sort of really fresh attitude and really engaging. So I can't remember what he's changed his name to, but it's Andy Ford. I think he lives down in Hampshire. I really like Andy's channel.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see, what was your question? I don't think we actually answered your question, did I?
Go for it again. Who or what would you like to see more of in the VC?
Yeah, so I'd like to see less of this sort of attitude of like certain people like looking down on people. Just let people enjoy what they like. And you find people that you love, don't you? You love certain channels. You just love them.
Yeah.
You look forward to when they. So like I really love like Gatefold 33 Dale. He doesn't quite do as many videos as he used to do. So I miss him. I probably miss Richard a little bit, even though he tends to put a video out every Saturday. But I'd like it if he did an extra video in the week. But
Richard,
Richard,
funny, recent 500 albums or something, didn't he? Which series?
No, he's 100. His top 100 he did. Yeah. So who else is there in the UK? It's like James Griffiths. I enjoy James's channel. So James is someone who tries to mix it up. He does things that I don't do. So I've never really done an album review or anything like that.
No. You were thinking about doing a top 100, weren't you?
I'd like to do it. I'd like to do it. But I always think, is anyone that interested? I have this kind of, where is anyone really that interested in?
I'd say people would be interested in it.
Yeah. So I've held off doing that for a long time, but I think once you've had a channel for 7-8 years, you've got an audience where you could put that out and maybe there'd be enough people interested. I'd like to do that. I'd like to do like my favorite albums that no one's ever heard, things like that, where you can. Because I buy a lot of albums, I never show them, So, and it's sometimes I don't show them because I think, well, what am I going to say about this, So I end up buying records and and not even showing them on my channel.
I can remember that video you done. It was around about 2023, and you had like so many albums from 2023. It was unreal.
Yeah,
yeah. Maybe at least 40 albums you brought.
No, it wasn't that many. It was in the 20s. It was about 20. It might have been about 26, I think.
Did you continue that for every year, or have you slowed down a bit since then?
So I think it was 2023. I might have bought about 26, and then the year after, I bought about 12. And then last year, I bought about 9. And then this year, I've only bought about 5. I've got the Echo and the Bunnymen to come. I bought the Coral, Morrissey. I've got Babe Rainbow, who are an Australian psychedelic sort of dance band. I've got their record. That should be coming soon. Echo and the Bunnymen. There's somebody else I forgot about that I bought as well. But I've not bought that many this year.
No. I brought probably over 10 records, I'd say, this year.
New releases, I've not bought as many.
I rarely buy them, new releases.
I'm trying to think. I bought somebody else that I forgot. I forgot who it is. There's a couple of female artists. I want to do a video about female artists, really, because I've got quite a few that I've picked up over the last sort of year or two.
I've thought about that. I got like a stack of CDs of female artists I'd like to sort of talk about.
Yeah, but then I don't know whether I like doing a video saying, "Oh, look at these female artists," because I feel like female artists should just be shown alongside everybody else. It's not like 1940 or something. We're in 2026, so certain channels tend to show more female artists. There are some channels who show very few female artists, and there's quite a few that don't seem to show many female artists.
No, doesn't seem to be that much around the VC showing female artists. I thought about doing maybe my top 20 or top 10 favorite female artists of all time.
Yeah,
which might be a good video.
Yeah, because I bought like what's she called? See, I even forgot what she's. So I bought the Kendra. It's called Kendra Morris, I think she's called. I bought her album last year. It's called Next. Did I buy it this year or last year? She's quite a fun artist. I've got a couple of records by her, and that Gweno, who's like a Welsh singer. I bought her album. I never showed that on my channel. And there was she's sort of half Turkish and from London. Bought an album by her. So I've got quite a lot of records. Somebody else from Liverpool. Can't remember her name. So I've got quite a lot of sort of female artists who are not that well known that I've picked up. So I keep meaning to do a video on them as well. So,
but do you write down like video ideas on a piece of paper? Like, I tend to do that sometimes.
Yeah, so I have on my phone. I kind of, when something comes into my head, I put it on my on my notes on my phone.
That's what I do.
Well, I've got honestly so many crazy. When I was doing the vinyl tag, I used to. So the first year I did the vinyl tag, I didn't even. No one had done the vinyl tag, so I just did the questions. I pulled records out and thought, what question can I ask? Because I had to do it in about 10 minutes. But then the following year, I spent all year just thinking about, like writing questions down. And then I had like 50 questions and I whittled them down. So that's how I kind of, when I was doing the vinyl tag, because I think when Edwin did the vinyl tag, his questions were just pretty shit questions. And they were a bit like when I did the first vinyl tag, because he just wanted to get them out. So he did like Beatles or Stones, and the questions weren't that thought through. Whereas I think if you're going to do the vinyl tag, you need to be thinking about the questions all year and refine the questions.
I agree. I mean, I might be speaking out of term here, but I get the feeling since you've passed on the vinyl tag or stopped doing the vinyl tag, it just seems to be a thing which has kind of been used for elevation rather than properly embraced and properly done. It just seems to be a bit of a pedestal.
Well, if you're doing the vinyl tag, it's quite prestigious because everyone in the vinyl community is looking at you.
Cool.
So if you're doing it, then you've got a lot of eyes on, and it's good for your channel, like for you, So when I did it, but then when I stopped doing it just because I thought I'd done it 3 years and I didn't want to be doing it all the time. So that's why I stopped doing it. In hindsight, I should have just kept doing it because it's turned into a bit of a car crash, hasn't it?
Has, yeah.
Whereas when I was doing it, it was quite settled and everyone was on board with it. But I used to get messages all year saying, nasty comments off people saying, "Why are you doing it? Why don't you let someone else do it?" So I used to get random comments like that, all through the year. So I thought, but I never got them off people who had channels. It'd just be like random accounts. I don't know who these people were.
Anonymous.
Might have been just one person who got a.
I think there is a bit of that going around where it's just one or two people imitating other people.
So it kind of knocked me a little bit, and I just thought, I kind of thought, well, I'll just go out not at the top, but I thought I was pretty successful. I'll let someone else have a go. But then the fact that I kind of made a video, and then that kind of let the genie out of the bottle, and then we know what happened since then, don't we? So
I was hoping it would kind of redeem itself this year, and I think it's improved, but obviously the timing wasn't quite there. But it seems to be that no one seems to be bothered about it anymore. I think people are, but they don't want to voice up about it. They're too kind of frightened to say.
No, well, I think so. When I was doing it, you didn't have all these other tags, like after an 80s tag and a jazz tag and a soul tag, you didn't have any of that. Whereas now, you put the vinyl tag out, and then within like a week, you've got all these other tags that come out. So that kind of is a little bit of a distraction, a little bit as well. But I'm not the vinyl police. Well, the vinyl policeman, he's got a good channel, hasn't he, Mike? But,
yeah. I think you can't stop other people creating their own tags. I mean, that should be, people should just let that happen. If people want to do their own thing, then so be it. It's very hard to say this is the official vinyl tag. You all got to follow this because not everyone's going to.
No, it can get a bit confusing for people who are kind of new as well. If someone's, I know when Mazzy got involved and said, "Oh, this is official," and he was saying it sort of tongue in cheek, but that's okay if you're in if you're in the joke. But if you're not in the joke and you're just someone who's a bit naive, because not everyone's in the loop, are they? People then think, "Oh, Mazzy, he's a big channel. He says it's official," so that gets a bit of momentum then. So someone like Mazzy, he likes to downplay his kind of the hierarchy, but I think sometimes he acts a bit dumb when he knows what he's doing, So
I agree.
But I don't know whether we'll ever get back to that. I think the vinyl tag was at its best when it was Andrew Tales from the Crate were doing it, because he was doing it sort of unchallenged. Everyone was waiting. It was brilliant.
He was doing it, wasn't he?
Yeah. Anyone like Richard will tell you, we were waiting. We couldn't wait. And then when he didn't do it, it was like, what we're going to do? And I text Richard and said, if I do a tag, will you do it? And he said, yeah. So that's if you'd have said no, I wouldn't have done it. So Richard was like someone who was like encouraging, and then I put it out, and then Stunty put one out as well. So it was like mine against Stunty's, but stunties was stunties. It was a bit too elaborate. So some people did stunties, but most people sort of did the one I did, even though it was a bit crap. But people got behind it as well because I think they knew who I was, and they just got on board with it.
Do you think you'd ever come back to doing the vinyl tag, or are you completely done with it?
I can't see a world where I could sort of do it really. It's like I say, I kind of regret letting go of it because I think if I'd have kept doing it, it would have. But then, like I say, I just felt as though I was monopolizing it, and I didn't think it was right that I just carried on doing it. So
yeah,
I just left it, and it sort of ended up a bit of a mess, really. So I don't know how we get it back, really, because there's quite a lot of egos involved and people wanting to, because my ego was involved. If you're doing the vinyl tag, it's good for your ego because people are like commenting, enjoying it.
It is, and people will go where the egos are, aren't they?
Yeah, and it was good for my channel, and it was, I met people, but I always like to promote. So if someone did the tag, I'd put them on my channel and repost it and do things like that. So I think people saw that I was promoting them as well. So that helps. And the next year they're going to get on board because they think, oh, he promoted me, and so it's like it's a self-perpetuating momentum. But when I stopped doing it, then you get somebody else wanting to jump in, and it got a bit messy, really, didn't it? But I didn't help the situation. But I was a bit pissed off with what Mazzy had said, really. So I should have known better, really, and stayed out of it. It was your fault because you had a live stream, and I was coming back from the pub.
Yeah. Okay, you can blame me if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, hopefully. Well, I don't know if it'll ever be the same. I don't. No. Probably not, because I think you're always going to have people who are going to try and outbeat someone else, and the way to do that is get yours out there before they do.
Probably. I mean, Dave did it last year. It was relatively I don't think anybody went against it. But the thing with Dave is Dave will do. So say Dave does it next year, or this year, should I say? But there'll come to a point where he's got to stop doing it. He can't just keep doing it. Like me, I did it for 3 years and I stopped. So there'll come a time where he'll think, oh, I need to pass it on. But people said to me that I should pass it on, but I can't pass it on to anyone. I couldn't say, oh, I'm going to let Simon do it this year, because people will be like, well, why is he saying him? It'd be good if we could sort of pass it around the globe, if you like, and say, someone in Canada do it, and then next year someone in America, and then Australia, and do it like that. But the thing about the vinyl community, everyone likes to say, oh, we don't have any rules. So we don't have any rules. So we haven't got anyone to sort of tell someone what to do. Because if you start telling people what to do, people just go again and say, oh, there's no rules. So you end up with a bit of anarchy, really, and that's a shame because
But I mean, if people can hold out to the 1st of Jan, then it'll be open to everybody. It gives it more of a kind of a contest.
But if you
go to the ones they want to go to, won't they? They will support the channel. They champion them.
I think it's all right doing it on the 1st of January with just one person doing it and everyone's waiting. But if it's 1st of January and 6 people do it, you're just going to end up with carnage. It's just not going to work, that. So
well, it's carnage anyway, isn't it? It's
well, it didn't used to be carnage, did it, boy? Yeah, it's I'm glad I'm not. I'm not doing it anymore. But looking at it from outside, it's difficult to know how it can kind of get back to how it used to be. And like I say, Dave did quite a good job last year, because I don't think
he did.
I don't think anyone else was against it. But like I say, Dave, surely he's not going to do it forever. So at some point, he'll want to let someone else have a go. But then Dave's not really in a position to say, oh, I think I'll let Gavax Man Spin do it next year, because then other people will be like, why is he doing it? So it's difficult, isn't it?
It is difficult. Yeah, it is. Yeah. You do have to kind of nominate yourself if you want to do it, don't you?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, really.
Mm. Would you say there's any expectations to those who carry the torch of the vinyl tag? Should they go on not to necessarily lead, but to try and inspire the VC with ideas and threads?
So, but all I can say is, like, personally, when I was doing it, I felt like responsible to watch people who've done it. So that's a massive undertaking when 300 and odd people are doing it.
Yeah.
So that it more or less took all January. You was just watching vinyl tag videos all the time.
Yeah, it's a scene vinyl tag, isn't it?
Yeah, so that was difficult. And then, like I say, I think if you're doing the vinyl tag, you should do that. You should comment. It's a big undertaking. And then I use my channel. So if someone did the vinyl tag, I post on my channel. If it was someone I didn't know, I'd put it on my post it on my channel. And then that's a way of giving it more promotion. So I feel as though you should do that. But that's sort of just something that I did. I don't know whether that's something Dave did. But it's a big undertaking. You do the vinyl tag, and if you just think, oh, I'm doing the vinyl tag and then I'm just going to carry on with my normal life, then I don't think that's part of it. I think it's your baby, isn't it? You've got to.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, you've got to, and I enjoyed doing it, but like I say, it's a big undertaking, and I certainly won't be able to, if I was doing it now and wanting, doing that. But I think also you need to be someone who's visible to the vinyl community throughout the year. So I think if you do the vinyl tag, you should be someone who goes round and watches a lot of channels. So everyone in the vinyl community should sort of know who you are. So
I don't think people can quite fathom what a big commitment it is once you're the one doing it and answering all the responses.
Yeah,
and all the comments. It's massive, isn't it? It's a hell of a lot to do.
Yeah, I kind of felt as though it was like a 12-month responsibility. So throughout the year, I'd watch a lot of people's videos because I wanted to, not because I felt as though if I was doing a vinyl tag, I had to be visible. So there was channels who knew, and I'd watch their videos and comment. I wouldn't say, oh, by the way, I do the vinyl tag, but I think, well, when I do the vinyl tag, they'll think, oh, that's that guy who commented on my video in October. Do you know what I mean? So I kind of felt as though that was part of it in a way. So I do think that's, I don't think you should just like leave it on the vine and think, oh, I do the vinyl tag and just do that. And then for the rest of the year, you don't embrace the VC. But the VC, it's quite fragmented in a lot of ways now. So it's a bit different than what it was even when I was doing it. It feels a little
very clicky, isn't it? It's very clicky now, I find.
I don't know whether I don't know whether it's clicky. I just think there's a lot of people in it, and it's hard to keep keep abreast of it because there's so many people that are in it. So how much time can I spend? Even like now, I don't have the time to watch as many videos as I used to do. So I'm busier in other aspects of my life that I'm not able to watch VC videos as much.
No,
so I've got to be a little bit more selective, and that's just a reality of my life at the moment.
You can't absorb all the channels and all the videos. It's just too much. I think, especially if you're working as well.
Yeah, So my time's precious, and but if your channel's growing and successful, you get a lot of views from people who aren't in the vinyl community. The vinyl community is only a small proportion of the people who are watching your videos. Your videos are watched by people who enjoy YouTube. So then they're people who enjoy the vinyl community, but they might not have a channel. So if you've got a channel, I think if you're watching more than, I mean, people in the comments can say, how many channels do you actually watch? You might be subscribed to 1,000 channels, But how many vinyl community channels can you actually say you actually watch? Most people probably watch less than 10.
A handful of channels, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can
So
seriously
you subscribe. But like I say, when you're doing the vinyl tag, I felt a bit more responsibility to sort of keep.
Yeah, I think you have to up your game a bit more, don't you?
I think so, yeah. I think so. But I always, I mean, I like to watch as many channels, and I try and watch as many channels as I can. But, you know, my time's a little bit restricted at the moment. So, you know, I try and watch, and I try and leave comments as well.
Final Richie says, I nominate myself to do the vinyl tag, and I won't feel any responsibility at all. I hope you do. I hope you do, Murray.
Yeah, I think Vinyl Richie could do it.
You're a good fit, I think.
He would be a good fit.
Hmm.
Well, like I say, I kind of felt I took it too seriously, really, but I felt as though I wanted to do a good job of it. You know what I mean? So that's how I did it. That's how I did it.
I think under your little reign, I think it's probably one of the best times of the vinyl community, and the fella before you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think Andrew was really good. I still don't know exactly why he stopped doing it, because if he was still doing it now, I think we'd be have the status quo where he would have been the guy doing it, and no one would have batted an eyelid.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah. So, but now it's like a free for all, isn't it? It's difficult.
It is. Yeah, it is. But I mean, how long can you honestly keep doing it? 2 years, 3 years max?
I think so, yeah. And then it's time for a change. But some people will say, "Oh, it's only the vinyl tag." But it brings a lot of people when you've been around, like, you know, Vinyl Richie is a dinosaur, isn't he? And Mazzy, you know, these dinosaur channels. But you've got to think of new people who want to get involved, and that's one of the sort of windows to get involved. And if they see something that's quite organised, they're more likely to get involved. Whereas if it's a bit chaotic and they think, oh, it's a bit, you know, there's a bit of backbiting going on, they're less likely to get involved. It's okay for us people who are involved in the theatre of it and like all the dramatics. But people who aren't in the vinyl community will look at it from outside and think it's a bit of a shit show. So
yeah, and they wouldn't appreciate what it involves, all the creativity of the questions. You know, that whole kind of effort people put in.
I know, yeah.
They have no idea what it takes to put out a tag and be a part of it at all, have they? They say, "Oh, it's only a tag, you know, what the hell? Anyone can do a tag." They don't appreciate it whatsoever.
But the vinyl tag, the questions haven't got to be clever questions. You don't want too clever questions. You get criticised when you do it because some of the, oh, that's a dumb, we had that question, that's a bit dumb. But again, you're doing the vinyl tag for everybody in the VC. So you're doing it for people who've not got a channel who might want to have a go. So you have to make the questions appealing to people who are newbies.
Questions, doesn't it? Entry level for that crowd, and maybe more difficulty ones for the more seasoned veterans who are here. You know, but channels. You know, it's got to be a mix, a nice steady mix of the two, isn't it?
It does, but I think you need to concentrate on trying to drag new people in. You know, people who are 2 or 3 years old that want to keep involved. People who are like been around for 7, 8 years. You know, they're part of the furniture, so they don't need any encouragement. You want them to go away, but they just won't go away, will they? You can't bloody get rid of them.
Would you consider yourself the old guard of the VC then, Rob?
I'd have to be, wouldn't I? Because I've been here a long time in respect to a lot of people. So sort of the people who I kind of class as the old guard is Vinyl. Matthew's not old guard to me because he's a similar time to me. So similar to me is like Mazzy and Melinda and myself. So the old guard would be James Griffiths would be old guard because he's been around like 10 years. So I'm like coming up to 8 years. So which is crazy, isn't it?
It has to be about 10 years, isn't it?
Vinyl Richie's, I think he's 11 years. Mazzy's about 8 and a few months. So like the ones who were, but yeah, I mean, when you've been around, I mean, you're about 6 years, aren't you? 7 years. So.
7 years, yeah, doing this from 2019, I think. I started it shortly after you, I think, Rob.
Yeah, I started in January. So
Yeah.
I'm like Randall Weaver. Me and Randall Weaver started on the same day, I think.
I think I was a bit later in the year, maybe like August, September, I think.
Yeah. So I suppose people who are like new to it, like I suppose like Midge and Gav, and they look at me as being someone who'd been around for a long time, and I have been a relatively long time.
It seems back then it seemed a lot more tougher to get your channel up and running back then, as now it seems a little bit more easier. As channels just seem to come in the VC and straight away they quickly sort of reach 500 subs.
Oh yeah,
very quickly.
I know.
But back when we started, it was a bit of a slow burn, wasn't it?
Honestly, it took me 3 years to get about 600 subscribers. Whereas I think Gordon, I Dig Vinyl, he's got well over 500 subscribers already, and he's only been doing it. He's been doing it about a year. I think Jack's Final Voyage has been doing it less than 3 years. I think he's got more subscribers than me now. So, but obviously got a better audience than for the videos than I have. You know, I'm just like plugging away, kind of going nowhere. But
is Groovy Lisa the old guard? Would you say, Rob?
Who's asking that?
Star Power.
Groovy Lisa. I suppose she would be, but Groovy Lisa's someone I'm not. I know she's there, isn't she?
Yeah,
she's been around. She's been around longer than me, hasn't she, Groovy Lisa?
She's been around longer than most people, I'd say.
But I think she just does live streams, doesn't she? She doesn't really do videos.
I don't know. Maybe.
Who does Star Power watch? Which videos does Star Power watch?
Yeah.
Or does he just watch live streams? He seems a bit more of a live stream guy, doesn't he?
I think he is. Yeah, I think he is.
Why is he still here now? Why is he still here?
I don't know. Must be a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you got any more questions?
I do. Yeah. You were right to continue?
Yeah, I'm all right. It's just gone on 20%, but I've got another phone. I could actually come off and go on another phone if you wanted to. But anyway, carry on.
Well, we're at the 3-hour mark. We could leave it here and pick up another time if you want.
No, I'm all right for a bit, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. It feels like I'm doing an interview here.
Yeah, well, everyone wants to interview me, don't they? So
yeah, I get the privilege of it. What do you see yourself doing in the next 10 to 20 years regarding the world of YouTube?
20 years? I'd be like 80.
20 years.
And it's scary, isn't it? Because you think... so I was pretty close to just like jacking my channel in.
You have been in the past, haven't you?
Yeah, because I went from, I think, October last year to the middle of February.
I think everybody goes through a bit of that, though, don't they?
Yeah, so I went from October until the middle of February. I didn't do a video. So I was kind of deciding what I was going to do. And then I thought, I made a video and I just thought, will anyone kind of watch it? And they did. I think I went on a meetup. I went on a meetup with Gav and Harvey and Steve Whitty and John. There was a group of us went to Solihull, and they were saying, when are you going to do a video? So I think I kind of got a fresh impetus when I met them.
Yeah.
And then I've carried on. I've got a bit of new love now. I've got kind of my mojo back, so I'm enjoying it now. So I can't see myself not doing this now. I'm kind of enjoying it, but it's like I say, the watching other channels and appearing on live streams might be a bit more difficult in the future. So I don't know. I do enjoy going on live streams, though.
Yeah,
enjoy it.
It's a thing, is that you enjoy doing them, but at the same time, you don't want to commit yourself
I can't do
at the same time.
No.
You don't be held ransom by a live stream, do you? Or trapped with a live stream?
No.
You know, I think it has to be like a come and go thing, doesn't it? You were an arrangement where you can sort of drop in and drop out where you want to. There's only so many streams which will allow that, you know.
Yeah, I think we want to try and do this every month, though, haven't we? We kind of said maybe this might be something we could do every month.
Yeah, I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, a month would be good. You know, you have that separation, and then you come back within a month.
Yeah, because you know because I know that Gordon's doing his vinyl, but like I say, Gordon's doing that on a Friday. I think Fridays is a bit of a no-go.
Yeah, well, I used to do Friday, didn't I? Maybe a year or two ago.
Yeah, and and Saturday's a no-go. Sunday might be a no-go, but every now and again on a Sunday might be okay. So
yeah. I find Sunday a little bit easier personally than a Friday. That's why I swap the days. But then I was doing it weekly back then, and then I became fortnightly this year.
Yeah.
And I find that's a bit easier. You know, I find it less taxing. You know, when you're doing it every week, it becomes a bit monotonous. You know?
Oh yeah, we couldn't do this every week, could we? We don't. If you do it every month, there's like things that may have happened, and you can talk about. But I don't want to be. I don't want to be showing records. I don't want this to be about showing records. I want to talk about the VC because I don't think people talk about the VC.
That's what I want to do. I prefer to chatting about things and keep showing records because we do this in videos, don't we?
Yeah,
you know, showing records. It's a tried and tested formula, and it's nice just to break away from showing records and just talk about virtually anything we want to talk about. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we could talk about politics. We can talk about football. We can talk about the VC. There's we could talk about anything, can't we, really? But you were asking me about what we're going to... So I don't have any plans to... so I'm going to carry on doing my daily short, carry on doing that. So I'm going to be going on holiday, so I'll just shoot a load of shorts, for when I'm on holiday. That's what I'll do. So I can keep... because it only takes a minute to do one. So, and then once I've run out of singles, so I'm showing all my singles that are like picture covers, but then I might do ones that aren't picture covers and just show the actual record in the sleeve. And then I might do the same thing with my albums. It's just a way of sort of showing your collection, really. I just want to do that, really.
Yeah, it's a quick and fast way of...
Yeah, and like I say, it keeps people engaged with your channel, even if you're only doing 1 or 2 videos a week or doing 1 a week. They feel like, oh, it's him again. It's only a minute, but it just keeps you in the loop in the mind, I suppose, as well.
You've gone from one end to the other regarding the shorts, haven't you? I can remember you saying, when I decided to do YouTube. YouTube channel, I didn't cut into it to do shorts, it was strictly videos, but now you've kind of gone full circle now where you're embracing the shorts.
Yeah, well, I changed my mind. I've changed my politics. I've changed my mind on everything. So
haven't you? You got like one end to the other of many things, haven't you?
Yeah, I changed my mind. I'm not stuck in my ways. So, but as I mentioned before, I feel like the shorts that I'm doing, they're relevant to my channel. I'm showing my singles for a minute, and to me, every video is different. You never know what's going to be shown. So people keep coming back to watch them because it's not the same old thing. It's not like just pulling one CD out. To me, every video, every short is different. So that's my excuse for doing it. So, but yeah.
You bring in a new audience by doing shorts, don't you?
Yeah, has brought me a new audience. It's not really bringing me that many new subscribers. It's bringing me a few new subscribers, but it is giving me sort of new audience in a way, because people watch shorts who don't watch the long form videos. So, and I always think, well, I'm going to have 50 in a bit, and when I've got 100, if someone does click on it and then realize there's 100, you have a chance they might subscribe, because there's like a back catalogue that you're working on. So
I used to do shorts, but I haven't done
no
any shorts for a while now.
Have you got any more interesting questions from the gallery, or is it just like little tidbits?
Just little tidbits at the moment. I'm just having a look. I mean, I've got some stuff written down I can go into.
Yeah, get into that. Let me just disappear for a minute.
Sure. Let us know in the comments if you've got any questions for Rob or myself. I can answer them. It's not easy to respond to all the comments, whilst engaging in the conversations on stream. I'm trying to keep one eye on it, but it's not easy. Just flicking through now, see if I can find anything. Things with the comments, it's often the case of you're chatting amongst yourselves, so I'm reading parts of conversations, I like to watch viral channels who don't bother doing the tag. Well, I didn't bother doing the tag this year. Just wasn't feeling it. I don't know if I'm ever gonna feel it again. I'm just so deflated to what's happened in the last couple of years, and people say, "Oh, I'm overreacting," or I take it too seriously. And yeah, okay, maybe I am, but like if I'm going to do the tag, I want that inspiration there, And if I'm not feeling it, then for whatever reason I'm not feeling it, whether I'm put out over something, then I'm likely not to do a tag. I think in the last few years I've just been doing my own tags, creating up my own tag. I think I prefer that in some ways. There's a bit more creativity there. I'm not the only one, really. I know lots of people do that as well. So I think I've done maybe 2 or 3 tags in the past. I've done the official tag, I've done my own tag, and maybe somebody else's tag. Cassette tag or a CD tag. You get tied up to the tags, don't you, when you start doing them? You end up doing one, and end up doing maybe 3 vinyl tags, don't you?
Who are you talking to?
Just the people in the chat.
What were we talking about?
Just talking about the vinyl tag. Someone said I like to watch vinyl channels who don't bother doing the vinyl tag, and
I've not done it.
I didn't do the tag this year, so
yeah, I didn't. I've not done it since I stopped doing it. So I didn't do Edwin's. I was going to do it, but then I can't remember, because he did that video, and I had the video ready, to do it, but I didn't do it then.
I think since I stopped doing it, I've just created my own tags, whatever creations I came up with.
Yeah, I've not done any tags since. I'd like to do a tag. It'd be fun, wouldn't it? A Manchester tag or something like that,
I've done the Manchester tag, but
you did. Yeah.
But I mean, you gotta, if you're gonna do a tag, you need to kind of feel it. You need that bit of inspiration. If it's not there for whatever reason, then
Yeah.
I guess I probably took it to heart maybe the
Yeah.
tag, how it was done, and you know,
Yeah.
I probably
It's
didn't.
best to just, it's best to move on really, and let other people worry about it, But it's fun to talk about, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's our favourite subject, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
Football, of course.
Have you got any more? Have you got any more questions?
Yeah. So, yeah, I know you've been making shorts recently, but in the past you have mentioned that you're not a fan of shorts. Explain to me a little bit your dislike for shorts back then and how you feel about them now and how they differ to making a video.
Yeah, well, I mean, to me, it's like putting a short out. It's just like a lazy non-event. It's a lazy non-event.
Yeah, it is.
But the reason I've just I've mentioned it, that I felt as though I wanted to I said I wanted to get 1,000 videos on my channel, and when I said that, I think I had like 240 videos or something like that, because it classes as a video if you put a short.
Yeah, you get there with shorts very quickly.
So I don't know, but like I say, the reason I'm doing shorts is because I wanted to keep my channel in people's minds, but I wanted to do it in a way that the videos were interesting and not repetitive. Now, I suppose it's a little bit repetitive because it's just me showing my singles, and also I think 7-inch singles don't really get shown that much in videos. Plus, people in America like to see the picture sleeves as well. So I just thought people are interested in seeing 7-inch singles and they don't get shown that much. So, but I think as a rule, I'm not a fan of shorts really in the vinyl community. I know people do them, but I don't think I watch them. There's people who don't do them. So I don't know whether people who are watching this, did they watch my shorts or do they not bother, or did they know I was doing them?
I think there've been some comments that they said that they've seen your shorts. Yeah. I don't think you got such a strong channel, Rob. I don't think it really matters what you do. I think you'll always get viewership.
No, I don't think it's when you compare it to a lot of other channels, it's not. It's just kind of in its little bubble, isn't it? So I've got a little bubble of people who watch my videos. I think what happens with my videos is, so if I put a video out, it'll get maybe 300 people who watch it pretty quick. And then the algorithm thinks, oh, something's going on here. So then he'll catch another few hundred views, and then it gets a little bit of momentum. So it kind of takes you into maybe getting 1,000 or a little bit more than 1,000 views. So I think I have a lot to be thankful for the people who kind of support my channel and watch my videos, within the first few hours, because I think that kind of gives the video a bit of momentum. Because they always tend to want to put a video out at the same time. So I like putting a video out about 4 o'clock UK time. That's not a random time. That's during the week, I like to put a video out about 4 o'clock, because in my head, that's people getting home from work or early evening.
Viewership, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's when I put a video out. But when I put a short out, I put that out about lunchtime, because I don't start work till 4:30 anyway. So I'll do the short and I'll put it out at lunchtime, because then I think, oh, people will watch it in the lunch hour, and then they'll keep watching it in the tea time, and then in the evening, and then because it tends to be watched mostly. Well, my shorts are watched all over the world more than my videos, mainly in the UK, but shorts get spread out a little bit more. My shorts get watched more in America than my normal videos. My videos don't get watched by Americans. Americans do not watch my channel.
I don't find my videos very well. I put them out quite late at night, sometimes early in the morning. But then a lot of Americans will watch it because they'll be up around that time. So it swings around. isn't it?
Yeah, I only have about 8%, I think. 8 or 10% Americans watch my channel. Well, that's why I've not got a big channel, because that's the biggest market in America. So if you just UK, the UK's not as big a market, is it, in a way? So I'm a bit restricted, really. It's just bobbing along, really.
Well, I watch your channel. I watch your channel. Simon is making Mazzy money with this live stream. I always put the ads as the absolute minimal ads, because you know, I for years I've had no ads in my live stream. But
Why is there adverts on this live stream?
Yeah, but I always keep it at a minimal. That's always my requirement, to keep them as minimal as possible. But there's been a few people who've said they've had quite a few ads come up.
Right.
Rich is saying timing is everything to get momentum. Yeah, quite agree. Quite agree. Land of the Good Groove says, I watch Rob's long videos, but never his shorts.
Yeah, I get that.
Richard says 7-inch single sleeve art is always fantastic to see. Season 19 Records says, I'm more interested in seeing your 90s and 2000s albums, Rob.
Yeah, I've got a lot of those that I should maybe do some sort of series where because I've never even done a video, like there was a video, like a thread going around last year that was like, because it was sort of 25 years of this century kind of thing. People were showing like a record from each year of for 25 years, weren't they? Or their favorite albums of the 2000s in a way. And that's something I never got involved with, which is something I should do, because I've got a lot of records by bands that aren't familiar to a lot of people, and I should really promote them a little bit more, So
I love the 2000s. Probably my favorite decade, really, because it's like it's my era growing up in. So,
yeah, sort of that sort of mini kind of. We had a really good explosion of indie bands in like 2006, 7, 8, didn't we?
Yeah, it's progressively sort of like early 2000s, wasn't it? And I think with the Darkness and Keen and Killers and all that kind of stuff, which came out a little bit later on.
I went watching the Wombats on Friday.
Really? Yeah.
So they were on with do you remember the Circa Waves?
No, I can't say I do.
Yeah, the Circa Waves from Liverpool, and they were on with the Wombats at the Peace Hall in Halifax.
Yeah.
So I went with my daughter and her boyfriend. So I had a good night. But yeah, the Wombats were kind of around that sort of 2009, 2010 period.
The majority of that era, though, was kind of before the vinyl revival.
Yeah, it was.
That never got pressed to vinyl until perhaps more recently. Some of it has, but there's a lot that haven't.
Yeah, it's like I went to Kings of Leon. They were so good, Kings of Leon, and they're a band who are like invisible in the vinyl community.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Question: do you have a vinyl budget you stick to, or is it out of control? I don't. Well, I have a little bit of a budget. Yeah, I have a little bit of a budget, but it fluctuates from week to week, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't have a strict amount. Do you, Rob?
Not real. I mean, I probably spend. I'm buying records all the fucking time. Yeah. I mean, I went to the HMV sale and I did a video, but then I went back to the HMV sale and bought some more records from the HMV sale.
Yeah.
So I need to do a video showing what I went back. I went back and bought some more. So both of those trips were £100 trips. So that's £200 in it in about 8 days. And then I bought the Strokes album. And then so my budget is probably my budget is probably it's probably around 200 a month, I think, my budget.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if I buy a £30 record or £40 record, which is not often, then I hold off for like at least a couple of weeks. But I've noticed. I noticed. Do you have any of the Sundays in your collection, Rob? Do you like the Sundays?
Someone's put, I'd prefer to see Rob do a video in an Elton John style duck suit. Do I have any Sundays? No, I don't have any Sundays. No,
they've reissued them, and I've noticed on Amazon they've reissued all 3 albums, and they're only like £25 each, which is quite cheap, really.
Yeah, it is.
I was quite tempted to snap them up.
Yeah, I mean that their debut, isn't it? Their debut album is the one that I'm not that familiar with them really. I think
the third one is the best. Personally, I think it's more polished of the 3.
Yeah, I'm just looking here now. So yeah, they're like £25, aren't they?
Yeah, they're cheap.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's £75, isn't it, for all 3, isn't it?
Yeah. And I said I'm spending too much. So I don't think I normally spend 200. See, the thing is, you go to a record fair. If I go to a record fair, I might spend £100 at a record fair, and I probably go to a record fair every month. So that's £100, isn't it? So it's easy to spend another £100 on a couple of new releases and a few bits and pieces. So that's
easy to spend a tenner on CDs, isn't it, from charity shops?
Yeah. So it's easy to spend a couple of £100, isn't it? So over a year, that's like £2,500, isn't it, on records? That's quite a lot, isn't it?
That's a lot of money. Yeah, that is a lot of money.
But what are you spending the money on then? If you've paid your mortgage off or whatever, and you've got your car's paid for, and you're saving up for your retirement, and you're having a holiday, then if you've got a bit of disposable income, you're either going to spend it on prostitutes, drugs, alcohol, or all 3. You know what I mean? So
vinyl records is more healthier.
It's pretty boring, isn't it? If you're spending a lot of money on vinyl records, you need to look at your life and think, I need to sort it out a little bit.
Or get more prosy than your life.
Well, I'm not paying for it at the moment, so it's all right.
It's not a bad habit, is it?
No.
Collecting records.
I wanted to get into that a little bit because one of my bugbears in the VC is this kind of guilt. It's like the guilt of owning records and the guilt of not playing all the records. People will say, "Oh, when are you going to play them all?" That kind of guilt. It's like,
sure.
If people have got hundreds and hundreds of books on the shelf, people don't go in people's houses and say, "Well, when are you going to read that again? You've read it once. Why don't you give it away?" So there's a lot of kind of judgment and kind of looking at people and saying, if you've got a large record collection, you've got to kind of justify the fact that you've got a lot of records, and people feel like they've got to justify it instead of just enjoying what they've got. You don't have to justify that you've got loads of bottles of wine that's expensive, or like I say, if you've got a lot of books, or you spend a lot of money on clothes, or you got a season ticket for Man City. That's going to cost me nearly £1,000.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I buy a season ticket for City, but what's the difference there? I'm going to waste. And if I go watching Man City away in Europe and follow Man City, or even follow Oldham, that's going to cost me over £2,500 a year doing that, travelling up and down the country. I don't then.
I mean, the home games would be doable, though, wouldn't it?
No, but to get a home season ticket, it's about £350. But if you're going to the away games, that's £100 a trip.
Yeah.
So
don't you work the weekends anyway?
Yeah, but sometimes I go to away games. But if I was on here saying, "Oh yeah, I go to all the away games," I don't have to justify to people that I spend £2,500 watching Oldham home and away. But when you own a lot of records, there's parts of the VCs like you've got to kind of explain and other people are questioning why you have so many records and you're never going to listen to them and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a lot of clothes. You know, some people who've got a lot of clothes, you should open your wardrobe. If you've not worn it for 6 months, just give it away to charity. Because why have you got it in your wardrobe if you've not worn it in 6 months?
And I guess there's also going to be an expectancy that you're going to keep showing new records all the time. You know, every week you're going to pop out new finds. You know, people get accustomed to it, don't they? And think, oh, what are you going to show next? You know, I want to see the same material again and again and again.
Yeah.
So how long can you really keep doing that for, realistically?
You can keep doing it forever.
But where do you put it all? Where do you put all this stuff?
Pardon?
Where do you put it all?
No, but you've either got the room for it, or you can purge. You can sell records and use the money. You know, I could. You know, I've often thought of selling records. I've got an open invitation to do record fair because the people who run the record fair at Stockport, I actually paid a deposit to have a table there last May, but I just ended up not doing it. So. And every time I go, they say, if you want to do it, do it. So I could easily do a record fair and put 300 or 400 records and get rid of them. And then I've got plenty of room and I've got more money to go and buy more records, haven't I? But that's something I'll probably do in the future. But it's fun. I've said this before, and it's buying records and going looking for records is fun. And it's, you know, don't think it's, and if it's not fun and you're not enjoying it, don't do it. But you can't, the buzz of going in a second-hand record shop and finding records that you didn't go out to buy, you just see something and it catches your eye.
But any like collecting like that gives you that drive, doesn't it? It's that drive that will make you want to go to the charity shops, isn't it? It's that drive that makes you want to go out and explore certain places in case you might find a record or you might find that CD you're looking for. If you take that away, you're more likely to think, I don't really want to go out into the town. I don't really want to go anywhere. You know, it gives you that little kick in life, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, so if I go to Huddersfield on a Tuesday, there's a guy who sells new sealed records, 5 for 20 quid, and there's a guy who sells them for £10 each, and there's some real good stuff there. So anytime I want to go there and spend, I went the other week and I bought 5 new sealed albums for 20 quid. I've not shown them on my channel, you know, but I got 5 great new albums. So, and like I say, it's a real thrill going looking for records. And, you know, if it's not a thrill and you're not enjoying it, then don't do it. But if you've got a channel, the chances are you enjoy going finding records. That's what we're doing it for. Yeah. And I don't like this kind of feeling guilty about having records, and you shouldn't feel guilty. Just enjoy it.
Do you feel guilty at times?
I've nothing to feel guilty about. I felt more guilty when I was married. When I was married, and I used to finish work on Fridays. So my missus, I was married for like 20 years. So my missus was a nurse, and she used to work late shifts on Thursday and Friday. So, and I used to pick my kids up from school on Friday afternoon. So when I finished work at 1:45, I used to go to a second-hand record shop, or, you know, this was in like about 2007. And I used to buy records, and I never used to tell my missus what I might spend 50 quid on records. I never used to tell her, because they had like a record room, because I had lived in quite a big house, and we had like like 4 bedrooms, and one of the bedrooms you had like, because I was DJing as well at the time, so I'd just buying 12 inches as well, you know, for DJing. So I felt a bit guilty because I was spending quite a bit of money, but my missus was on a really good wage and we was managing okay. So, but I certainly don't feel guilty now. It's just that priorities, you know, I think, do I want to? But I've got the disposable income to do it. If I didn't have the money to do it, I wouldn't do it. So
you have. Yeah, you have.
I'm lucky. I've got money, so
You are. Yeah, you're in a position that most people aren't in because you've got that expendable income. You got the home virtually to yourself, so you got that space. You got everything.
Yeah, but I'm in a relationship now. So the worst thing you can do when you're in a relationship
You're
is
officially in a relationship, are you?
yeah. So when she come back here and sees how many fucking records you've got, then the next time when she leaves, then when you message her, you need to be sure that she's not fucking deleted your number. Do you know what I mean? 'Cause
So have you put your record collection in your what was your daughter's room? Is that
yeah,
right?
yeah, most of it's in there, so that's like out of the way. And then I've got some in my living room here, what I've got in my living room here, to someone who's normal, thinks so when she came back here, when she went, oh, you've not got that many records. She's not been in the back bedroom.
Right, right.
So when she came in, there's probably 500 records in here, maybe more than that. I've got one unit there that's got 3 rows, and then I've got a cube with a record player on it. So when she came in, she just said, "Oh, that's it's all right." But then I was laughing. So then when when we went upstairs, I showed her how many records and she nearly had a fit. She was worried they were going to come through the ceiling. She went, "Will they
She
come
will
through
get accustomed to that though, won't she? Once she's knows that's part of what you do. You collect
Yeah,
records. She'll
but
get into it, won't she?
she don't know I've got a YouTube channel.
No, no. That was another thing I was going to ask you about because I mean I tend to keep my YouTube channel quite private.
Yeah.
I don't sort of talk about it at work or anything. Although news has broke out that I have a channel, through maybe one or two individuals, and some people occasionally bring it up, and I just kind of ignore what they say, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But you've got quite a few social media platforms which you do use, don't you? And how do you feel? Well, didn't you have Facebook and
Yeah, but on my Facebook, it doesn't have anything about the vinyl community on it.
what was the one that did them?
So I've got Instagram.
Instagram.
No,
Yeah.
but so my Instagram is private. The people I'm trying to think. So I don't really advertise my channel that really on Instagram, but I've got like 2 Instagram accounts. I've got an Instagram account for people who don't know I've got a channel, and then I've got an Instagram account where people in the VC are in it. So
You're sounding a bit crackly.
all right, okay, sorry about that.
That's all right. Is your phone okay? Is it low battery?
No,
No, it's gone. Gone completely blank. All right, in the comments. Sorry about this, folks. But I don't know if Rob can read that. Well, this might have to wrap it up here, fellas. And if Rob can't get back on, come on with this other phone. Okay, all right, okay. Come on with a different phone, and we'll talk for a bit. Yeah, I've got a feeling it might have done. Send the link. Right, okay. There's the link. Blimey, this is quite a marathon live stream we've got here, isn't it? Like almost 4-hour mark. How are we doing in the chat then? I love how all the Brits say everything as if it was a question. So yeah, your new missus will soon curb your spending, Rob. Maybe you might have to start hiding vinyl records. There's a lot of that in the VC, isn't there? So everyone seems to be hiding records from their partners when they buy them. You know, there's a hell of a lot of that going on. My missus is actually pretty good with that. She doesn't really give me any grief regarding buying records. Keep going, Dale. It'll be light soon. Yeah, it will be at this rate, wouldn't it? Go shoot for a 24-hour live stream. Crikey, 24 hours. I have thought about, I think Rob did mention in the past about maybe doing them like maybe a 6-hour live stream. That might be doable. That might be doable. I think people will have to jump on and jump off for that to happen. You need like a list of people who are sort of willing to participate in that kind of live stream. I've still got questions to ask. Actually, there's quite a few. I think we've gone through most of them, but there's still a few others which don't think we've got into. Well, the link's out there. Just waiting for Rob to jump back on. Give it a few minutes. If there's nothing, if he can't get back on, or if he's had enough, because it is like coming up midnight now, he might have had enough already. We'll hold on for a little bit longer, see what happens. I'm gonna grab a drink, and I urge you to do the same. I'll ask you, Simon, what do you want to see more of on the VC? I want to see a few more competitions. I want to see a few more threads. I think it's important just to throw out that bit of inspiration for people, something people can buy into, So I would like to see a bit more of that. Yeah, Rob's back now, but I'm not sure this is going to work. Completely blank again.
Let me try again.
You're horizontal, but completely blank, but I can hear you.
All right. Do you want me to stay on, or?
Yeah, if I can hear you, this might be all right.
I can come back in if you want. I had a bit of trouble there trying to get back in, though. Let me see if I can get back in.
Okay, all right. I'll remove you.
Yeah, remove me.
All right. Oh, I see you now. I can visibly see you. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. See it now.
Right, okay. Yeah, I've got the bat phone, and I've got another phone. So because my daughter's. So what happens is when my daughter gets a new phone every couple of years, I get her hand-me-down phone.
Yeah.
So this is her new phone, her old phone, but it's a pretty new phone.
Yeah.
But it was dying. It went to 20%, but it didn't show me that it went to 10, and it just went dead. So
don't you charge it? Keep it charged up when you're using it.
Well, I could have done, but I knew I had this other phone. This is like 100%, so I can. No. I don't think the microphone's quite as good on this, so I'm not sure.
I can hear you pretty clearly.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Sounds fine.
Has everyone disappeared now, or are they still here?
There's about 12 people watching. There's people.
That's good.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, what were we talking about? We were talking about.
Oh,
I was saying about my girlfriend seeing my collection, weren't I? Well, same
yeah,
deal. It's
yeah.
not.
We're sort of in the subject of perhaps hiding records from partners and
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
Um,
One of the hard things is though, if you're in the vinyl community and you're in a relationship with somebody that you've been in a relationship with for a long time, then you've got that spare time, haven't you, within the relationship that you can spend the time going on live streams and listening to records as well.
yeah,
Whereas if you start a relationship with somebody, you haven't got this. At weekends, you're going to be busy, aren't you?
yeah.
Then that free time that you used to spend listening to music, you're spending it with somebody else instead of listening to music.
Yeah, you are. Especially
Yeah,
if it's a fresh relationship.
yeah. Because I'm not going to say, oh, don't come round tonight because I want to listen to the Strokes album.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, get your ass around here.
Well, why
So
not? Why not?
yeah,
Exactly.
no. So that's it makes things different. It makes it so that you're not going to buy as many records because you're not listening to them at the moment because you're excited. You're doing other things, aren't you? So I
Yeah,
tend to listen to a lot of my music. So because I can listen to music in work, I can listen to like CDs and stuff when I'm in work because I work from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until either 2:30 in the morning or 4:30 in the morning. So
that's quite cool that you can just put on like TV and just start watching, either listening to music or watching YouTube channels and stuff. You know.
well, I can listen to YouTube. I can't really watch it.
No.
I can listen to music, so I'm able to listen to music while I'm working most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. So when I'm in work, I can listen to political podcasts and things like that. So I thought it was just me and you. I said we don't want any fucking idiots coming in.
Nah, I had to come in
Why?
because I had to set you straight about the vinyl tag. But go ahead, finish your little.
No, if you are you going to give me like a history lesson that I fucking heard loads of times about?
No, I won't do that.
No, go on then.
No,
What?
that's okay.
No, go on.
No, I'm just playing around.
All
Go
right.
continue on with your rant.
I wasn't having a rant, was I? Was I having a rant?
Nah, you weren't having a rant.
You were right.
No, I was just saying. So it's like Vinyl Richie. So if Vinyl Richie was single and then he met a nice woman and wanted to spend some special time with her, the last thing he'd want to do would be listening to fucking punk rock records, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but I definitely wouldn't be making vinyl videos if I was single and I met somebody new.
Exactly. Yeah. So your time's a little bit. It's like Mazzy, in it, with Coffee Julie. I don't know how he finds time to do any videos.
Yeah. She's probably the one that's behind the camera.
There all seems to be a Coffee Julia or a Coffee Dave, isn't it? There's always a coffee in the in the name.
I
Yeah.
think Coffee Dave worked at Starbucks in the corporate headquarters, and I think Coffee Julie runs a coffee barista or whatever, a coffee house.
Yeah, I think she's got a couple of places from what Mazzy said in the past. I think she's got a bit of a. But why she'd have any fucking interest in Maslow is beyond me.
Oh, I could see it. If I was a girl, I'd go after Mazzy.
No, you wouldn't. You go after Waxed.
No.
Yeah. So have you been watching the stream? Have you got any input into what we've been saying? Or have you not really been watching?
I've been watching on and off. Yeah.
So have you got anything to add, or have we covered everything, you think?
I probably had something to come up, but I can't think of nothing. But okay, let me just say the one thing. I think when you quit doing the vinyl tag, and then that one guy, I think he's up in, I don't know where. I think he might be in Vancouver or
Yeah, it's
whoever.
on it. Yeah.
The pretty green guy, huh? The pretty green.
Yeah.
Now, when he did it, did he name it the official tag, or was it Mazzy that did that?
It was Mazzy, wasn't it, who did that?
Yeah, and I think, and he did it as a joke because he had like the copyright symbol and emblem there, you know.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people took offense to it. And
a little bit, yeah.
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 I think the thing is, though,
but I don't think his questions were that bad. I remember you saying that it had some dark questions because there were some like, you know, who's your favorite dead artist, and you know, different shit like that.
It wasn't very good, was it?
That's like one of my questions. I always used to say, "Who's your favorite artist who died this year?" You know what I mean?
It seemed a bit rough, didn't it? It seemed a bit rough.
You get, I mean, Richie, you're one of the fucking first people who say, "We've had that question, we've had that question," you know, because you're a fucking dinosaur. But like I say, the vinyl tag is not for us. It's for like these sort of newbie people, really, isn't it? We're like to just go along with it. We're not even bothered if we kind of do it. It's more for new people, and we should. New people are like, I mean, let's not beat about the bush. New people suck. They're crap. But you've got to encourage them, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say 1 out of 10 are pretty good, but yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah.
But it's probably, they could probably say the same shit about us, you know.
Oh, definitely, yeah. But they've always got to be polite because you're going to like promote them because you're quite good. You're quite good at sort of going around, and you kind of watch quite a lot of videos and comment, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Do you think the vinyl community is in a good place, or do you think it's gone a bit stale?
I would say, I mean, for me personally, it's a little stale.
A little bit.
There's a number of channels that I do watch, and like Paris Hilton.
Yeah.
Paris Hilton, Harris Filton, or whatever his fucking name is.
Is that? Yeah, watch it that often. You don't know his fucking name.
I enjoy that guy, but
yeah,
I think he has personal things going on, so he isn't making that many videos anymore. No. You know, that's been the case with a lot of my favorite channels.
Yeah,
their videos are far and few between.
Yeah,
it's hard to keep going for years and years. Isn't
it is. I mean,
for a long time, haven't they?
Last summer, I took like a month off, almost a full month off, and I thought, you know, I'm done. But then I saw a few. It was like all of a sudden, like 3 or 4 videos popped up, and I go, you know what, I could do that one. And then I was back in it, and I felt like taking some time off this summer, but I think it amounted to like just a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
It sucked in.
I'm trying to think of a way to like end my VC channel, but like in a spectacular way. Like, you know, people will be talking about it and years, you know what I mean? And I just can't come up with it yet.
You did that contest. It was quite a good idea, but people fucking spoiled it, didn't they?
Yeah, that was, some people just don't get it, huh? It's like
because I just did a video showing fit women on the album covers, but then other people were saying they gave the game away straight away, didn't they? I'm like, fucking hell.
Yeah, you're right. And those people were not in the consideration of winning either.
No,
it was like, I just told you not to say that I'm running a contest.
I know,
but
I think the first person who did a reply.
I think the first one I watched, the guy's explaining it, and I go, son of a bitch.
No, yeah. I think it was Dave, weren't it? That is he Infidelity. I think it was him who did it.
Yeah, it was. I think it was mostly the Yanks that were doing that.
Yeah, because there were quite a few in the UK who kind of jumped in and did it.
Yeah, there were quite a few. I was really, I was happy to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, because didn't Gatefold Dale, didn't he just answer one question or something in 15 minutes?
Yeah.
And I think Mike Vinyl Spiral did a good response to that as well.
Yeah. There was quite a few, actually.
There was some good ones, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's it. If you try and do anything that's a bit of a curveball, it don't work, does it, in the VC?
No, man, they're too uptight, straight-laced, and don't have any imagination.
Yeah, but we love them, don't we?
Yeah, every family has a knucklehead, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I do feel that a little bit of the, I don't know what's changed, you know, like from, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years ago to now. It just feels a bit different, but you don't know whether it's just because, I don't know, you do that about all sorts of things. In the past, it was better, but actually it wasn't. But I don't know, it feels different. But then the people who are quite new have got like a new energy, haven't they? You know, like Jack doing his quiz and things like that.
Yeah, that was actually a really good idea, the VC quiz.
Yeah.
Although your appearance was horrible in that. Oh my god!
No, but I didn't know any of the answers to. I didn't know any of the answers to the fucking questions.
I know I didn't either. So what I did is I just wrote Wob Walker, and I showed that.
Oh,
you know, that's what I did.
Yeah, but I gave you a load of shit, and then you started saying, "Well, I'll take you on any time." And I'm thinking, I'm only fucking joking.
I'm only joking too.
Yeah. So,
but you know what's funny? Even my wife, to this day, sometimes she'll say, "What do you mean?" And I go, "Come on, you don't know when I'm joking? We've been together this long, and you're still taking me serious?"
Yeah.
I have that problem in my real life.
Yeah, I have that problem.
Yeah. No, it was a good thing that. Did you do the first series? Were you in the first series? You were, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, because you were like the same series as me, really.
Yeah, you were complaining that I had an easy route because I went against 2 Yanks or something. I don't know. It was
who did you beat?
Oh, I beat Headley and some other guy, I think.
There was someone who was really crap in the first round that you beat.
Yeah.
Was it MGK? Did you play MGK?
I don't remember, to be honest. But I remember, I beat somebody pretty good. And then me and Headley, he was ahead, I went ahead, he was ahead, and then I ended up winning. That was pretty fun.
Did you get beat by John then? Did John beat you?
Yes. Yeah.
I imagine Headley's pretty good.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he's about as good as me. You know, okay. Yeah.
I was a bit pissed off because I know a lot of stuff, but I just didn't come out. The questions weren't right.
No.
It's weird. It's like some of the stuff I don't know. Okay.
No, I know.
But there were other questions I knew the answer, but I couldn't think of it, you know?
No, I know.
Yeah.
It was.
And then once he says this, I'm kicking myself in the ass. It's like, God dang, I know that.
Yeah, it was a good thing, that.
Yeah, it was.
He's starting a new thing, Ganny, but I don't know how. He's interviewing people, isn't he? I think he's got a thingy going on it. What's she called? Jen.
Oh yeah,
Jen
I know. I think he did one. Yeah.
Have you got any more questions, Simon? You can ask Richie while he's here as well.
Just reading out one of the comments from Ricehall Records. It says, Richie, every time you first walk into your videos, you remind me of every high school gym teacher.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That could be a good thing or it could be a really bad thing. Because I had some gym teachers that were really cool and others that were dicks.
Yeah, they throw shit at you, don't they?
Yeah. There was one, his name was Sarge. That was his nickname. And I had long hair in high school, and he didn't like long hairs. And he was the wrestling coach. And then we took wrestling and PE for, I don't know, like 6 weeks. And man, he really lived. If there was something that had to be demonstrated, seems like I was the one that got demonstrated on like 9 out of 10 times.
I don't have many questions to ask now, so I think it's think I've exhausted most of them now.
No, we must have some more questions. Have you got any questions, Richie? You must have.
Nah. Have you been watching Mazzy's adventures at VinylCon?
No. Have you?
I watched a couple of them, but it's like I messaged somebody else that's in the VC, and I don't want to say who, but I go, man, that was a waste of time. You know, it was.
I think Mazzy's getting to that stage now, really, isn't he? Where he's not that bothered about the records. He just kind of wants to meet everyone before he passes away.
You watch him, that guy, he'll probably live for another 10, 20 years. It's the old fuckers live forever, you know.
I know. Yeah, he's doing well, isn't he? For someone of like 86, he's doing all right.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm 85, so I'm doing okay. Yeah, Mazzy's gotten into I mean, I don't watch all his videos anymore because a lot of them are. It seems like he's pushing product for different labels, records he's getting for free.
Yeah.
And more often than not, it's a reissue of a record that's been reissued a dozen times already, and it's like I don't need to hear this. But once in a while, he'll show something, or he'll have a topic, and okay, yeah, I'll watch that. You know.
Yeah.
He does have a good way of presentation.
He does.
I'll give him that, you know.
He does. Yeah.
And
he gets a lot of haters. I kind of can get it, but I don't really get it, to be honest. The degree of hatred he gets, I don't know.
No,
I mean, like a nice guy.
Yeah, I don't know whether he does what in his comments, you mean, or just general?
Oh yeah, there's been people that block him,
right,
or he's blocked, and they comment on my videos.
Yeah.
On him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's a bit crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that is insane, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I'm blocked. He can't comment on my videos, and I can't comment on his videos.
Who?
So, Mazzy. So I can't comment on his videos. It won't let me, and he can't comment on mine. I know. It's crazy.
That's weird.
Yeah, so I don't know. Either he blocked me or I blocked him or we both blocked each other, but I can't comment on one of his videos and he can't do the same with me. So occasionally I message him on Instagram and say something because I can chat to him on there. But I met him. He's fat, he's a nice guy to meet. You've never met him, have you, Richie?
No.
Have you never fancied? Who have you met from the VC?
There was one girl from Texas named Chica something. I met her. I met Tone Scott, and that might be about it. Yeah.
Yeah. A couple.
I wouldn't mind meeting Mazzy, but I don't want to be part of his tag-alongs. You know.
Yeah.
He's always got the same guys hanging around,
and he's around him, isn't he?
Yeah.
And probably most of them are cool, but I just don't want to be.
Yeah, they're all right.
Has he not invited you up to stay with him in Seattle?
No.
Would you go if he invited you or no?
Well, if the Jets, the football team, the American football team ever gets good and they play a game in Seattle, you know, I would buy tickets and fly up there and, stay over there with them.
How far is it from where you are to Seattle?
Oh, it's a good drive. It's like you would have to stop and sleep, I think. Right. You can't just do it in one shot. No.
Why don't you come over to the UK and visit all your fans over here, Richie?
That would I would like that. I think I would enjoy that more.
Yeah.
Meeting up with Headley, you and
John,
some of those guys.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'd make you welcome if you came to the UK. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It seems like there's a lot of cool BC channels like in the Carolinas, in that area too. I wouldn't mind meeting up with some of those guys.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you watch Metal Theologian, but he seems like a pretty cool guy to meet.
Yeah. I know his channel, yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few guys around. Is that where John is? Digital Gramophone around that way?
Yeah.
Who else
I
is there?
heard. I heard he has some health problems. That's why
Yeah,
he quit making videos.
yeah, he's not been well, has he?
Yeah, I hope he does better because
Yeah,
I really like that guy. He had a cool sense of humor.
yeah. There's is it local bandography? Dave, he's around there, isn't he, as well?
Yes, yes. Now that guy, he used to comment on all my videos, but he doesn't anymore. I
Right.
think the wax has brainwashed him or something.
All right. Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he does those jazz bums with the wax on every Friday.
He's still doing that?
I think so.
Right.
I don't watch them, but I think they're. No. I'm pretty sure they're still doing it.
I haven't seen any of that recently. So,
is there anyone in the comments got any questions before we go?
You got a funny one from Dave, the Pickup Artist. Is Rob? Is it true that you've been asked to replace Daniel Craig in the James Bond franchise?
Yeah, I'd be all right doing that, but I can't really get about like he used to. I watched Spectre the other night, and it's crazy, that film, some of the effects in that. But yeah, I fancy myself as a bit of a Pierce Brosnan.
Was it the Sean Connery did the one where he was like already retired and he kind of came out of retirement?
Yeah,
that was pretty funny, man. You could do that, you know?
Yeah,
never again. That's the one.
Yeah, that was actually I enjoyed it.
I like Daniel Craig. Some of them, I really do like those Bond films. I mean,
his ones were really gritty.
I think they kind of took a bit from, like the Bourne Identity. They're similar to that sort of vibe, aren't they?
Yeah.
Kind of up the game a little bit to.
They're completely different than the Sean Connery and Roger.
Oh yeah, Roger Moore. If you watch them, you think
they're corny, you know.
Yeah, they kind of changed a little bit.
Very PG-13 friendly, aren't they?
Yeah. Any more questions, Simon? We've only been on 4.25 hours.
Yeah, what time is it over there?
It's
20 past 12.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not in work tomorrow till 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, so. I noticed you saying you don't start work till 4.
Yeah, I've got to go and get my hair cut, so I'll go about 11 o'clock get my hair cut.
You don't need a haircut.
Yeah, I do.
You're one of them guys that gets a 1/4 inch off, and it looks the same as when you went in.
I tend to agree.
Yeah. Yeah, if I get my hair cut and people notice, then it's a bad haircut. I started fancying the woman. So the woman who cut my hair, she's called Sharon. I said this on a live stream. So when she was cutting my hair, she told me that she liked Lenny Kravitz. So I fucking bought a Lenny Kravitz record. So I started listening to Lenny Kravitz, and then I found his record for like about 18 quid. A really good record from about 8 years ago. I've not shown it on my channel, but I've started dating somebody else now, so I'm going to get my hair cut by her tomorrow. So I'll have to mention Lenny Kravitz.
Yeah, I really liked his first album a lot.
Yeah, but this album that I got by him, I think it's from like 2018, and it was I found the CD for like about £1, and then when I played the CD, I thought this is so good, and then I just happened to find the album setting down for about 18 quid, and I bought it, and it's such a good record. That
I didn't even know he was doing music even back then.
Yeah.
I remember him. Yeah, when I was in school.
Yeah. He's another person that nobody shows Lenny Kravitz records, do they?
Not really, no.
No.
When I saw YouTube. When I saw U2, it was like 2011, maybe 2012, 2010, and that he was the opening band, and he was really good, man.
Yeah, I bet he was.
And you know what? A lot of people crap on U2. I don't like them anymore. They were so much better in 2010 than they were in 1983 when I saw them.
Yeah.
They put on a good show.
Yeah. I like U2. I'm not a hater.
I think the Edge and Bono are a bit full of themselves, but other than that, I don't mind them.
When I listen to the music, they're not fucking sat next to me, so I'm not bothered.
Yeah, exactly, man. I like that one album that has Mysterious Ways, is
Is that Acton Baby?
Yeah, that's my favorite by them. I love that album.
That's a good album, that.
You know, you can go onto like AliExpress and you can buy the box set for like 30 quid
Of CDs.
of CDs, yeah, on YouTube.
What of all U2's albums?
I got rid of all my CDs.
Almost all of them in a box set.
That's,
He goes up to 2018, which is fairly recent.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, about 30 quid. There's some good deals on there, actually, AliExpress. There's some good box sets you can get pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any more questions by the illustrious gallery?
What's the biggest hemorrhoids you guys ever had?
The biggest hemorrhoids?
Yeah.
I haven't had that problem. I had gallstones.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it was bad. All right, I think we should call it quits. I'm gonna call it quits.
Yeah, you can go. We'll stay on.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of me.
We're
I'm gonna go have a few beers out in the backyard. It's below 100 degrees now, so.
All right, it's nice and cool here now, so.
Yeah, take care, man.
Yeah,
I see you.
Yeah, if you're gonna have someone come in, you might as well. You can have one of the superstars, can't you, Simon?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thought it was fun, Richie. You're probably not gonna mind.
No, I don't mind him. I wrote what I wrote down here now. Shit questions, really. I put something about the ideal length of a video. I put that down as well. But
That's gotta be 10 to 15 minutes, isn't it?
I know, but a lot of people. So, like Christian, the Vinyl Sanctuary, his videos tend to be like anything above 40 minutes. You know, like an hour.
That's a hell of a long time.
It's a long time that for someone to, because I'm someone who does like to, as a rule, like to watch a video in its entirety. I don't really like watching a video then saying, oh, I'll watch it, because I end up not watching it.
I agree. I think it's a turn off, isn't it, when you see 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes from a video. I just think, well, that's a lot of time I'm going to invest. You know, and maybe if it's good content, I might watch it in bits, but in its entirety, probably not.
No, and that's not sort of. But it's same with. But it's different with a live stream. So this live stream, when it goes, it'll go on your sort of homepage, won't it? So I don't know how many views it'll get, but people will just dip into it, won't they?
Yeah, it will do, because
they're not going to watch, but they might see it's me and you, and then they'll see it's me and you all the way through. So they'll either think, I'm not going to watch any of that because I can't stand them.
Well, they probably skip through certain segments of the live stream, don't they? You know, you would do with a CD.
I know, but the thing I like about it being me and you talking is it's difficult to skip through it when it's just me and you talking about stuff, because whereas if it's a panel, people will skip through the live stream because they're not bothered about what he says, but they want to hear what he says.
Yeah.
But if it's a continual conversation by two people, I think you've more chance of people being engaged in it. I think that's one of the reasons I just want.
I think it seems to flow better when there's two. When there's a panel of people, you know, the host has a lot more control, I think, of what the conversation is about a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And I think it can get held up on the same question or the same subject for too long. As this is a nice to and fro, we can talk about the same thing and then we can change it. We can go back to something else. You know what I mean?
I've wrote down advice. Have you got any advice? If someone was starting a channel, what advice would you give them?
Do I have any advice for them?
Yeah, what advice would you give?
To stick to it. You know, don't chuck it in too early just because you're not getting the views or the subs you want. You know, stick to it, be consistent, put out weekly videos, you know, make your content as best as you can get it and stick to it, you know, and everything else what comes after it will take place. You know, don't worry about things.
Yeah.
You know, be natural, be you, do you.
No, but my advice would be part of the community.
Yeah.
Don't just be someone who, because there's different types of YouTubers. So there's YouTubers. So if you're a YouTuber, so people will say, "Oh, we're all YouTubers." No, we're not. If you're just a YouTuber, you're not really bothered about anybody else. You're just not bothered about your channel, your identity, your views, how much money you can make, any avenue to make money. That's what you're doing it for, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So to me, that's not the majority of the vinyl community. So if you start a vinyl community channel and just make a video and say, I'm vinyl community, and make a video, it's going to take a long time for that channel to find the vinyl community, isn't it? Whereas if you're somebody who is engaged with other channels before you start a channel, then I think Richard's Vinyl Tap House did this. I think he didn't have a channel, but he got involved in live streams and he was commenting on people's videos, and then he started a channel. So if I had any advice, it'd be become part of the community. Don't just make videos and just think everything's going to happen.
I think it depends on the age of the person doing it, doesn't it? Younger people will tend to be thinking about, oh, I can make money out of this. As the more senior ones are going to be thinking, I'm not worried about the money. I just want to do this as a hobby because I love records or I love music. So they're going to be a bit more kind of laid back over it. As the younger generation are going to be a bit more pushy, a bit more, you know, kind of expectant of what they're going to get out of it rather than
maybe, but
you know,
there's
some not all, not everybody.
Like Ross Goodall's got a channel, and you know he's been doing it longer than me, but he's not someone who's really like chase. He's kind of quite happy. I think he's got a similar amount of subs to me, and he just seems happy just sharing his collection. He does album reviews, and he's pretty chilled out. He does the odd sort of. He doesn't go on live streams, but he does like joint videos he's done them with Richard and done them with James Griffiths and a couple of other people. So, and there's younger people who are not as driven. I don't think there's many in the vinyl community who are really driven to find monetization rapidly.
No.
There are some people, but majority are just here for the community aspects, aren't they, really?
Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah, I would have thought so. I think you've got to be comfortable in your own skin as well, you know?
Yeah, you find an audience as well. And I'd say don't try and do too much when, you know, straight away, just grow into it a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very easy to overdo it, isn't it, when you're starting out? And maybe burn out before you too soon. You know, well, I see it a lot. People burning out. You know, doing too much or creating too much. You know, take time, enjoy it. You know, don't worry about things.
No. And if you don't do a video for a couple of weeks, it's, you know, especially if you've been doing it a while. I don't think you should feel under any pressure to do a video every week. I think you find if you've got an audience, they'll find you. They understand that you've got a life and maybe you're on holiday or you've other commit. Another thing is that it doesn't irritate me. You know, when people have been away for a while and they'll say, "Oh, life got in the way." You know, that's what people say, isn't it? And I just think you don't. Just do a video and just show the music and talk about. I'm not a massive lover of people going on about their. To me, you find out more about people's lives on like live streams.
You do.
I think that's the place to find out a little bit more about people's personal lives. Whereas I know people run the channels differently, and I'm not judging anyone, but
a bit more close, aren't they, on a video? You can't really
sometimes a video can start and the person, maybe they've got that conversational style and they go off on a bit of a tangent, and you kind of, I think it's quite important to kind of get to the music. That personally, I'd rather come on live streams and discuss more private issues. I don't really want to talk about private issues that much in a video that's going out there on my channel. I'd rather do it in this sort of area.
Yeah, this is a different space for it, isn't it? It's a bit
more,
I guess a bit more intimate, I suppose. Might not be the right word, but
also because I've known you for quite a long time, so you're like someone I like, trust and respect, and don't mind having these conversations. Whereas you could be in a space having a conversation on a live stream with competing with other people and not having the time to fully sort of express what you want to say without being sort of.
Of course, you you've got to be in the right company, haven't you? People you can trust. You know, people you've got past experience with. You know, I think that certainly helps. With if you're all kind of new and strangers, virtually strangers, then you're going to be a little bit more closed off, a bit more kind of you know, not willing to talk about your personal life as much. But you know, I think it all matters.
I think that's one of the things with like you know, Gordon, I Dig Vinyl, and Jack Vinyl Voids. They're actually friends from when they were young.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So they're friends from when they were young. So obviously they've got that friendship that's been there for a couple of decades. So the fact that they've both got vinyl channels started at a similar time, you know, kind of supporting one another.
Yeah.
Doing live streams together. They've got that camaraderie, haven't they, that comes from being friends before the VC in a way. So
I think it strikes me as perhaps a little bit more laid back than Jack. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, I think they're both pretty laid back. But Jack's quite, you know, he's probably a bit more gregarious, isn't he? But then they've formed a nice friendship with Christian Vinyl Sanctuary, who's in kind of close to me, is in the northwest, and also with Midge's Vinyl Gem. That quartet is quite nice.
Midge is quite well received, doesn't he, within the vinyl community?
Yeah, I think he's somebody who shows music. I mean, he does a little bit of editing on his videos. He's a bit of an editor, but he's someone who shows records that a lot of people don't show. You know, he's not someone who feels elitist by that fact. No. So he's quite. I mean, I've met him a couple of times. So, you know, he's a nice guy. I think he's going up to Leeds as well in a couple of weeks. So I'll meet him again there in Leeds. So.
Right. You're definitely going then.
Yeah, I'll have to face Mike, won't I, at some stage. I'm not hiding from Mike Vinyl Spiral because there's too many people that I like who are going to be there. So just because I'm someone on the right and he's someone on the left, I think you should be able to hold a conversation with someone without holding that sort of grudge to you.
No, I mean, I'd like to go, but I don't think I'm going to be invited by Ian. I don't think Ian's going to be willing to.
Is Ian going?
Yeah, Ian's going and Nick's going. So, I mean, I was hoping it's going to be the same arrangement as last time, but I don't think Ian's too willing for whatever reason this time, whether it's because of his dog or his health, or maybe Mike said, I don't want Simon to be there.
maybe.
I really don't know. I don't know. I know David's going to be there as well. He said he might pop in. So
Dave who?
Atkinson.
Yeah, Dave's going to be there, and so Dave's going to be there. Gav's going to be there. John's going to be there. 6-inch. Headley's going to be there. I think Martin's going to try and get there. Vinyl Scavenger. I think he met me, and I said that I was going to be there. So
how's he getting up there? Is he driving?
I don't know. I think Martin, though. I think he might know somebody who lives in Leeds, because I think he came to Leeds before, and he might have stayed with Headley. I don't know.
I love Leeds, but it is just so far away from me.
Yeah, it's a long way. It's a long way for you.
It's a hell of a way.
Crazy, crazy.
I think Martin even said to me, I think you're probably the person who's travelled the most distance within the VC to meet up.
Yeah.
He's probably right. He's probably right.
Yeah, I mean, I went from here to Bristol. That's a bit of a drive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I'm not going to Bristol this time because I'm going on holiday. So, and then they were talking about going to York. I might go to York, but I won't be staying over. I'm just gonna go for the day. So, but I think we're planning. I think the plan still is to go to Den Bosch in April next year. So that's something to look forward to, I suppose.
Well, that's a hell of a journey, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good though, that, because Dave. I mean, I think Dave volunteered to drive us again, so it's a full day's travel to get there and a day's travel to get back, and then
it's doable though, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd rather. I'm not a great. I mean, I'm going to be flying going on holiday. I'm not a massive flyer, me. I don't really like flying, so fly when I'm going on holiday. But going to Holland, you can do it. I mean, I used to fly over there regularly when I was dating, but
I think Europe's doable, but when it comes to like America, Canada, then that's another extreme. I think that's a hell of a commitment to do.
Yeah,
either two.
I would like to go to Mike's, MGK's bash.
Yeah,
I would like to do that, but that's quite a financial undertaking. It's probably minimum $4,000 trip, really.
Could you justify that though? I mean, I don't think you can you? I mean,
difficult.
It's difficult.
By it, but that's like that's a couple of holidays that you could have somewhere else in Europe, isn't it? Really, I booked a holiday to go away for a week, like all inclusive, and it's only costing like around $1,000. So
let's say for example, then you're still with this girlfriend of yours in a year's time, and you say to her, "Oh, I want to go to Canada."
I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go. I'd go on holidays with her.
You would have to, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't. I won't be going. I won't be going. So I'd rather be going on holiday with her than going over.
Yeah.
We're different for Dave, because he's been married to someone for like, I don't know how long he's been married, like over 25 years and stuff. So, him going over, he's retired. Him going over there, I mean, Dave's missus is lovely, so she's probably happy to get him out of the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I imagine Dave is quite well travelled anyway. So
he is. He used to work
out of the blue. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary.
Yeah, because he goes up to meet up with embryonic robot Brian, doesn't he? He goes up there.
Yeah.
And spends a bit of time in Vancouver before they drive down to MGK. So that's an extra cost as well. I mean, I've never been to America, though, or Canada. I've never been. So I would like to do that.
Yeah.
So, maybe I could speak to and go over as a couple. Maybe. I've got family, though. I've got family in Vancouver.
Have you?
Yeah, I've got family. I've got a cousin over there, so
you would have to see them, would you?
I've not seen her for a long time, but I have got family in Vancouver. But yeah, so
something to think about then.
Yeah, so but it's like even next year going over to Den Bosch. I've said I'm going to Den Bosch, but that's money I might want to spend doing other things, isn't it? So I don't know. But I probably want to go to Den Bosch. It's because I used to when I was going out with someone, weren't I, from Holland.
Yeah.
It's an anniversary. So today is the 23rd of August. And this is a day where I met the Dutch girl who I ended up with for like 18 months. This is the day that we met. So it's like in 2012. So it's like a bit of an anniversary today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she lived in Den Bosch. So when we went to Den Bosch, it was like going home. Not going home, but it was quite a. I wanted to go back. You know what I mean? Because I'd not been back for like since 2014. So it was weird going back, because it was like places where we used to go and when I was there. So it was a bit, and I was in contact with her when I was there. Because she's with somebody else. She's got kids and married and with someone else now.
Right.
She's in contact with me. So she knew I was there, and she was messaging me while I was there. That's crazy, isn't it?
That is.
And
have you mentioned Den Bosch to this new girlfriend?
Say again.
Have you mentioned Den Bosch to this new girlfriend of yours?
No, I haven't. No. But she's messaged me today as well. How crazy is that? Because she knows it's the anniversary, so she's messaged me today as well. So it's mad, isn't it? Anyway, but it's the way it is, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it is.
Any more questions from the illustrious panel?
No, it's only really Richard who's just giving comments.
Is he the only person?
It was a really great experience, he says.
Say that again.
Richard says MGK was a really great.
Yeah, because it'd be great to go. Because like Richard, he's someone I'd love to meet. Richard, and then Emma's there, so I'd like to meet Emma.
Yeah.
Everybody that's there. I mean, I watched most of the videos. The people who were there. And it's like such an opportunity to meet a lot of people that you're never, ever going to meet otherwise. So I do have a strong pull to get over there at some stage. I'm not sure how long it took Richard to get there, but it must, if I said, oh, I'm going over next year, they'd be so pleased that people from the UK, they appreciate Dave going over there.
They would. Yeah, they'd roll out the red carpet for you, no doubt.
And then if you go over there, other people may go who wouldn't normally go because they think, oh, this is an opportunity to meet.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if he's going, I'd like to meet him.
I know, but yeah, might put such a lot of time and effort though. And I mean, Richard will tell you, they kind of leave the house kind of available for these kind of strangers, really, aren't they? You might watch a YouTube video, but do you want them roaming around your house? You know what I mean?
Do you mention to your work colleagues about your holidays or anything? What do they are they in the know of what you do?
No. So when I went to Den Bosch, I just said it were people who I'm friendly with on Instagram, and they kind of bought it, So when I go on meetups, I just say it's people from Instagram because there is a bit of an Instagram community.
Yeah.
There's only one person I work with who knows I've got a channel.
Just the one.
Yeah, and I'm amazed that he's not let it slip, because I really hate it because I get the piss taken out of me so much.
You would.
Yeah, so I'm so happy. And then I only told my kids over the last year or two that I got a channel.
It's the worst place to have people lay comments on you.
Yeah, and like my twin sister,
because you can't escape it, can you? And you don't want to be confronted with it at work, just of all places.
My twin sister doesn't even know I've got a twin sister. Me, she don't even know I've got a channel.
But your son does, of course, and you.
Alex does, yeah. My son does.
Does she?
Yeah, because I've done a video with Alex, didn't I, on my channel?
Yeah, yeah. Would you do another one? Because that video was great. That was really good video.
Yeah, we could do another one, but it'd be fun to do something with him. And like Eleanor, it'd be fun to do something with Eleanor as well. But Eleanor knows I've got a channel, so my kids. I've said that story that I met Alex in Sheffield, and I said, "Oh, I've got something I need to tell you," and he was like thinking, "God, what's happened?" You know what I mean? And then when I told him I had a YouTube channel, but I told him because Chris Manny he couldn't quite get over, getting 1,000 subscribers. And I said,
on the edge there, wouldn't he?
Yeah. And I said to Alex, I said, subscribe to Chris, to get him over, and he did. And then Chris, he got a couple, because you know what happens if you get 1,000 subscribers, make a video thanking everyone, and then you go on your video and you've lost about 6 subscribers, haven't you?
Well, I noticed that with Chris. He got quite close to it, and then he suddenly lost 30 odd subs.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I was watching.
That's great. Yeah.
That does tend to happen. I have seen that quite a few times with channels. They get close to that 1,000 mark, and then suddenly they lose a load. It's weird.
That'd be a little bit of advice is if you get to a milestone, try and do a video that'll go not viral, but like quite a popular video. I know it's hard to, because I remember I can't remember when I was getting near 2,000 subscribers. I just put a random video out, and it's the second most viewed video on my channel. It got like 13,000 views. I think it was like me, like a bit of a car boot video.
Yeah.
And I gained about 60 subscribers in about a few days. And it was just when I was going over, to 2,000.
Yeah.
So it kind of went well over. Because I hate the fact that, say you get to 3,000 subs and then you're like, oh, that's a really nice. And then you go the next day and it's on 295 or something like that. That kind of pisses you off a bit.
Remember, like in the early years when people would actually put out like a milestone video that they reached 300 subs after they reached it, but then it kind of turned the other way where people were doing them before they actually reached the milestone. It's helped me get to this number.
That's right.
It just turned that way, didn't it, for a few years? And I don't even see it anymore.
Not really, no.
People don't seem to do that anymore.
No, they don't, do they? A little bit. I think Gordon did his festival video, like create your own festival. And I think he was trying to get to 500 because I think he was at about 420. And he managed to get over the I think he's got 560 now, something like that. So it worked. It's like I want to get 3,000 subs, but I'm on 2,900. So I've got to get 100 subs. So how long is that going to take? It's going to take a couple of months, that at least.
Yeah, but a couple of months is nothing, is it?
No, I know, but it's like there, isn't it? Though you want to get to it. Yeah.
Yeah,
but this is the thing. People don't say that. People just go, oh. One of my favorite comments, what people say on their videos is they'll get to a certain amount of videos and they'll do a video, where they say, I want to thank everyone for subscribing. And then when they say that video, they always say, oh, I'm amazed even one person watches. Do you know? And I always think, that you're quite good at it. You got a follow. People enjoy your content. You're going to get a certain amount of subscribers. So, this narrative of, oh, I can't believe even one person subscribes. That's something that people say. So, I've got another thing that irritates me. Do you want to know what else irritates me?
Go on then.
This is a funny one. It does irritate me. There are people that say it. And it's people who are always talking about when they're at university.
Right.
So they'll mention in a video that, oh, when I was at uni. You know what I mean? And they'll say it. It's like there's quite a few people who do it. They'll say, oh, when I was at uni, and I just think, yeah, I know. So I don't do a video and say, oh, well, when I was at engineering college, I was listening to this album, and or when I was driving up to go on a submarine, I was listening to this album all the way. I was listening to Band of Horses because it really helped me on the journey. But there's some people who mention that they go to that they're at university on nearly every video that they do.
I can't recall witnessing it. I can't think of a channel that's.
Yeah, it does. Some people do it, and I just think
for it.
I just think, yeah, all right, you went to university, but stop fucking going on about it. You know what I mean? No one's going to see that clip though, are they? Because we're nearly 5 hours into the stream now. So that's
pretty well deep into it now, aren't we?
Yeah. Will it have, when you on this video, will it have the transcripts underneath it that you can go through it?
Yeah, we thought so. Yeah.
God, can you imagine?
Imagine you could do a pet peeve of the vinyl community, Rob. All the pet peeves which irritate you as a video.
No, because I don't really. Yeah, I don't. Like I say, that's why I like coming on.
Live streams.
On live streams, because if I did a pet peeve video and said, stop going on about being at university, then the people who are always going on about being at university, they're going to see that because they're going to. I mean, they'll probably see this anyway. Someone will.
You're gonna get a bit of flack there, aren't you?
Yeah, the jungle drums start going off. It's like when I remember I was on Rachel's. Oh no, I think it was when I went. When I was on when I was drunk. I went drunk when I had been to the pub.
Yeah.
I came on your stream.
Yeah.
I think Headley was watching, and Headley told John, "Rob's kicking off." So people watch live streams, and then they mention to other people that something's kicking off on the live stream. So there is a little bit of that going on. I don't think anyone's ever commented to me and said, "Oh, something's kicking off on a live stream."
I don't think. I know you had a little bit to drink that day, but I think that was weighing on your mind.
Yeah.
For a few days at least, and
it was. Yeah.
You were pretty. Not desperate, but you were pretty determined to get that off your chest.
Yeah. I don't think I might have watched it back once, but I've been drinking, but I think I gave my argument. I was quite coherent with what I was saying.
Well, you're quite to the point.
Yeah, I was probably speaking a bit more directly than maybe I would have done if I was in this environment.
Yeah.
But even in this environment, I've never been someone who's thought, I shouldn't really say that. I can tend to say things, and then because we're on YouTube, it's a vinyl community. It's like I say, my life when I'm not on YouTube, it doesn't impact anything in my life. So if I didn't appear on YouTube again, then the only people that it'd affect would be myself in my head about my channel. But the people that I deal with on a daily basis don't. Whereas if they knew I had a channel, you get people saying, "Oh, you haven't done any videos for a bit. Why?" You know what I mean? So it's not. That's why it's nice to keep it separate.
Yeah, I think it works better that way. As the live stream is a place where you can say this stuff, because it's a different environment to a video. A video is a nice packaged little piece, isn't it? Yeah. As a live stream is an ongoing sort of real life conversation.
Because the majority of people who watch my channel won't ever see this.
No.
The only people who are going to see this are people in the vinyl community, really, because this isn't going to attract casual people who are subscribed to my channel. It's directed at the vinyl community, isn't it, really?
I imagine it would be a circle of people will pay interest to this live stream, who might not even might not even appreciate my live stream, but want to see you talk about stuff.
Yeah.
So there's going to be, people who you've probably met.
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
I don't think I've said anything too derogatory about anybody, really. I think it's been all right.
I think it's been pretty mild, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it was in context, and I think I was quite happy with what I said. So I ain't got any regrets about anything I've said, really. So
no, I think we handled it all right. We didn't go too overboard with what was said.
No.
Yeah. Got through a lot of questions.
Have you gone through it? Is that it? Have you got any more?
I've got a few more, but they're probably not as strong as some of the other questions.
Just get them out of the way. Only I thought we were doing a 10-hour one.
Okay. I've always thought of you as a person that doesn't like to get too tied down to things VC related.
Yeah.
Would you say that there is a stigma that if you're too involved with the VC, be that creating too much content, association to certain VC members, such as myself, or regular live stream commitments, etc.?
Yeah. Yeah, I've always kind of been conscious of not wanting to be too visible all the time.
I have noticed.
Yeah, so because I always think you don't want to saturate things. Yeah. So that's why when Rachel was doing her daily live stream, it was successful up to a point. And I one of the things I used to I was like a daily sort of contributor in the peanut gallery, I suppose. I got an award, didn't I? Got so many awards, me, from the VC, and I got, what did I get?
You get that emoji one, didn't you?
I got 2 awards from Rachel, and then I've had 2 from MGK as well. So I got Best British Accent. This is like the reason that you make channels, isn't it? To win these awards. So I think I got Best British Accent, which I think I have got the Best British Accent. Yeah, definitely. And then I got Best Hair this year, so obviously I win that.
I think why your channel is so popular as it is because of your accent. It's that strong Manchester accent that people just are drawn to.
I don't know whether I don't know whether I have got a strong Manchester accent. I don't know whether I have. I don't really think I don't sound like Noel Gallagher.
No, but
I've got a twang, I suppose.
You got a bit of a twang there, yeah. And I think that's enough to keep people listening.
Yeah. I think it might bring a few people in from. Yeah, but you can only bring people in initially. They've got to like your content, haven't they, to hang around. If you got an accent they like, that might work once, but it ain't going to work for a long time, isn't it? But like I say, I've always felt I don't want to be overexposed.
No.
So, I remember I did. So Chris Mann, I think on his first live stream, it was me and Chris. We did it a couple of times, and then he wanted to keep doing it on Sun. So I sort of backed away a little bit, and Chris started to invite other people, and that kind of worked for him. And then you started doing live streams, and I did a couple with you, didn't I, initially?
I was doing that before Chris.
Yeah, and then I kind of backed away from that. So, and then so there's a bit of a pattern here. So then I was doing them with a couple with Gordon, and then Gordon's doing them every week, and I've got other things going on, but I don't want to be there
You don't be tied down to anything, do you?
No, I don't, because I do I do go out on Fridays anyway. So
yes. I get where I completely do. I completely understand.
Yeah, and because during the week I'm not available because I'm working Monday to Thursday.
Yeah, yeah.
So that time's sort of dead. I'm working and I'm sleeping and I'm doing other stuff, but my main social life is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I can't be tied down, can I, to appearing on 2 or 3 live streams every weekend because,
No, but you have been doing more live streams as of late compared to maybe what you were doing maybe a year ago. You seem to be doing a bit more.
Yeah, I did, because I did it. I think I did 3 or 4 with Gordon. We did the World Cup ones.
Yeah, yeah.
And then who else did I go on with? I've been on with Rachel a couple of times.
You have, yeah, yeah.
I think that's it. And then doing this one.
Yeah.
But I'd like to do Gordon's, but it's going to be tricky on Fridays because that's going to be when I'm going to be out and about. So that might be tricky. But Gordon might say, I can do a Saturday now and again, maybe. But Saturdays are going to be tricky as well. So Sundays is probably the only sort of window, and he's probably got things he wants to do. People don't. I think Jack's starting his series next Sunday. I think he's going to be doing his. I think it's like a live stream on every Sunday. He's going to be doing it. This is like 2 people. I think it's going to be Midge and Jack talking to different people in the VC, and the first guests are Headley and I always forget her name. Jen, is it Jen in America?
Yeah.
And it's talking about. See, they're going to be talking about your record collection and how it started, I think, and your journey as a record collector. So I don't want to talk about that because I've spoke about that on videos when I started my channel, and I think I talk about that. People can see that through watching my videos. So I don't really want to. I wouldn't really want to get involved in that. That's not for me. Whereas randomly chatting like this with you is a bit more interesting for me, really. So
yeah, a bit more laid back, I guess, isn't it?
Well, it's not that. It's again, you're in that kind of arrangement of 4 people all having to say their little bit, and everyone has 5 minutes. So that's 20 minutes without saying anything or talking over it, and that's. I just don't think. I'm not the biggest fan of that, really. What was the question again? Spreading myself a bit thinly.
Basically, I said I've always thought you as a person that doesn't like to get too tied down with things in the VC.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a stigma to it that if you're too involved with the VC,
be
that creating too much content, association with certain members, or doing live streams?
I don't know. I don't know if there's a stigma, but I think there is a cutoff where you are doing too much content.
Yeah.
Personally, I know some people are doing I do a video every day, but it's a minute. It's a short. But I think if you're putting out more than 2 videos a week, then I think that's a bit much, really. So even if it was a channel that, because I said before how many channels, so there's certain channels I tend to watch everything they do. I watch everything Richard does. I watch you. I watch I watched David Atkinson and Gav. I watched James Griffiths, Ross Goodall. I watch Harris. I tend to watch Richard's Final Tap House, but his video that long. I used to watch all Embryonic Robot, but he did that series about his favourite. Some of the series he's doing, I'm just not a fan of. Like, so I've stopped watching Brian a little bit. Do you notice that though? Sometimes if you watch people's videos, they'll comment on your videos, but then if you stop watching their videos, it's like they stop watching your videos. Do you notice that sometimes?
I have noticed that. Yeah. Whether that actually becomes a kind of an arrangement between you two, I don't know, or it's just by accident.
Yeah.
Hard to say.
Yeah. I was going to talk about that, the Andy Burnham video.
Yeah.
So there was a couple of comments. One comment, I was going to read it off my phone, but it's died now, hasn't it? One of them were more or less saying, I thought the vinyl community was better than talking about politics, you know what I mean?
Mm.
So I put in the comments, well, it was either talk about Andy Burnham's record collection, show an album with a dog on the cover, or talk about a Beatles box set. And I just thought, now and again, just putting a bit of variety.
I agree.
What's the problem? And then there was a couple of videos, a couple of comments that went down the political route where they were kind of arguing with me, because from the way I was talking in my video, even though I thought I was being a bit snidey, but in a polite way.
Yeah.
They obviously read between the lines and weren't happy with my political. I think they might have, well, I'm pretty sure they unsubscribed from because I lost quite a few subscribers.
Really?
Yeah, but then I gained a few as well. So yeah, I probably lost half a dozen from that video.
Right, from that video.
Yeah.
I think you did mention to me that you thought that was going to happen.
Yeah. So when I put it up, I lost quite a lot in about 4 hours. I think I lost about 6 subscribers. I remember looking at my subscribers.
In the comment section, like they're not the usual ones that comment, are they? They're from other parts of YouTube, aren't they? Who probably comment on political videos.
Yeah, there's a couple, but then a few people subscribed, because I can see who subscribed. So they were people who were maybe a bit more, maybe discovered the channel through that video. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discovered the channel.
Yeah, but that's good that in a way that you've gained others who are going to be more perhaps politically your side of the fence, and lost others that are on the other side of the fence. They're going to be in more support than you than those other ones that left.
Yeah, so, but I'm not going to be making kind of political videos on my channel, because I'm aware that people watch my channel because they like my music taste. They might not like my politics, but I just thought it was an opportunity that I couldn't waste. When I sort of realised Andy Burnham's music taste, I had a lot of the records. I just thought it was an opportunity to do something a little bit different. But hardly anyone who normally comments on my videos has commented.
No.
So that tells me that quite a lot of people who comment on my videos probably either haven't watched it or have just stayed away from it, or they don't want to engage in that sort of environment. So
sometimes you got to do something a bit different. You can't keep doing the same old thing everybody else is doing, because
I thought
you've lost a few subscribers, but you've also gained some. So and I don't think you're likely to return to that type of video for the foreseeable. I think once it's out there, it's done.
It's done.
you put it out there, you're back to yourself again, doing your normal things.
It's quite.
I don't think it does you any harm, really.
No, it's quite interesting though, because when I came up, so the thumbnail is like a bit of a clickbait thumbnail because it's got that Andy Burnham picture that he's been using on his, on his Instagram.
Yeah.
That's like, so to me, it's a bit of a clickbait picture. So it's going to drag people in who normally aren't involved in the vinyl community.
Yeah,
and they're going to click on that, and most of the people who click on it are going to be a bit disappointed because they might think it's going to be Andy Burnham talking about records. But it's quite interesting looking at it, because I'm like looking at it as how's that video going to perform? Because when I put it up, I looked at it and it was my worst performing video.
Really?
So when I put it up, I was working. I put it up and I had a look at it on my break, and it was number 10 on my videos.
You did text me that you thought that was going to be the case, didn't you?
Yeah. So it was number 10. It was number 10. And then when I woke up in the morning, it was number 9. So I thought, what's it going to do? Because it was at like about 600 views after a day. But in my head, I'm thinking that video will keep going. It'll keep getting views. So when I
said it would be a bit of a slow burn, yeah.
Yeah. So then I looked at it the day after. I went to that gig, and when I was on my phone at the gig, I looked at it when I was at the gig, and it got another 300 views or something. And then yesterday and today, it's getting quite a lot of views. So
there's a lot of demand to watch political stuff. Have you noticed on YouTube how many videos are getting popular because they've got "Broken Britain" in the title, or there's a lot more of that around, isn't there? Talking about the country, be that, politics or whatever.
Yeah.
So there is a great interest in that.
So in my head, when I put the video up, because when I put a video up, I'm an honest creator, YouTube creator. So when I put a video up, I put it up at a certain time to try and maximize the audience for the video.
Yeah.
I attempt to do a video thumbnail that will appeal to people. Now, me holding records up like that with a miserable face might not be an appealing thumbnail, and I get people taking the piss. But when I do that, I just think people who know my channel, if they see that, they know it's me, so that's going to bring people into the video. As a rule, I don't like putting a thumbnail up when I'm not in the thumbnail. I like to be in the thumbnail. But I did the video, so I did the car boot video, and I used the image of a car boot. So that video has not performed as well because I'm not. I think that's because I'm not in the thumbnail. So it's doing okay, but I think it's got like 1.3 so far. Whereas normally, if I'm in the thumbnail, it'll get maybe nearly 3,000. So
you think
the things that I look at, I do look at things like that. Whereas I don't hear people talking about that.
You're very analytical.
Yeah, I am. And also, so then on the video that I made about the HMV video.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of videos about HMV. So Thingy did a video about HMV Spectrum.
Yeah, he did.
Got 60,000 views.
I know, they've done incredibly well.
So it's got 60,000 views And all it is
Jack
he's
said
got,
one about HMV, didn't he? Maybe about 6 months ago, maybe.
yeah. So Jack did one, and Jack's got a lot of views.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So if you put HMV in your thumbnail, that's more or less like an invitation to get a lot of views.
Yeah.
Now, I put HMV in the thumbnail. It's not done anywhere near as well as those videos have done.
No, no.
So, but in my video, in the thumbnail, I put HMV only makes £5 million a year. So I think that kind of dragged people in thinking, what this is a bit of an economics video.
Yeah. You took a different direction as others kind of downplayed, oh, they're too expensive, this, that, and the other. You guys said, well, hang on a minute, they're not all that bad.
No. So their videos were filming inside the store, flicking through some random HMV records and talking over it. Do you know what I mean?
Probably not allowed to do anyway, let's be honest.
But whereas I was talking about HMV, the pros and the cons, and a bit about the economics of it. So that's that direction of video, even though I quite enjoyed. I thought it's one of the best videos I've done. I enjoyed that video.
Well, by the sound of it, you sound like you've had a pretty good history of having good sales purchases.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, but I mean, you could turn around and say, well, you're not really supporting HMV properly because you're just going in there when the sale's on. But as I mentioned, there's a sale box in there all the time. So, but like I said, there isn't any, I wouldn't say honesty, but there isn't people talk about their channels because I think they feel a bit as though it's like either contrived and you shouldn't be thinking about things like that. You should just do a video and put it up and let everyone enjoy it. It's as though there's no thought. People don't talk about the way they think about their channel. They kind of just, it's as though it's a taboo subject, isn't it, to talk about your channel?
Yeah. It's more directly about the music and that's it, isn't it? There's no,
I know.
There's not much diversity there, is there? It's just.
No, but I think it's interesting if people talk about the channel. You know, if people like Mazzy spoke a little bit more, you know, if he did a video where he kind of spoke about his thought process into, because I know he does it, because he say, I'm dropping a video at 2:00 because he knows that's early in America, but it hits the British audience when he wants to hit it, you know, 2:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So Mazzy's someone who does that.
He does do these thought videos, doesn't he? Where he'll tell you what he's thinking and go into a bit of that. I do tend to like those kind of videos. They're a bit more different to the usual show and tell, aren't they?
Yeah.
You get to learn how they think and what's on their minds. I think it's not a bad thing at all. Got a question here from Jenny. She says, do you ever see a time that the UK guys will ever get on the same page, or are the personalities just too different?
It depends which personalities who we're talking about, because I think most of that's more directed at you, isn't it? I think.
Possibly, yeah. I think she's sort of aiming at the sort of the thing with the vinyl tag and what I said about the vinyl tag and that kind of stuff. I think so. I think, you know, when you say things and it doesn't go down too well, I don't think it's necessarily over with. I think it can be repaired. You know, you can, if you can get the moment to talk to certain individuals who you may have offended and what have you, you sort of say, look, you know, I'm sorry if I overdone things. You know, it was never my intention to sort of to cause the offence, but you know, I just felt strongly about something, and you know, you can try and repair maybe some of the damage that you've done, but I think I think it also has to come both ways. It can't just be all one way. Someone apologising. There has to be something the other person says that sort of says, "Okay, we'll draw a line over it," or you know what I mean? Because I don't particularly want to continue having like bad feelings with people.
Yeah.
It's not healthy, and it doesn't do you any good. So
I think we're trying to draw a line under that now, aren't we, Simon? Really, I think that's part of the healing process, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, but it's getting the opportunity as well, isn't it?
Well, trying to speak to David Atkinson when you're on Rachel's Ghost, that's not a good environment to try and build fences, is it?
No, I know. And I did say to you that I want to try and mend a few fences, didn't I? But like the chances of me speaking to David is not going to be very easy.
No.
No. And and then I see in the comments he's made in the past, oh, Vinyl Dale's talking about the vinyl tag again. Oh, it's 7 months since they've done the vinyl tag. He's still banging on about that. But then he goes on a live stream talking about the vinyl tag.
Yeah.
It's a complete contradiction.
You probably find Epsom, so we've been talking for like 5 hours and 20 minutes. We spent quite a bit of time speaking about the vinyl tag, haven't we? But I think we've been trying to put it into context. And, I can talk about the vinyl tag because I did it for like 3 years. So I think we were trying to just bring a bit of an end to, but it's hard, isn't it? We spoke about it. It's a difficult thing but the majority of us in the UK, we meet up not semi-regularly, and I've met quite a lot of people in the VC, and as a whole, I get on with everybody really, even people who disagree with my politics. When I've stood next to them, they usually buy me a pint.
Yeah.
I don't think politics should get in the way of anyone's friendship. I think I know in America there's a lot of that, and in the UK it's becoming a little bit polarizing politics. In America, I think there's been, and in the UK as well, we had it with Brexit. We had some families who they didn't speak to each other because someone voted for Brexit, and things like that. I think it's quite sad when people put politics in the way of kind of friendships, and I think the VC in a way is guilty of that from what I've seen, because there was that fascist tag that went around that not many people did about if you're anti-fascist, make a video. So there was only about 4 or 5 people responded to that. So does that mean everybody else is fascist? There isn't anybody in the vinyl community who's fascist.
Yeah.
The thought that people in the VC are fascist is just, I can't get me.
I wouldn't dream about throwing that at somebody. I wouldn't say, "Oh, you are a racist or you're a fascist." It wouldn't enter my head to do that. The
cat's meowing. Come on. Come on.
Oh. I wouldn't do that. But okay. No. I'm guilty of throwing the C word around when perhaps I shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
But I think, and that's been slapped in my face a few times by David and maybe 1 or 2 others.
Yeah.
I think anyone who really knows me, knows that wasn't really aimed at anyone. It wasn't very serious. Anyone knows me that it'll wash off most people's backs.
Yeah.
Okay, I said it. But at the end of the day, is it really that much of a big deal? Well, it isn't really, is it? It was, it's one of those things.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no malice in how I said it, or
no. I saw it for what it was.
Yeah.
If you got any more questions, is that? If you got any more, you said you had a couple more, didn't you?
So,
Because I'm up. Curtis is wanting feeding because I'm up.
Oh, right. I'm just reading. Thing is, I've kind of gone from the top to the bottom to the middle. I'm trying to catch up on what I've done and what I haven't. Would you say older VC members have it a little easier than younger VC members?
It's funny, isn't it, when people, like you term it as like, you still come up with that sort of VC members. I hear a lot of people saying about VC members, it's quite a funny thing to say, isn't it?
Why? What do you mean?
I don't think I've ever kind of said that really, I suppose members of the vinyl community is what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I was. In some respects, it's more difficult to start a channel, isn't it? Because there's so much competition. But I think it's easier to get a few subscribers and get the ball rolling, and then it's up to you, isn't it, to get the ball and run with it. But I think there is a lot of competition, but there's a lot of people. I don't want to criticize. There's a lot of people doing this, but there's a lot of people who aren't very good at it. So if you're good at it, there's a lot of opportunity to be successful, I think. But a lot of people do it and they know they're not great at it. They're passionate, they enjoy the communal side of it, but their channel's going to reach a certain level and they're happy with it and they're happy with just plodding along. They don't want to be a big success like certain channels sort of go out the stratosphere, don't they? Like Robert on My Turntable. We can't all be as successful as him, can we?
Well, that came out of nowhere. I mean, like,
yeah.
I think he was like a few subs below me not so long ago, and you saying that on like
12,500.
12,000. That's blown my mind.
One day I'll wake up and I'll have gained like 1,000 subscribers. Can you imagine doing that one day, waking up? When I wake up, if you go on your channel and if you've got one more subscriber than you had the day before, I go and have a pint, mate. Go and celebrate.
I think perhaps it might be just one of those one videos you do which suddenly just explodes. It could be like several years since you've even made it. But I don't know what it is.
No, I don't understand.
I don't understand it. Maybe it's to do with YouTube and its algorithm.
So this live stream, this might catch on with this, this new algorithm for getting views. So this could get loads of views because the new template for views is starting in on today. It started today. So
all right.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, keep an eye on it then.
But I think it is more difficult to get established, isn't it? Because there's so many people doing it.
Yeah, I do tend to think it's a bit easier for the seniors than it is the youngsters.
When I say that people aren't very good at it, that's like a humorous comment. It's not like something that I mean. I think everyone's got their own niche, haven't they, really? And a lot of the people who would be termed as maybe not being as successful, they tend to have the channels that I'll probably go to and watch, Whereas sometimes if someone's got a really successful channel, I might stop watching it because I just think, they've got their audience and they're doing really well. I'll go and maybe watch someone who needs a bit more sort of encouragement.
Yeah, same. I think the same.
Yeah. What does Melinda Murphy really need me to watch her video about equipment? Do I need to have a look at Melinda Murphy's equipment?
Yeah. It's just like you don't really need me here, do you? You're big enough now.
And the same can be said for Mazzy, really. He must get so many sort of new people arriving. I know that if Jen's still here, she's very good at kind of being quite sincere, when she's at the beginning of video, you know, thanking people for tuning in and stuff like that. She tends to do that, which not a lot of people do, really.
Richard says there are some VC channels I don't understand how they have 8.5k subs.
That's a very accurate.
It is, isn't it?
Does he want to put a name on that, or is he being a coward?
Well, even 6,000 is a quite a chunk. Isn't it?
Look how long, right? I've been doing it for 7 years, over 7 years, and I'm quite regular, you know, putting videos out, and I tend to get between 1,500 and 2,000 views on my videos, and I get 50, 60 comments, so I reply to them, so it'll look like maybe you get 100 comments, and you know, because you reply. A lot of people tend to know who I am, and I've not even got 3,000 subscribers.
No, and your viewership has always been very consistent since you started. It's always been very high, hasn't it? As you've gone through YouTube, so it's not like you kind of dipped and gone up. You know what I mean? You've always been up there with viewership. It's probably, I would say, it's the strongest UK channel in the VC, definitely regarding the viewership.
I think John's pretty strong as well, 6-inch.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
John is.
But you know, but you're certainly up there, right? Aren't you? But you know, so it doesn't always. There's no definite, is there, that you're going to do really well regarding the subscribers?
Not at all, no. Because
there's no guarantee just because you got those views that you're suddenly going to get 8,000 subs.
No, I'll do a video that gets. So if you look on your studio, it'll tell you. I mean, I know it don't always work like that because someone can watch your video. So say I do a video that gets quite a lot of views. They might watch that video and then go and watch another video and watch that video and think, oh, I like this guy, and subscribe. So the video that you put out that's drawn them in, they might not click subscribe until another video. So, because if you look at a video, it'll say you got 13 subscribers from that video, won't it? So someone like Robert on my turntable, if he's got YouTube Studio, if he's got 5,000 subscribers in a 2 month or whatever it is, he'll be able to look on his studio and see which video brought in 1,000 subscribers. Because I think on my videos, most of my videos might bring in 3 or 4 subscribers. You know, if I do a video that gets 2,000 views, it might bring in 2 or 3 subscribers. I think the one on HMV might have brought 5 subscribers. But we're talking about 5 subscribers in a week. Then we're talking about maybe 2 or 3 subscribers from the shorts. So in a week, I'd say I'd be lucky to pull in 10, really, in a week, subscribers. So I've been here all this time, and I'm pulling in maybe 10 a week. If I pull 10 a week in, I think I'll be doing pretty well. And someone's pulling in 1,000 a week. Well,
yeah, that's
even
insane.
if you're pulling in, I think I heard Mazzy talking, and he said, in a normal, I think I was watching some of because people who've got these crazy channels who've got 100,000 subscribers, they were complaining that they're not getting the same views anymore. And one of them was saying normally he'd get like 100 new subscribers every day, and now he was only getting about 30. But to me, to getting 30 subscribers a day, that's never ever going to happen.
No, it's insane.
So you're in a total different stratosphere, aren't you? Really, there.
You are. I mean, I can't think of ever getting those kind of numbers. It's just, how the hell do you? What was the secret to doing that?
So when I did
I doubt even he knows. I doubt he knows what he's done.
Who's got a comment there? Have you got a comment there?
Richard McCook says, I think that the YouTube algorithm tends to pick up more negative words like worst songs of, more than best songs of.
Yeah, I think you're right, Richard.
Yeah,
that's always been quite an interesting thing, hasn't it, on YouTube? If you put the 10 worst albums of 2025, that's gonna prick some kind of algorithm more than the 25 best.
Well, it's more interesting, isn't it? If everyone kind of has an idea what the best might be, but no one's really thought, what's the worst then?
No, it's like Mazzy's video was always a successful one, wasn't it? His Wanker video was always one that would get a lot of subscribers and views. I'm not sure with Richard. I think Richard's a funny one with his. I'm trying to think of the example. He did a couple that went a little bit crazy on the views, and then he did another video which you think, well, that's very similar, and it just didn't do anything. So I always think it's interesting when sometimes I do know that it seems evident that you'll get a crazy one. When I say crazy one, say someone who normally gets 500 views, and then suddenly you'll get one that gets 3,000 or 4,000. It's a little bit of an outlier, isn't it? But then your next video, which you think, oh, that it just performs the same as your normal video. So I don't exactly know what happens there.
It tends to be the videos that do well are the ones that you do less effort for. The ones you don't care about. The ones you think it's a throwaway thing, and then you put like hours of effort into something, planning it. You're thinking, oh, this is going to do really well, and it doesn't perform. It's a weird one sometimes, isn't it? How the algorithm, it works.
Well, I don't know if Richard's been here that long, but while Richard's here, we'll say Arsenal are going to win the league. That'll keep him. I'm sure he'd agree that Arsenal.
He said that he's going to go on the vinyl whistle and talk about Arsenal. So,
all right. Well, tell me when you're going to go on, then I can avoid that.
I might skip that one if.
That'll be horrible, won't it? Richard sat talking about Arsenal for 3 hours.
The last season was absolutely horrendous as a Spurs fan. It was.
Well, it could have been worse, though, couldn't it? If you'd have got relegated.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah. Imagine if we got relegated and they won the league and the Champions League.
That's the next thing for Arsenal, though, isn't it? When I know Chelsea have won it and City have won it. That's the next sort of hurdle. I'm sure Richard had agreed in. They got to the final, but that's the next thing for Arsenal, isn't it? I suppose retain the title, but then, win the Champions League. I'm sure that's if you gave Richard the option, I think, would he choose winning the Champions League this year over the league again?
I would say he would say Champions League.
What's he saying there?
Said Simon, wipe those tears.
Richard should do a video, the worst Bucks Fizz tracks. That would be a good one, wouldn't it? No, but Richard did that.
I don't think they have won back-to-back trophies in recent years, have they, Arsenal?
I don't know.
I don't think they have. Not sort of going back to maybe the sort of 30s, I think, when they were winning it consecutively.
What, in the 1930s?
Yeah, that's when they're in their heyday, wasn't it?
That when Hubert Chapman was manager?
God knows.
Yeah, Richard will know that. With Hubert Chapman, he used to be manager of Huddersfield. And he went
Richard said to me about, when Spurs won the league, it was all in black and white, and the football were made out of leather. But his bloody heyday was back even further.
Yeah, that's right. In the 30s, weren't it?
In the 30s, yeah. That's their most predominant time.
Richard must be pleased with the way it's going at Arsenal now. It's looking pretty strong, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they're going to be unchallenged, aren't they, I think?
Have you got any more VC questions? I like answering VC questions.
What I've written down or in the chat?
Well, either. Is there any? Richard did like worst. Did he? He did like the worst. Did he do like worst? I'm sure he did a series. Was it the worst 10 records by? Yeah, he did, didn't he? The worst. That had quite a lot of views on some of those ones, didn't he? I think.
Yeah, I think that's where he's coming from, isn't he? Because he has done videos like that.
Yeah, if you do like the best albums of the 1970s, and then do the worst albums of the 1970s, which video would do best? You know what I mean?
No, I think I'm pretty much done regarding the questions which I wrote down.
Is there any in the comments?
Just looking now.
Is this your longest live stream?
I think it is. Yeah. I think it is.
Epic, isn't it, this one?
4D says, I never go to a channel and subscribe to it when another channel says, go to that channel and subscribe to it.
Right.
I'm more likely to unsub from that channel that told me.
So it's unsubscribed from my channel then?
Possibly.
How many channels is 4D subscribed to?
I don't know. How many channels you subscribe to, 4D? Let us know.
How many? If Richard's still there, I reckon. How many channels does Richard watch?
Ron Moody says top 10 videos are always good for views on my channel. He's quite often.
Who's that?
Ron, Rockin' Ron.
Oh yeah, Ron. Yeah, hi Ron. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ron's how long's Ron's had his channel for a long time. It's nice that Ron's here, isn't it?
Yeah, he does check in now and then, so it's nice to hear from Ron.
Yeah, it's great. Great Ron, isn't he?
Yeah, I like Ron. Got a lot of time for
Ron's one of us, isn't he? He's on our side, I think.
He is, yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Richard McCook says this year will be the Champions League. Yeah, I figured it would be.
Right. Well, this season.
Yeah.
He must. I wonder what he thought when Gavardiol scored that goal when thought it was offside.
Football won that final, didn't they? In the Champions League final, because Arsenal just stank their way.
Yeah, it was. I don't even think I watched. Did I watch that game? I don't think I watched it.
You got to go if you're in a final. You got to go for it, haven't you? You can't defend your way to.
Yeah.
You know, which is what they've done pretty much all last season.
I think that's kind of the next step with Arsenal is, from being difficult to beat to having. I think they're trying to add that now with Guimaraes, and if they can get Alvarez as well, and they've got that winger they've signed, they've got rid of Trossard. So I think that there's no excuse, is there, for the quality of the squad has gone up a notch, I think, from last season.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But I just think that whatever his name is, Gorkres or whatever. I think he's not really. He's a bit of a bulldozer, isn't he? You need a better striker than him.
It says the most dominant time in the 30s. What about the Invincibles? Yeah, but that was for one season, wasn't it? That's for one season.
No, but the Invincibles, they drew about 16 games, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, anyone could be unbeaten if you draw all your games, can't you?
Exactly, yeah. Come on, Richard, you got to do better than that.
In the 30s, you probably won the league, 5 times, didn't you?
They won it quite a lot in the 30s.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
Yeah.
VC question: do you think some people purchase subs?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I should think there's a bit of that going on. Yeah.
I think it's. I mean, it's such a risky thing to do though, because if YouTube, I don't know how strict are YouTube with that, because it's obviously going on, but is YouTube that bothered about it? I don't know.
Well, apparently there is things in place to monitor subs. There's bots and things which are in process.
They're not working then, or whether.
I don't know.
No, but the thing is, in the vinyl community, getting 1,000 subscribers in a week is a big deal. But in the YouTube world, that a lot of channels get 1,000 subscribers in a day, don't they? So it's probably under the carpet, really, under the radar, isn't it?
We kind of need Robert on my turntable on here to explain to us how it came to be. Then maybe we can kind of understand it a bit more. But
it's a bit of an outlier. Like I say, I really do like Robert. He's someone I've always enjoyed his content.
I do. I can't see him buy subs though. Can you?
No, I certainly wouldn't suggest that he bought subs, but it's hard to explain the growth of the channel. It's like you say, is it just a crazy? It's like I say, I'm sure he's got a YouTube studio. He'll tell you where the subs came from, which video attracted all the sub. He's not done a video that's got like 1 million views, has he, or something like that? I don't know.
No. He might not even realise himself.
No, he does, because he puts every time he gets 1,000 subs. Well, he has been doing. I haven't seen it recently because I think I saw that he put that he got 1,000 more subscribers. So I just thought, oh, well done. But then a couple of days later, he did the same thing again. And I looked in the comments and someone said, oh, this is crazy. And he responded and said, yeah, I don't know. Right. And I've not looked at it since then. And that was 9,000. And I think it was last week. And then I've just had a look now and it's on 12,500. So it's carrying on, isn't it?
Bloody hell. 4D says, who do you most like to do live streams with? I don't know if this is aimed at me or you or both. I would say I like to do live streams with people I've met. I think that certainly helps because you have that kind of connection when you meet someone.
Yeah, aren't we? We met each other.
Yeah, we met. Yeah, in Leeds. So I think that certainly helps. But just anyone really, I suppose. Anyone.
Yeah, but when we met in Leeds, it weren't like I didn't know you. We're like we just knew each other for about 20 years.
I know it's surreal, isn't it?
It's surreal
that I hadn't met you before, but was able to go up to you, shake your hand. You're right, Rob. It's you wouldn't dream of doing that with anyone else, would you?
Not really. That's why I know Richard said I'd love to meet Richard at some point, even if it meant going over that. I'd love to meet. I've got to meet Richard at some point. Because Richard's like I love Richard, mate.
What, both Richards? Yeah,
both of them. There's a few people I've not met that I'd like to meet. Richard would be at the top. I've never met James Griffiths. I'd love to meet James as well. Who else haven't I met? I've not met Martin. I like Martin Harris. I'd love to meet Martin as well.
Yeah, I like to meet either both Richard or Richard Taphouse.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's a lot in America. Like Richie was on before. I'd love to meet Richie and I'd love. But that's one of the good things about, like I say, MGK does them parties. You could meet 20 people in one go, couldn't you? You know what I mean?
Jenny is a real nice person. If I was in the States, I would quite happily meet Jenny. Ron as well. I'd quite happily meet Ron. These are good people. I'm not likely to meet, but I would like to sort of. If I had the chance.
I don't think there's anybody that I wouldn't want to meet. I don't think I've got many enemies. Even Waxed, I think I could meet Wax.
I think he'd be quite different, Wax, in person.
I just want to check his phone and see if he got any more pictures of my kids on his phone before,
That's a weird thing to say. I've been here for a few hours, but Simon's keeping you out of the loop.
Who's saying that, Ron?
Ron, yeah.
Just give me a minute. Well, when should we go? Should we do it for 6? What are we on now?
Yeah, let's try and get to the 6-hour mark, shall we?
Yeah,
being that we're so close. I wasn't intended to get 6 hours in, but I was going to be quite surprised we made an hour. What are the 10 channels, Richard? 70s channels asking. That'd be Julian. All right, Julian, I haven't seen you for ages. How you been? 4D says, including the lawyer channels, I maybe subscribed to 50, and 2 of them I know are dead, but I'm sentimental. I'll keep that to myself, Julian. Julian Sports Leeds. Doing well, Leeds, aren't they? Good win to start the season. Hey Simon, do you remember when I was doing my live stream on Fridays? You used to come over and visit me quite often. It was fun. Yeah, I did, didn't I? I used to pop into your live stream now and then. Yeah, we've had some good conversations, Ron, haven't we? You should do more. It's a shame that you kind of stepped away from doing live streams. It's otherwise, yeah, we could have done a few more. I remember being on there and Rachel jumped on. This was years ago, and she was ranting and raving.
Oh yeah.
And then we went over to Rachel's, and then she ranted and raved some more, and sort of gave me a right bollocking over what somebody else put in the chat. Apparently, it was my fault, but still, it's all in the past now.
Not grudge.
Not much, no. Jenny says, "Come down to Tennessee." Yeah, I'd love to, but
Is that where Jenny is?
I guess and so, yeah. So
I'm rubbish here. Like someone says Tennessee, I haven't got a clue where that is on the American map. Have you?
I couldn't picture it myself either. No. It's just.
Has Jenny met anyone in the BC? Is there anyone in a sort of neck of the woods? I don't know.
I imagine there probably are.
I can't remember saying met anybody.
She probably has met a few people. Let
her put something in the comments.
Let us know who you met in the flesh.
Yeah.
VC question from Richard: should you use clickbait to get viewers? And especially now, 1 second of the viewing counts as a view.
See, Richard. Did Richard know that before I said about it?
I don't know. Maybe. Probably. Richard's pretty knowledgeable, isn't he, about things?
Yeah.
I suppose it's going to encourage clickbait.
It is,
it's
going to encourage that, isn't it?
Definitely.
Well, I've always kind of. I don't like I say I did that the Andy Burnham video is a little bit clickbaity because of the picture.
Yeah.
And I kind of knew that, but I think it's like a genuine kind of video. It's not like that. I'm not showing Andy Burnham's favorite records, but I thought it was a little bit clickbaity. I mean, you could say that HMV only makes £5 million a year is a bit clickbaity, but it's true. It's a fact. So who's that?
Julian. I haven't seen him in ages. And,
Julian. Yeah, that's a blast from the past, isn't it?
Yeah. How you doing, Julian?
How are you doing, Julian? It's good to see you.
Julian asks, do you like Leeds United, Rob?
I fucking hate Leeds, me.
Yeah.
I've had loads. If I've had, as an Oldham fan, the most aggro I've had is with Leeds fans and I've not really had much aggro with anybody, but I had a couple of with Leeds fans over the years. Has been a bit nasty, not nasty, but I've had a few police horses in Leeds ground as well, outside the ground. So is Julian a Leeds fan then? He must be.
He is, yeah.
They're not my least favourite team. I quite like the fact Leeds are back in the Premier League because I feel like that's where. I mean, Richard will tell you
they belong there.
They belong in the Premier League. I mean, they've only got one club in the city, so it's always, a bit like Newcastle. They've only got one club, but I think they belong. I know nobody belongs, but they're a big club, aren't they? It feels right.
Yeah, they won the league a few times. They should be up there.
Yeah, I know the fans are fanatical. I know a few Leeds fans as well. So
Jenny says she's met several, but she's not named them.
No.
It's almost smack in the middle. I don't quite know what you're talking about, Ron.
It'll be that.
Tennessee. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Richard says, I did know about that. That would be the 1 second thing.
Yeah.
Jenny says, Randall Weaver, Vintage Owl, and Hernando's Hideaway, and Vinyl Potato.
Randall Weaver, I'd say Randy started his channel on the same day as me. That's random, isn't it?
He's been doing it quite a while now, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly the same day as me.
The exact same day.
I think it's the 15th of January it was.
4D says, new YouTube policy is worth testing. Make a 5-second short video and check the viewing stats. If it exceeds viewing for 3-hour videos, some people will be really pissed off.
Yeah. I need to. Well, I want to do a video of what I picked up from HMV. So I might do that tomorrow or some point this week. Anyway, definitely.
Yeah, I'm going to do a video of albums from the 2000s, which
you did that one the other day. I watched it.
Good for the car, But
yeah.
But maybe sort of lesser known albums this time round.
Yeah, because you were talking about Coldplay and that, weren't it? Parachutes and.
Yeah.
Has anyone else got any questions? I don't want to go now. I want to stay for another hour.
You're very up for this, aren't you, Rob?
Eh?
Very up for this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Richard says, I don't like Leeds United, but I'm glad they're in the Premiership and hope they remain there. Yeah.
Similar to me, that, Richard.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that, with Leeds.
There's certain clubs in there, like Nottingham Forest, it feels right that they're in the Premier League as well.
Yeah.
Sunderland.
I think any club that's won the Champions League should be in the Premier League. Like the Villas and Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, it feels a bit like West Ham, really. You want them in the Premier League, don't you?
Yeah, I kind of like that kind of rivalry.
Yeah.
They're
a bit of a yo-yo. Not a yo-yo, but they do move up and down a bit, West Ham, don't they? Like Wolves, they move up and down a bit. There's certain clubs, isn't there, like Sheffield United as well, West Brom. They move up and down a little bit.
Brighton have been very consistent in the league, haven't they?
Brighton and Bournemouth and Brentford are doing really well, aren't they?
They are, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Brighton, I think, have the best recruitment.
Yeah.
In the league.
Any more questions?
Randall Weaver comments on my videos from time to time. Such a nice fellow. Yeah, I agree. Richard says, I'm finishing my vintage vinyl A to Z series soon. Not sure what I'll do next.
Oh, that's Richard Taphouse, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? When you do these, you do them series, and then
You're thinking, what the hell do I do?
Yeah, there's plenty of that. There's a lot of things you can do, though. There are a lot of things you can do.
You go into this state of not knowing, oh, what the hell am I going to do? But there's always something which comes up, doesn't it? At some point, you think, oh, you know what, I'll do that. It seems to materialize, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Richard could. I mean, he could certainly get into the go into years and start. You know, his favorite albums. That's something Richard could do. He's starting in, I don't know, in the 70s, and your top 10 albums. He could easily do that for a year, couldn't he? Really, 52 videos of. I know Richard. So Richard did his top 50, didn't he?
Mm.
You know, he kind of stayed away from doing his top 100. I kind of understand that. So Richard put these rules in, didn't he? That he could only show one David Bowie record.
Yeah.
And he can only show one, which is okay. And I think what he was frightened of, because he's such a Bowie fan. And
right, the list, wouldn't he, with Bowie?
Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to avoid. So I do kind of understand that. Yeah. I think Richard's more of a fan of, like me. If I did my top 100 albums of all time, I'd probably only have 2 Jan albums in it, and I'd probably have maybe 2 Police albums. Whereas Richard would probably pick maybe 7 or 8 Bowie albums, maybe. So that's maybe why he didn't want to go there. So I think when I eventually do it, I just want to pick my favourites. I don't want to put any kind of restrictions on it.
I think when people are stuck for ideas, they tend to look to what they have already, don't they? You know, what's in their collection.
Yeah,
I think it seems to be the best way of going about it. You know, and rather than trying something completely new,
yeah,
you know, just have a look what you have already. You know, and have a flick through.
It makes sense to use what you've already got, because you're just relying on things that you purchase, then you're putting a restriction on your channel, aren't you, straight away?
Yeah, yeah. You put pressure on yourself as well, aren't you?
No.
Financial pressure and.
No, I think that's why Richard. I've watched his videos about the alphabet, and it's a nice little video you can do every week, and it's an easy one to do because you're just going through your collection, aren't you? So
could you just do like a top 20 Gary Newman albums, including Two Way Army?
I don't know if has he done a ranking? Has he done many?
I'm not sure. Possibly.
On my channel, I've not done one ranking video. Not ranked.
Top 10. You've not ever done a top 10 or top 20?
Yeah, I've done. So no, I've done favorite albums of a year.
Right.
But I've not done many of them. I've done 71, 79, 88, and 89. I think that's all I've done.
What's the stop you doing a top 10 jam or top?
Nothing, but I just don't want to do it.
No.
I don't want to do it. So I find it hard as well. I mean, I don't know. I just don't want to do that. I'm more interested in. I want to do like my top 10, or I think I did top 20 of 79. I like the idea of doing, picking my favourites from. Because it's an easy video to do, and you're using your existing collection, aren't you?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
There's a big appeal to that.
You've done the years, haven't you? You picked certain years already, haven't you?
I've only done a couple though. I've done like four years out of 50. So I could easily do. I've got enough albums. The trouble is, if I was 1971, I think is such a good year for music. I found that quite easy. I think I might have been doing a response to maybe a contest. But 1972 and 73, 74, I think I'd struggle with those years, to pick 10. Whereas when we're getting into the late 70s, that's a little bit my sweet spot. Anything after 76, from 76 to 96, I could probably easily do a top 10. And then,
what about the late 90s, 2000s? Could you go there?
I could, but probably not using records.
No. Does that bother you? Does that bother you using records and CDs?
No. I never, on my ranking videos, I tend to just show records for some reason. I don't have a aversion to showing CDs. It used to be a bit more of a, why am I showing CDs? But I think now, I mentioned it. I mean, it's that we've been doing it that long. We're talking about the same thing now, but I did mention that in the past, people tended to apologise, whereas I know Richard did a video yesterday. Just get on with it and show your CDs. It's acceptable, isn't it? It's your channel. You just show what you want.
Yeah, I think that stigma has probably passed now. I think Richard has a point that you just get on with it and do it. I think if it's between vinyl and CD anyway, if it's a mixture of the two, it won't be so apparent, will it?
There's so many bargains, though, when it comes to CDs. It's, and I think because I've got quite a broad taste in music, so I'll pick sort of jazz CDs up, and I'll experiment a little bit as well. So CDs is a great, blind buys on CDs is, you're not taking much risk, are you, when it's $3 for £1? You know what I mean?
If it's £1 for an album, then it's £1, isn't it?
Yeah.
And small CDs are small, they're compact. They're no way.
No.
The hassle as vinyl, storing vinyl is.
No, exactly.
Says Richard says, "Do you dare me to rank the Gary Glitter singles? Watch the quickest drop in subscribers ever."
I don't think in America. I don't think they're that bothered about Gary Glitter, are they? I
don't think they're that too aware of Gary Glitter, are they?
I think they are a little bit, because they love that. I want to be. Is it rock and roll? That's such a great song, isn't it?
Richard Taphouse says, I did a where to start with Newman video.
Yeah,
has got an almost 6K views since I posted over a year ago.
Right.
That's all he's done really was a where to start with Newman, but you could go into a bit further, couldn't you? I think that'd be quite popular actually. The Gary Newman's very, very well talked about in the VC, very popular. I think that could do well potentially.
Yeah, I think I'd always advise people like top 10s. Better than top 20s, because a top 10 video, you can do it in 20 minutes, and you can do like top 10 forgotten gems from 1980, because my top 10 albums from 1980 would be a nice one to do, but I'd like to promote some albums that maybe don't get as much exposure. From 1980, that's such a sweet spot.
79, 80, 81, 82, those are really strong years, aren't they? I think.
They are for me. Going all the way through the 80s, really.
The synth era was really, really, really good. So the 80s was so diverse, wasn't it? So diverse.
Yeah. I think I did write down here a decade. Like, what is the best? What would you class as the best decade?
The best decade, in all honesty, I would say would be the 60s, in my opinion. But I think the 80s would give it a good run for its money.
Yeah. I think someone did someone do a question, or I think I put it in. Actually, I think I put it in the vinyl tag, didn't I? It was a question: if you could only listen to music from one decade, which would you choose? That was a good question, and I think the 70s won because people. I put that question in the tag. It's just come to me now, and it was an interesting question because people sort of were thinking of, they verbalize their answer. So they'd actually say, well, the 60s, the music was great, but did it only start in sort of 63, 64? And I think most people, not most people, I think it was a healthy majority chose the 70s.
Yeah.
And then I think it was the 80s.
But the majority of the people are of that generation, aren't they?
Yeah, of course.
That 60s generation is all but gone, really, hasn't it? So they are going to say the 70s, naturally.
Yeah, I think so.
But I think realistically, I'd say 63 onwards would be the decade because it's not just the music; it was other things going on at the time as well. I think, which I think was important.
The question is, you can only ever listen to music from that decade ever. You can't listen to any other music.
Yeah.
So, I think I would have to go 1980s in that case.
Yeah. I mean, they're all great decades, aren't they? It's not easy to say.
That's why it's a good question, because it isn't easy, is it?
It isn't. No.
And then you can always squeeze it and say, what year?
But of course, a big part of the 60s has to be about the Beatles, doesn't it? And what they did to music. But you're very, I don't want to say anti-60s, but you sort of stay away from the 60s and you're more kind of 70s and onwards, aren't you?
I am really, but there is a lot of 60s music I like. I like, the Kings. I do like all the standard music.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have that emotional impact on me like the 1980s does.
No, but that was the era you lived though, wasn't it?
Well, I was born in, I started really getting into music in a big way in about 76. So from 76 onwards. But early 70s, I like a lot of the music, but it's not as important to me, like Bowie and Richard's. That's a funny one with Richard, because Richard's younger than me, but the early 70s is such a big part of Richard's listening. What's that?
So Richard says a lot of people diss the 80s sound, but I have really warmed to it again, mostly because it was my teenage and very early 20 years.
Yeah.
20s years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's relatable, isn't it? Because
yeah, it is.
It's your youth. You're talking about your youth,
Yeah. Even the records I didn't like as much. I still love them in a way because they take me back to a time and a place, whereas the 60s music doesn't do that, and even a lot of the 70s doesn't. It's
the
80s,
I think on the whole, the 70s is most popular in the VC. It's the most popular talked about decade, I would say.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I think it just edges it. There's not a lot in it between the 70s and the 80s, but I think the 70s maybe just edge it just a little bit, because you've got You've got that rock era, haven't you? You know, those great rock bands, Black
Well,
Sabbath and AC.
think about channels in the VC in the UK. So let's go through them. So Richard, who would you say Richard? 70s?
70s, yeah.
So we've got 70s for Richard. James Griffiths?
Probably 80s.
I don't think so. I think 70s.
70s.
I think so, yeah. I'd go 80s. What about?
I'd say Ron Brodery's probably 70s, I'd say.
Is that what he said there?
No, but he's talking about Jethro Tull albums. I know he likes
Yeah, I think
Blue Oyster Cult and all that kind of stuff. So
I think he'd be eschewing money for 70s.
I think so, yeah. Richard Taphouse, possibly 80s.
Yeah, he's definitely 80s.
4D 60s.
Well, he's a dinosaur, isn't he? So
yeah.
He's only
Julian 70s. It has to be 70s.
Oh, it's got to be 70 for Julian, hasn't it?
Yeah. Jenny, I don't quite know. Couldn't quite say with Jenny.
No, I think Jenny would be 80s.
Probably 80s. Yeah. But
well,
I mean, a few in the chat. So,
what about John, 6-inch pianist? What would he be?
Well, he likes soul, doesn't he, and stuff like that, doesn't he?
No, but would he be 60s or 70s?
70s, probably.
I don't know.
70s.
I don't know. You know.
What has he be? 60s?
He'd have to be 60s, wouldn't he, because of the Beatles?
Yeah. So then Rachel will probably be 60s.
Yeah, Rachel would be, yeah.
She's a bit all over the place, isn't she? So I guess probably 60s.
She'd have to be 60s, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
But then you get people like, Martin Harris. He'd be very difficult to say what he was. I think he'd be 90s, you know.
I would say probably 90s, yeah.
What about Vinyl Scavenger, Martin? He'd have to be 90s, wouldn't he, I think?
I think so, yeah. He said to me that he prefers the 90s.
Yeah.
I think he was working in a record shop in the 90s as well, so...
It was, yeah.
You know, so, yeah, I would say 90s with Martin.
Yeah.
But it is a bit mixed, but I think 70s on the whole.
Do you think the best films were in the 80s or the 70s?
That's a question. I'd probably say the 80s.
It's hard though. So many great films in this. There is. Fucking honestly, 70s are so difficult.
I love 70s movies as well. Dirty Harry, all that stuff. Great movies.
Yeah, I think for films, that'd be difficult. I mean, when it comes to films, I love those kind of, them mid-80s Back to the Future and John Hughes films.
Yeah, Back to the Future was fantastic.
I've got a book here. Look at this book here.
Terminator, RoboCop, all that stuff. Predator.
I just see it on my bookshelf here now. Oh
yeah, movies of the 70s. Yeah.
So I have to, I've just opened a page. It's like, so that's Death Wish.
I've never seen it.
No, Death Wish. Saturday Night Fever. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I don't rate that too much, really.
It's a funny film, that, isn't it? Saturday Night Fever.
Yeah, I'm not too big on musicals, quite honestly.
What year was Grease? Was that 76?
Was it? Or something like that?
It was after Saturday Night Fever, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking through here now. Chinatown. It's such a good book, this. Young Frankenstein. It's hard, isn't it? Jaws.
Yeah, it's a big movie.
What else have we got? Once Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's hard, isn't it? 70s or which decade do you wish you'd be a lot? You could, if you could go back to a decade and be 21. Which decade would you go to?
Thing is, you can't imagine any other decade other than the one you were in.
Yeah.
It's.
You know what? If I could be 21 in 90s, so I was born in 64. I'd love to be 21 in 1964.
I mean, I was 21 in 2005, and we had all this indie revival at the time.
Yeah.
And movies were good. You know, everything was good. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm quite happy to stay there.
Yeah, but that's so. I was 21 in 85, and that was great as well. But for the fun of the question, you've got to try and use your imagination a bit. So I'd say I would like to be 21 in 1964. Because imagine if you're 21 in 64, so you're 31 in 74, and you're only 41 in 84. And you're 51 in
64, why not 63?
Well, I don't know. Well, I was born in 64, so it kind of has a ring to it, doesn't it?
Oh, I see.
That'd mean I'd be born, though, when the war was on. I would have been born in sort of 43, wouldn't I, then? There'd be a war on. There'd be an air raid.
Yeah, you'd be a baby.
I'm a baby boomer anyway, but yeah.
Yeah. I would like to see the start of the Beatles, 63, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
You know.
My cousin saw the Beatles in Oldham. She went to see them in, I think it was 63. They were on in the club in Oldham. If you look online, and you can go on, can't you? And it'll say every gig the Beatles played, and she went to see them when they were, before they were obviously before they were big. They were like just doing little venues like Oldham. My cousin Sheila.
I think the music would be fantastic living through the 60s again, but I think the 60s would be probably quite boring, because
well,
you just about got coloured TV, which probably won't be all that great.
Yeah, but if you're 21 before we won the World Cup, you'd be 23 when we won the World Cup.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
You're not thinking it through, are you? Like me.
I don't know.
You'd only be like 26 when you landed on the moon and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, these are kind of like historic landmarks, aren't you? But like, reality of living in that decade would be quite very, very different, wouldn't it?
No, but if you could buy a house and property was a lot more affordable.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah.
So you've got to think about the big picture, and I think being 21 in 1964 would be excellent.
I asked my dad, because he lived the 60s, of course. And I said, what were the 60s like? And in one sentence, he pretty much summed it up. He said, it was an explosion of youth. Those were his words. I don't think there's any other better word or better way you could say it. Because he's like, the pill just came out in the 60s. So you can imagine that happening, from the pill being developed, that, which then sort of all these kind of other things happened after then, and you can understand the excitement and the and you know what I mean, and you've got the Beatles on top of that, and how Britain was back then, and
you want to be 21 in 2005, was it?
Yeah.
Well, so you can watch what's it called?
I I suppose you're right.
Yeah, of course I'm right. Yeah. So, should we wrap up now then?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Or do you want to go 7 more minutes and make it 6.5 hours?
Up to you.
Has anyone got any more questions?
I think it's died.
That's it. Has everyone gone?
There's got about 8 viewers and no.
What was the most people who were watching? Was there like 15 watching at one point?
I think it went over 20. I think
that's good. Yeah, that's okay.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, Ron says no. The 60 was the coolest ever. Everything was going modern, and the jet age was and futuristic.
Is that just? Yeah, I take it Ron kind of agrees with me then. I don't know how old Ron would have been then. I don't know.
4D says 21 and 61, ideal. Beatles generation.
Yeah.
Also, the last chance to make a feasible living as a freelance writer.
Yeah.
And show style. Yeah, good points there.
Yeah, I think so. I think there was more opportunity for people like us in the early 60s than. Could you imagine being like 21 now? You know what I mean?
I think it's horrible. I feel sorry for the youth of today. I feel sorry for my kids growing up. How things are. I mean, when I asked my dad about the 60s, he said that you could start a job, lose your job, and go out and get another job. It was so easy.
Yeah.
And getting onto the property ladder wasn't too difficult either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of sort of romanticizing about the 60s. I'm not denying that it would have been a struggle. They didn't have central heating and different aspects to outside toilets, and you know what I mean. It wasn't an easy time, but
no,
I do feel like the challenges that young people have got now, I don't envy them at all.
No, but if you had a new build house in the 60s, you'd probably be all right, wouldn't you? You probably would have central heating. You probably would have an indoor toilet.
Not sure.
Certainly would have electricity, surely, because that came out in the 50s, didn't it?
Yeah, you'd have electricity, but I think it's quite common to have. I don't think many houses had central heating until sort of the mid 70s.
As late as that?
Yeah, because we didn't have central heating until 1980.
Right.
So the inside of the house was like, because we used to get some really bad winters, and I can remember the frost on the inside of the windows because it was that cold. And we didn't have central heating. I can remember central heating being put in 1980.
Did you have an open fire or a gas fire to light?
We had an open fire in one room, and we had like an electric fire in the best room.
Right.
Yeah. Right. People will say that we had a best room that you only went in on a Sunday, or if you had company, and then the other room was like where the TV was. In the other room, they had the radiogram. It's funny how people's houses were different.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't miss that, would you? Being frozen in bed, in the 60s.
No, but honestly, I never felt. It was just the way it was. I didn't, if you don't know any better, that's just the way life is, isn't it? So I can remember when I got my first job, I was queuing for the bus, and I was absolutely freezing. It was like 7:30 in the morning, and I used to get the bus to work, and it was freezing. I don't think we get cold days like that.
We don't. The winters are so mild. Believe me, I work in them, and I've noticed since the 2000s.
It was so cold.
I mean, I think 2008 was probably one of the coldest of recent memory because we had all that snow in Britain.
Yeah, we did. We had some snow.
It's been pretty mild, isn't it?
Yeah, it is different now, yeah.
Simon, would I do this again? Probably.
Yeah, we did Yeah, and this is a regular. Every month we'll do that. If anyone's watching, maybe we should do it the last Sunday of every month or something like that. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
People know, don't they?
Am I going to have to curate a load more questions for next time? Then?
Yeah, well, we can come up with some, and we can use what's happened in the vinyl community over the last month, and anything you see or videos or any talking points, just jot them down, and then when we get our next chat, we can just take it from there, can't we? Really?
Probably won't do the 6-hour mark again though. Might be a bit.
Yeah, but we were talking about doing a 24-hour one.
You want to do a 24-hour one?
I'd do one. Yeah, I think so. It'd be fun to do it.
It could be done, but we're going to have to get people on board who are going to participate.
Well, no, it's just us. There's only so this is a quarter. We've done a quarter of it already. So it's not been that hard, has it, to do a quarter?
You're going to last 24 hours, just me and you doing a live stream. That is a bit ambitious, Rob.
I don't think it is, because I think if you were doing a 24-hour, people would come into the peanut gallery, if you like, all the time while we were on it, because so that'd give us like fresh energy. Maybe we could have one person come in, like we had Richie. We could maybe have one person come in, while we were doing it. So, to mix it up a little bit. That we could do that, couldn't we? I wouldn't want more than 3 of us.
We could work to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want. We could maybe do it over Christmas one or something like that.
Yeah, Christmas Day live stream.
No, not Christmas Day, but yeah. Maybe that dead space in between Christmas and New Year, we might be able to maybe do it then. It depends on your work, doesn't it, as well, and my circumstances and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it has been mentioned about the Christmas period being boring. Is why the tag was brought forward, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
that was a bit of a strange.
Boring? Do you find it boring, Christmas?
No.
I don't.
No.
And the last thing I want to do over Christmas is to make a video, really.
No. I don't think I tend to do much around Christmas time.
No.
So.
Just
right.
Right then.
Go in then.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, close it down, and then I can chat to you about something I want to tell you about that's a secret.
Okay. Right then, chaps. Thanks everyone in the chat. Thank you kindly to Rob for joining me on this live stream. Do appreciate your contribution, Rob, massively. And all those leaving comments as well. So yeah, we're going to close it down now. Until next time, peeps. Bye for now.
See you later.